What's up, chat? We're live. G the Ico here to bring you the NACT day 2. Let's move out the way. I have it muted right now because I'm pretty sure that these promotions get me demonetized. So when it comes to these screens, we'll end up muting it. Hopefully you guys don't mind. We're here. We're here, you know what it is. Your boy wearing the sleeveless today. Yeah, I know. What's up, what's up? What up, Trap? What up, what up, what up? Woo. I think Zane's not looking good with this team. Let them come back. You know, they had a little bit of a drafting issue. Area 77 looking really good though, chat. Area 77 looking real good. Are you saying where's my name? GG20 Area 77? Hey, maybe they got something up their sleeve. You never know. Then it's MOBA over. That's actually a really cool saying. The Ico comes from just the Japanese word. Like it's like little loved one is what it's I think what it's Ico actually really means. The G came back from in the day that I used to go by like a different username, and people in the day would just call me G for short, and so I just became Top G, and then so I used G the Ico, so it's just G G the loved is essentially. That's why I got that, or that's why I created that name. Yeah, a lot of people just back in the day when I played video games and I was young, and people would just call me G for short, and it just kind of stuck. It stuck, and then I was like, you know, I'm a huge fan of Naruto. Hold on, I was getting like. Bro, things just got interesting. The NACT is definitely interesting right now. The new lobby music is fire and relaxing. The production here, chat, is insanely good. I love it. I love like I like blue. I like the color blue. So the color schemes are just like up my alley. Like there's like that, like right above us, you can see there's like an eagle in the background. I think it's like an eagle for like North America. And it's like it outlines and it's flapping. That's pretty awesome. Area 77's draft was really good. BTK lost to Area 77 yesterday. It was crazy. What was my favorite game back then? When I was younger, my favorite game was Spyro. And then I also played like a lot of Tony Hawk. Well, you'll come after 4 hours. Yeah, Spyro. That was a damn. I did play Overwatch as well. I play a lot of games in my free time. Like I'm gonna be playing Zomboids.
2 of the 2024 North American Challengers Tournament Spring Season. I'm your new host Zeke, and on the desk
look,
with
Zeke's
me,
got his stuff in the background.
One of the most refined casters in all of North America, the legend himself, Trex. And comboed up with him, I've got one of the former pro players in North America turned production UA. Boys, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I love the intro. I'm happy to have you here. Welcome to the NACT, Zeke.
Area 77 isn't. A lot of them are just Filipino.
Yeah, and there's a lot of
What
great
up,
teams,
dude?
a lot of new combinations coming through. And
We got
a
Dez
few
up in here for
upsets
another
here and
day.
there to spice things up. And Zeke, I know you got
37-7
the
did good
game
zoning.
plan for today. Take it
Zane
away.
out of all of his. Yeah, dude, they were
Absolutely.
so great. Yeah, we got
first off,
tracks up in the
this season
cast
is
test today.
Proud to show off 8 electric teams competing head-to-head in a best-of-3 round-robin stage utilizing a point system North America hasn't seen before. What can you tell us about it, Trex?
I mean, it's a point system that's commonly known for being used in MPLPH. I think it's a great point system. It goes a little bit over match over game. So
Look
even
like a
if you're a little
spy.
bit behind in some
Oh,
of your
God,
matches,
Gabriel.
if you're able to secure some nice 2-0 sweeps, it can kind of rocket you up to
He's
the
got
top.
that stash, bro.
Yeah, and there's
Well said.
quite.
But as
Looking
well
like
as
you
a
can
new point
watch
system,
one.
this season is showing off a very awesome prize pool of over $25,000 US, with the first prize bringing in just over $10,000 and 100,000 diamonds, and that's a
You can
whole
tell
lot of
Zeke
Mobile
is
Legends
a
skins.
little
But
nervous.
what would you buy with that money, Yue?
Definitely the Mobile Legends skin part. There's cool skins that are coming out to play. I know MPL just dropped that Benedetta. There's also like a lot of cute skins
Yeah,
coming through.
Area
Even that
77
Biggie
is
for the season that we saw
technically,
yesterday. So
definitely
a lot of
from
cool
North
things for
America.
the prize pool.
They live in
Absolutely.
North America.
But before these teams can take away the grand prize, though,
Is Trex
they
the
have
best
to get
caster?
past each other. So without
Well,
further ado, let's take a look
Trex
at
is
some of tonight's
he's
upcoming
definitely
games.
my pick for
Yeah,
number
I mean, we
one
got a
for
great-
sure.
Some great
Um,
games coming up. I'm definitely excited.
Last
for
season,
it. Up front, DA up against Fiends. I mean,
on.
and we saw Fiends last
I gotta
night.
turn up.
anyway.
I
We
gotta
saw
turn
them
people
get the
down in,
win
Discord.
against BloodHounds. I think that's definitely something.
I'm
we
in
wanna
production
watch out
chat
for.
and everything
Devious
as well.
Activity, though,
And
is a
so
team
like
that I
I'm
think
I'm
is
in
on
like 2
all
different
of our minds as
Discords.
possibly being,
I'm
you know, one of
watching
the
this
top
and managing the
3
players.
here.
But
After that,
last
there's a couple
season,
more games coming
Private
up.
Dancer was
I'm
actually
sure we're gonna see the card in just a second.
called number 1.
Give me one moment. We have BTK up against LEGACi. Match number 3, BloodHounds up against Night Horde. And then
GG
to wrap off the
will
night,
play
it's gonna
last,
be
so
Gaimin Gladiators, Gaimin Gladiators,
like,
GG up against Area 77.
Quite a long time.
Yeah, and you know this is a quite a hard schedule today. Devious Activities and Fiends are both fighting for first place, along with Gaimin Gladiators and A77. So, you know, these 4 teams are duking it out right now for that first position, and only 2 teams are going to be on top of the bracket. But BTK, LEGACi,
it'd be
BloodHounds,
9
and
p.m.
Night Horde are
so
also
like
competing
4 hours.
quite well in this series. You know, it's just day 2 Trex, but there's a lot of crazy matches. Zeke.
Does GG
Yeah,
got coach?
absolutely. Devious Activities have
I
been
don't
looking
know.
absolutely dominant up to this point.
Right now,
whether it was in the stage 1,
all that's
stage
in
2,
the
stage
NACT,
3,
from
now
my
we find that
understanding,
we've seen day 1, and
is
again,
just
they were just
Pico, which is
replicating
the
their
manager.
performances, doing an absolutely fantastic job. So what do you guys really think we can
European.
continue to see from them?
I mean, I think we can
A
see
European
a lot from DA
Nisu,
here.
huh?
I think there's a lot of possibilities. I think we've got Yato
This suit's
and T
wild,
in
bro.
the mid working together as a duo. These are 2
No,
faces that have
Chip is
gotten very
banned
well
in the
known. I mean, they've been around
NACT
for a
for
long time, but
15
after kinda
days,
having
so
some time to shine
we won't
with
see it
BTK,
until next
last
month.
spring season and so on and so forth. I think we're going to really get to see them evolve and kind of break out on their own, kind of create their own identity, and I think it's something we definitely have to keep our eyes out for.
Yeah, and one of the most important things about DA is this is a team that has a lot of experience, has done quite well in a lot of the professional scenes. But Fiends, on the other hand, right? The dark horse, at least my favorite coming through, got a huge upset yesterday, and they're trying to push forward with the momentum coming through. This is a team of like quite unfamiliar faces. We've probably seen 2 to 3 of them in our last NACT back from AO, but now this time around with a fused roster, I can't wait to see them perform here.
Sure, we can
Absolutely.
see
Both of these teams have been doing
the
exceedingly
lobbies
well.
now
Honestly, I
in
would
the
even say
VOD
exceeding
Ninja.
our own set expectations. So with this match coming up, especially being the first one of the night, I'm so excited to see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm excited. I'm
Someone
pretty
at
sure we're
you?
taking a look at the exact rosters
you're in
for
Italy?
today here shortly.
Oh, snap.
So, I mean, DA, like we said, we got
Oh,
I think some of the hot
snap.
picks on DA here.
I'm
Mikasa
getting
EXP
pinged.
going up against Uneven, Kush
Yeah.
in jungle, who we haven't really got to last season. He was playing a little bit in the MLSL under Team Ignis. Now we get to see him come back to NA, really represent on a team, and a lot of people are wondering, like, can he possibly, you know, be a top 2, top 1,
Patrick
top
as
3
well.
jungler? Where does he
Or,
sit on the pedestal right
since
now? And I think that's what a lot of
BloodHounds
us
only
have
has
our
2
eyes on as
people
well,
on
because
camera.
even though we know
no
who
camera
Kush
for them.
is, he took a season off. He hasn't really been in the NACT for a little bit, so this is kind of his welcoming back. And overall, this whole roster just looks dominant.
And you talked about Kush. Want to mention Pro Destroy a little bit too. Kush,
risking your
has been
life to
known
watch me?
to have a lot of
Jeez.
wide hero
Let's
pools,
go. We got
especially the
Dez in here
Fan
too. I think he's
Assassins
still
coming
muted.
through, but Fiends this
At
time
some point
around is one of the only
jump in
teams,
and actually
along
talk with us
Devious
and
you know, Gaimin
we'll watch
Gladiators
some
that have a
watch some
Fanny
games
in
with a real
their
pro.
pocket. We saw him perform.
He subs.
so
If you guys didn't know,
dominant
he's
yesterday,
a sub
and
in
this time around, you know,
he's
going
a
up
sub in
against Kush, where
GG.
both teams
So,
might actually opt to go for that Fanny
pretty
pick.
decent.
It's going to be quite challenging for Fiends to be able to kind of step up into that plate and compete against one of the strongest contenders of this this royal battle.
Well said, well said. I do believe we've got a roster that we are able to take a look at though now.
Yeah, Fiends up front. UA, anyone you want to
Look at
put on?
uneven.
Oh yes, you know, there's a lot of great people here. I know Magic and also Uneven. They're both playing for AO from last season coming around. Uneven, actually a player coming out from Myanmar. Shout outs to Spade. He was recruited to come to the North American scene. He just wanted to play in the professionals. And this is now his second time showing consistently in NACT, so that's definitely a player to watch out for, especially when you go against such a strong performer like Mikasa, which showed a great performance.
I'm doing like 80 billion things right now. If you've seen my screen,
the impact on the XP lane, it's definitely going to be a matchup to watch for.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, both of the jungles have just been so dominant. Kush, again, we've just seen him be so aggressive, and I just wonder against a team like this, is it really going to be the best plan of action? I know the DA is going to come in hot, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I think DA definitely comes in swinging, but Fiends, after we see them take down BloodHounds, is like the first notch in the belt, right? Because a lot of us, we're kind of putting BloodHounds in a state of like maybe top 4 this season, maybe finally break through to being a, you know, top S tier team. And day one, they come in, they take a loss to the new kids on the block, right? They take a loss to Fiends, and Fiends is like, all right, we didn't face the best of the best. We didn't go up against GG, right? We didn't go up against someone like that. But now we do get to take on DA. So I think what's huge for Fiends here is to, even if they don't get the overall win, the 2-1 or the 2-0, get at least a game here. Because one of the important things to know about the point system, right, is even if you get a game, even if you lose 2-1, you put a point on the board. And that's why it's very important to always kind of at least match up correctly. And speaking of that, we're going to be jumping into the DA roster now.
DA coming through. We got Yato T, the 2 former BTK players. I think Toru was actually on BTK too. And of course, you know, Trex introduced Kush coming out from the Ignis Esports, and also Mikasa, which has been jumping around different teams from Gosu, also playing for the Knights of Faith, and this time around going into DA
the $9.99 dono, much love. Sorry, I had to mute my mic there for a second.
Honestly, for me, placing
getting
them,
some W's
in
in the chat.
It's a very
Let's
simple conversation.
go.
They have the players, they have the experience.
Much love, much
and they're
love, much
definitely
love.
backed up by a lot.
I think you said something on it, didn't you? Hippo care? Oh no, it just said. It just says what the hippo was.
The question is who gets the win? What are y'all's predictions?
I mean, the predictions are definitely going to be good. And
Let's
I want to hold on
go.
to mine. I want to hold on because I'm pretty sure we got.
Sorry, I'm dealing with player substitutes that are happening right now, chat.
I don't want to leak out the info just yet, but yeah, pretty much for me, DA, right? I think DA is definitely the big
This
kid
is
on
so
the block right
funny,
now. They have a
bro.
lot to prove.
I love that the
I think there's a
casters
chance
go
that
into their
maybe
predictions.
Fiends can take something, but it's not going to be easy for them.
This is lit.
And for me personally, I'm rooting for the kids in the backyard, right? Like the kids around
in the
block.
backyard.
These guys
Fiends.
are here to perform. They did a very, very good
Look at
game
Wheezy.
yesterday.
He don't
and I
got his
cannot
dreads
wait to
anymore.
see them perform this
Who's
time
that?
around, Zeke.
Well said again. So for me, when I look at
UA
DA
is,
and I look at Fiends, I look at
got
two
everything
teams that
right.
are comprised of a mix of other teams, right? And with that being said, when I look at DA's team, they seem to have a little bit more structure and a little bit more experience. So that's why
I'm gonna
my
vote for
goes towards
Devious Activities as well.
And also, and if you look at DA, even though they
let me
kinda
create
have
the poll here for
like
you.
a mix, these are all players that have played together before. These are players that have been on the same rankings before, have been on the same teams before. Kush, Yato, T are comfortable with each other. Mikasa also has played with these guys before. They're not new to this, and they're all guys that have kind of.
I love the dono though, man. Much love.
And they know how to
helps me stay be a streamer and helps me out.
Members, but it's whatever. We jump into this fast, and you look at a lot of the guys who have been around for a very long time,
Yoshi.
even if they haven't been on the same team in NACT together, they've definitely played a lot of ranked games together. You know, when there's no one else to queue up with, let's shoot Mikasa a message. Let's shoot Kush a message. These are guys who, you know, even though it's not NACT synergy, they have some gameplay together.
I'm trying to figure out
and
where I
put
this.
We cannot really gauge how well the Fiends can actually perform here. This is the first time we're seeing.
I got this like sheet that I have to.
We did see AO come
update
out
here,
and unfortunately they just weren't ready enough to compete at, you know, the 4th place, the 5th place, trying to go into the grand finals, right? But this time around with this new roster and already getting the wins that necessary to push them into the lead, along with a very, very solid qualifiers taking out Rosu, So Fiends, we don't know how strong they actually are. We don't know how they can perform against any of these top teams. So today is going to definitely be one of those days where we get to see them compete against one of these strongest contenders of the top 8 NACT.
Absolutely. So I think the big question at this point is, knowing what we know about DA and then about the Fiends, what do you guys think is really going to have to come down based off of the play styles that we've seen from them already for one of them to really take precedence over the other, especially early game?
All right.
I think the big thing is going to be mid control. I think Yato and T
I got connections
together. T, he's now in the roam position, right? We've known T as an EXP laner for a very long time.
Appreciate the stream, G. Much love, bro. Hopefully the volume's good for you.
I think that is something that Fiends is going to have to compete with. Now, we do have Churro.
I think Yue did take a break. I like that it says analysis now instead of last time it was saying color.
Churro isn't new to this, so a lot of it's going to, I think the major people we need to keep our eyes on is Churro Magic up against Yato and T. Can Churro Magic make magic happen, right?
Yeah, and you know, when we look at the kind of like the mid synergy, you talked about it, the Yato and the T, we saw T perform quite well yesterday. He played Kaja twice, and that's actually something that I'm a little bit worried about, as you know, pushing these assassin dominated junglers into that role.
What are we questioning, Lost?
Is great.
Are you putting a monkey in the stream?
He's going up against a player that literally pocket picked the
Yue's a hater
twice, a solo pick off type of comp, and you know, that is definitely one of the ways to shut down a very assassin-focused, you know, mobility type of composition that Fiends are going to come through. So this time around, I feel like DA has a very solid strategy. They can see through, especially with the experience and going up against, you know, great Fanny players like from GGs and stuff. It's going to be quite hard for Fiends to...
Could it be the 1 minute delay?
To go against DA, and I think Fiends this time around, they have the raw element to kind of surprise. Maybe they're going to come out with a utility focus. Maybe it's going to be completely standard. Maybe we're going to see something completely different, like a 1-3-1, which I know right now out in the seas of MPL, they've been experimenting with a couple of like Ruby Golds, and Paquito might be coming back here.
Ruby Gold's the thing, man.
Ruby Golds.
Like Natan mid, we saw Blacklist do it the other day. They picked up the Natan jungle, went Ruby Gold. I forget who was in the EXP lane, but still went for a...
What's my favorite song genre?
M3-esque,
I definitely like rap.
M3-esque composition. And I think there's...
I like anything that really sounds good, though.
See something crazy like
so
that.
Like I would definitely say it's probably more rap.
From both of these teams yesterday, we saw DA pick up the Nolan in game 2, pick up the Fredrin in game 1, and then Fiends on the other hand also utility and assassin. So there's a lot of possibilities from both.
Bling, 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 bling. Oh, 1 second, guys. Hold on, my phone's ringing.
Juice WRLD.
Who is
It's
it?
the late dawn. The draft is starting. Oh man. There yet?
I got like a whole bunch of like songs.
Beautiful toss from Zeke. Beautiful toss from Zeke. I like it. We are finally jumping.
There's a
into
hot
the
dog, a
draft
sandwich. What the
Series 1,
what type
Game 1,
podcast
Day
is that?
2, and I'm ready, UA.
Yeah, and
like Kid
once you
Cudi,
jump
Juice
straight into the
WRLD,
Brats, and
Lion,
Novari does get
W
taken
Melly.
out by the side of DA.
Of course, the
Fiends coming
Weeknd.
through with the Matilda, Kaja, and Vexana. I do think the Kaja
Sleepy
is
Hollow.
well
Sleepy Hollow is like one of my
warranted
newest,
here, right? Fiends want to play a lot
like
of the assassins, and they also have very
rappers
strong
that
Joy
I've picked
players.
up.
Uneven and both Pro Destroyer can be proficient with that.
Newcasters cringe.
Is going to be able to deny that pick in that first phase.
Yeah, I mean the fact that the Joy
You
was
always
left
like
through, it's
taking
not something
over
we've gotten to see
Trex.
a whole lot lately. And
Ay,
we were just
cosinga
talking
tu
about how
madre.
Push. I mean, they're going quick right now. We're just talking about
Oh,
how
that was Dez. I was like, who
likes
just
to be
popped
on
into
the
my
fast
ear?
pace. He likes to be on something quick.
What
If
up,
you let him
dude?
get to Nolan, if you let him get something that is still
Yo, I
viable
had
in
to call
today's
you like
meta
4
that is
times.
similar
You
to an
couldn't handle
assassin, he is
Oh,
gonna
really?
knock that
Oh
in
shit, there's so much going
quicker.
on.
He gets the
Yeah, there's
Joy.
so much
I'm
going
excited for
on.
that. On the side
much
of
people
Fiends, the
talking.
Angela though, the support.
Let me see if I
something
can-
to maybe help out deal with some of the crazy damage that DA is trying
Oh,
to
it's
bring.
it's because I turned down
Yeah, but
my
I'm a
mixer
little bit
sound.
worried here, right? Our lot in Rome is
Should be
typically
good
a very
now.
hard situation for most roamers. We don't really have the ability to practice
What
that
you got?
hero quite a lot. But
What do I
he
got?
coming from the
I got
XP,
DA here.
it literally is perfect.
You think
for him, right?
Fiends?
He has been a player that has
I might
dominated
be
in
like
the
you,
XP
Wade. I
matchup
might pick
1 versus
Fiends,
1
because
with heroes like
just 'cause
Kaja,
of what
Lapu
happened
Lapu,
yesterday.
and the
You
I
Armor
mean,
this time around
upsets.
is to take that
Yeah, that's what I'm
fighter
saying, upsets
into
left
the
and
Rome
right.
position, paired up with Toru, which had a great performance on carry, also has done extremely
I'm
well
thinking-
with Claude. So I do
We'll see,
think
we'll
the
see.
side of
I mean,
DA have
the
a lot to
draft-
prepare. Fiends now. picking
Brother
up
Stray
the
looks like he's
CC
ready.
checks.
Look
Yeah,
at
I
him.
mean, the
chat.
CC's just been a monster.
Standing on
It takes
business,
some
right?
deaths early on. It can still scale very.
That boy
very
Mikasa
well.
about to pop
only
out the
thing is
square.
It really, where it really shines is
Damn.
against some of those bulkier utility junglers, kind of shredding them down a bit. Is it going to be able to keep up with the Joy? Right? Is it going to be able to keep
Pro
up?
Destroyer,
with
yeah,
the
Pro
Joy
Destroyer's
moving
fanny
around?
was
And now,
insane
picking up the
yesterday.
CC, you do give up.
Yeah,
You
he
give
went
up some
crazy.
CC, right? You give up some crowd control. You no longer have any.
Did they
XP
miss a
laner that can
ban?
Do something like the Arlok can do, or can do something like a Lapu
I'm
can
pretty
do,
sure
or can do something
they
like a
could just
Ruby
type
can
No,
do.
they
So
missed a ban.
I do feel like Fiends
Wow.
needs to make up for that, especially if the fact that they also have the Angela, if that Angela's in Rome position, they're going for a
You
bit
like
more of like
Lizzie's? I
a
love
dive,
them.
full offensive, not as much CC.
Moba Zane's
And
back in the
talk about
chat. Yeah.
CC, right? I thought the Fredgen would have been a perfect opportunity for
They
Pro
don't ban the
Destroy
Freya,
to pick it
but
up, which he did in
Specific
fact
plays,
perform
they
quite
could still
well
flex the
yesterday.
I don't know
with
who's
it. This
doing
time
that,
around,
but I
DA
love
does
it.
decide to ban it out. I like that respect. The Fanny is still available for the side of Fiends if they do choose to pick it, right? We have Kush on the Joy.
Where's Hoon? I don't know.
The Joy
Ooh,
works
Hoon will come back
quite well
later,
in
I
the
think.
jungle. But the Joy not being stunned here. There's no Franco, there's no Kaja, there's nothing to
Gabe?
suppress the ability that Joy can just immune around. I'm a little bit worried for the side of Fiends. Do they actually have what it takes in their comp so far with just a CC and Angela to stop the mobility and the
pinged.
dive coming out from heroes like
Good
the
to go, right?
Arlot and also the Joy?
Yeah, I mean, Arlot's just been a monster, and the reality is it can
Surprised
still be
they gave up
flexed, right?
Joy.
T could pick it up if they want to put it into the
Well, they
XP
took
lane.
the Angela
It is
out,
there.
which is
Fiends
good.
going to lock in the Basha here. I mean, on side of
Basha.
DA, we still need a possible EXP laner. We still need
my
a
bad.
mid lane mage, right? So Vex is not open,
Oh, that
Nana's
shit,
not
oh.
open, no Fermis, no Novaria. Definitely losing a lot of options. The Lilia's still there. We know Yate's got a nice Lilia. Definitely a possibility for them if they want that. X-Borg into the XP lane, I like it.
Export going up against the CC. It's like the no CC versus no CC matchup. Both are just kind of shredding each other. It
My phone is
depends if
casting. Yo,
CC is able
Jerome,
to get
rewind,
that early
bro.
advantage,
I got
break
you in
the
your
Raga
PFP.
armor, maybe even get a cut
Go back,
here
like,
and there. But
10
you're going
minutes.
up against Mikasa, which has performed so extremely well.
Dave,
now, the side of Fiends. Oh wait, no, the side of DA is still looking for their last member. They're missing a mage, just like you're saying. The Lilia is a very good option.
Nah,
We
they
did
kind of got
see,
outdrafted.
you know, some Xaviers
DA got
coming
a way
out to
better
play,
draft.
but no. The Lilia does come out to play, but the response coming through with the Valentina, it can take the
Lilia
export ultimate, the
carry
last
edge
insanity,
mode,
which is
like
quite
that,
well,
that
but
Basha gonna be
Final
I'm not
slash?
sure.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm
Gonna
not
be
sure if
useless
the
if
Valentina
they lose that
provides
again.
that CC that Fiends may be missing
Who
because
dropped
the
it for
Joy
Jay, who did
right now
it?
is
I
just
don't
going to
know,
be
bro.
completely free to do whatever he
I think that's
wants.
their manager.
Joy definitely free. I think they get something like I think the Valentina's kind of just because
Dave
they
is,
so much.
okay.
So I think Churobani, a major thing is maybe pick up the final slash here.
Okay.
There is some other utility with the black shoes, with the like you said, with the last insanity. It's a little tough though, right? And on the side of DA, they kind of went a bit divey as well. They decided not to pick up anything too crazy CC. You know, you
now I can
the
focus
CC
on the game
list with the X board. So all they really have is the final slash. Both compositions just going kind of full hammer home.
The music in the background is crazy.
Right? The X board does great against things
like I'm watching a movie.
Things like the Brats, things like the Fredrin, because they have a little trouble closing the distance, and he can kite. Now, the difference between the Basha here, though, is he can close that distance very quickly. He can kind of get in there.
We did see some faces.
Fast, but it does look like
I'm gonna put my cam in the top right corner this time, chat.
Me too, This is Devious Activity.
That way you guys can see the players.
The Fiends. I'm hyped for it, UA.
Oh yeah, and this is gonna be a royal battle between the contending. Pretty much the contending team Devious that everyone has kind of hyped up. They have a lot of strong players. They're definitely going to be challenging up to that first place. But Fiends, that new
I thought they were always going to
kids
show
on the
them
block,
that much.
looking to, you know,
I think
show up in this series.
they could just be
potentially
flying them right now and just checking them out. I don't know if they'll show them all the time.
Experienced players coming out from Devious.
We'll see. We'll see.
I think there's a lot of things we definitely have to look at, right? A lot of possibilities.
This is their first time flying them.
Game, mid game, late game. I do kind of like. I like DA here a little bit in the early with T, with Yato on this mid. It seems very aggressive. It seems very pressuring. And when you look at something like the Angela and the Valentina, I think it takes a little bit. It takes a little bit of time to really hit that spike.
Oh, good poke.
Well, personally, I think Angela does quite well early on. And I do know that you could already see in terms of the mid matchup, the Lilia is going to be able to have the freedom to roam around way much more faster. The Lilia clear is just so much more significant compared to the Valentina. So you're going to see Churro Banny kind of lack in terms of the rotation and majority of kind of the walking around, especially in the lane clear. But a good strategy coming through. They're both putting their roams on the mid to try to get to that level 4 as soon as possible on the bot side. They both got this, you know, 2-man unit coming through, but Turtle getting started from the side of DA.
Angela
first turtle gonna be in. Does look like Kush is gonna get the electrifying beats on a Churro there, but Pro Destroy coming to help out. Both teams taking their time, but it is gonna be a 4v4 for this turtle.
Nice one, Jerome.
Yeah, and Pro Destroy is there for the objective, but T already coming through. It's a little bit of damage.
He doesn't have level 4 yet, though. He's gonna have to dash back with the vengeance. He's getting brought low, and this
I like hearing Trex cast more.
With ease, backing off. Fiends, though, no one takes a loss, no members down.
He definitely.
Yeah, I think this is actually good news for the
even UA, like his voice isn't too bad
neither. Especially compare it where they have the carry, they have the export. Both are extremely solid with a lot of items.
Look at the names. Yeah, I think I might be a little ahead of you.
Oh yeah, you might. Let me fast forward.
The most important thing is they did.
I'm gonna let them see the players though.
The goal difference between both teams is only 400 so far.
Oh
snap! Still right on the
we can see like a little bit of something right there.
It's a slow pace. It's mostly a slow-paced game right now. Nobody getting too crazy. I think both teams need a little bit of time. Question is,
I gotta speed up so we're actually live.
Both have kind of a very high cap there. But what about the rest of the team?
I'm at like
when you kind of talk about like that mid to late game, I kind of want to be more objective focused here, right? A lot of these top teams, they're not really out there looking for kills.
Yeah.
It's honestly just based off of if they're able to grab up the objectives, then I have to give it to Fiends, right? They have the utility jungle.
Imagine Dez casting.
They did not get the first objective.
I'm telling you.
They should be able to have the opportunity to 50-50 majority of these objectives. On the other hand, though, Devious, they don't have top side.
Blazing duet locks on a Toru here. Toru taking a lot of
damage. Turning the casters down a bit, chat. Let me know if it's okay.
T now with the vengeance trying to dash away. We're already seeing the value coming from that heart guard. T might be in a little bit of trouble, able to back off, but Kohari dominating the goal line right now.
Update this list here, chat.
Performance coming out from Fiends, going a little bit aggressive on the top side, but they do not have the heart guard available for this objective, and without the heart guard, it's going to be one utility down. But it doesn't seem like DA, they're looking for that.
Easy.
His final slash does land on a magic there. Toru with 1v1 up against Kohari. Can he do it though? Toru forced to back off, needs to be careful. But here comes Churro with the last insanity. Locked on a T in the flicker.
Flicker.
For double. Can he secure it? T
double
able
kill?
To just survive, but they do find first blood on to Toru. It's going to be huge. They're still going to keep on the aggressive Fiends with a blazing duet. Secures the double kill for Churro. Yato now trying to come in and help out, but still Fiends taking off right now. That's going to be 2-0 right there.
2-0 right there. You can see the gold lead. It's actually quite even across the board. Fiends are just, you know, right behind DA, and it kind of shows that, hey, we really cannot gauge this new team coming through. They have been head-to-head, got the upset yesterday, looking for another opportunity so far, and they're up in kills now. Although they are down in terms of the overall gold, it's still anyone's game.
We just talk about these player cams real quick. I'm vibing with it. It's definitely not Yato down there, but I'm vibing with it. It's a vibe. I like it. We got Fiends, we got DA on cam, but DA right now, they're down. I mean, wait, DA actually holding the gold lead right now, which is actually, it just kind of speaks volumes on their rotations, on the way they move around the map. Able to hold 1,000 gold lead even after taking the 2 kills.
Yeah, the 2 kills on the side of Fiends, but the 2 objective has been towards the side of Devious. And, you know, quite honestly, when I see the Boxia, he should be able to have a little bit more of the 50-50, but it seems like Devious, they're much more focused on getting Kohari a good lane on the top side. You can see they're even putting a lot of pressure, even T here.
Ooh, Kohari this time though.
Oh, Kohari might be dead.
Guard, taking a lot of damage, but it's 3 members up against
goes
Kohari.
out. Pro destroy with the gang. T, 1 HP.
Is there
he
to
gets
destroy.
the kill. Toru,
goes
very
down,
low, has
and
to
now
flicker
Fiends
out.
with the counter strike with the bite back here.
See, they're doing
once
good.
again pushed back into their tower.
Yeah, and it seems like Fiends has the ability to win a lot of these small skirmishes early on. It's not a 5 versus 5 yet. But in terms of the pick onto the gold lane, we're talking about like 3 versus 3. Really we got the mage and the roam on the top side. It definitely feels like the side of Fiends have a little bit more advantage. But this 3rd turtle coming up, I do think this is the time where Fiends need to capitalize, especially using such a utility-focused jungler.
Yeah, I'm wondering also when does
Sorry, Chad, I was doing something.
Start getting to the back line and actually causing mayhem. Turtle is brought low, uneven getting pushed back.
Push,
has a nice angle.
Players are keeping me busy right now.
Able to do it under the pressure, but now he's pressured down and taken out.
Push 1
uneven, picking
HP,
up the
push
kill.
guys.
Fiends winning out 4-0, but still losing those objectives, and that's what's keeping DA with the
Yato has
gold
no
lead
ult.
right now. Yato in a lot of trouble here, uneven under the tower. Magic picking up the kill.
Mikasa no armor, they could dive him.
Oh,
they don't go for it.
In under 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, but
they should go for that,
bro. A
bro.
lot of respect to Coach right now, but bot side Mikasa,
yeah, nice.
Yeah, getting
I love these player cams, bro. Let's go.
Devious, they're great at the retribution. They're able to get
they're fixed it.
Yo, Fiends.
Kind of like a good position.
What's going on here, Dave?
It's just a little bit unfortunate on their side. They are not getting these objectives, and they're not getting a.
They're bringing out the fire.
But at least
they're honestly like they're playing a lot better than
they're doing quite well. Even thinking on
that's crazy. They're actually well.
Are in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, they're at a little bit of a gold lead.
Kohari 1v1 in Kush. Oh my god!
This man, who is he? Where is he from? Fiends right now, defying the odds.
Yeah, and they're
that's
taking
crazy.
the contenders up for a ride here. They're finally getting their first gold lead in the game, especially against a team with this caliber.
They're swapping easy peasy.
Both from the side, they're looking to push onto the 3rd right now. The siege is setting up for the side of Fiends.
For who?
It's a new year here for NACT, and Fiends are showing that there is some new blood on the block. They're coming in strong day 1, taking out BloodHounds. Let's move up the ladder a little bit. Let's find DA. The game's not over yet, but right now Fiends are looking good. A nice final slash does come in from T there, though. Not enough damage on a Pro Destroy. Devious Activity still needing to scale up.
Forgot to close that closet door.
And Devious is doing great
closet door is definitely
helping
creepy.
Each other out. They did lose a few towers here and there, but they still.
Yo, Yato got a lot of books in the background. That boy
might be a mistake.
Boy be reading.
Park guards ready at all times. Magic ready to lock and load any second and be there for his team.
Yeah, and I would say picking up the Angela, especially in the first phase, so extremely early, especially going up against a Joy.
It's
a little bit of a cheese move here. The board is up. And it seems like Fiends, they do want to.
Yeah, we do got player cams now, Chad. That's why I had to move up. That way you guys could see them.
Take their time, though.
Typical Asian guys room.
So far, DA still hasn't gotten
the final
the
slash
first
lands,
kill.
T's in a little bit of trouble.
Ooh,
Okay.
Toru though.
Mikasa, one HP flickers out, T dies. Kohari dies to Toru.
Right now, but Fiends still pressing
Mikasa, no
Mikasa
ammo, 1 HP, 1
down the
HP.
immortality.
They don't go for
Has
it
to go
though.
back to base here, but Fiends still
Wait, Churro might go
controlling,
for it. Oh my god.
finds the kill
Yo,
on
what is
Mikasa
going
there.
on, DA?
Uneven.
Ooh,
Looking for
Kush.
next. Kush trying to dash away, but Fiends say no. We don't care about the Lord. We're coming for
No,
you.
no, no,
We're
no,
coming
no,
for
no,
blood.
no.
Now the rest of the team moves back to the pit as Devious Activity is locked out.
The Retry's already down too, so I mean
Devious
they
Activity
got
one of
this.
their greatest strength is having that dual combination at mid
Upsets
right?
left
The
and
T
right
and the
in the
Yato
NACT,
combination.
yeah.
This time around, their overall KD is a 0, 4, and 1. Just 1 assist available for both of those players with 4 deaths.
Joy
Compared to the side
invading,
of
though.
Fiends, you have Churro 3-0 and 2, and also Magic 2-0 and 5. This 2 combinations coming through, especially when you talk about how the Valentinos picked so late in the draft.
Oh,
is
she's
working
in a
out
good
so well for them.
position. Back shot might be dead. No, Angela
I
has
mean,
ult.
at this point,
It's fine.
DA just
I'm trying to
thinks,
watch their
there's
mouths
time
and see if
they
they're
need
like
a lot right now
communicating.
because Fiends is slowly taking off with the gold lead.
Nah, they're
We're gonna be
mewing
about
right now.
3K, and with a composition like this, when
They
you
just
have something
vibing.
like the Angela, who also is sitting at 2-0 and 5 right now, is not only scaling with protection for the team, but the damage is also starting to stack up a bit.
They
Yeah, most of
vibe.
them
The
are
side of
just
Fiends right now,
fire,
they
bro.
kind of just
You saw
want
him
to go around
talking?
pushing towers. I think they're playing
Nah,
quite
most of them are
disciplined here. The
quiet.
Lord
I
is
mean,
marching
DA
down
is
on the
talking
top
a lot,
side,
bro.
but I don't think
Fiends
the
is
side
not
of
talking
Fiends
at
is
all.
going to be able to siege out on anything. If they choose to group up at mid, though, they might be able to have a chance here to grab up the towers.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're not being too crazy, not pushing it all.
Oh
lanes at the
my
same time. They wanna try to kill this,
God.
but
Oh, look at Kohari, look at Kohari.
They're
going right after Toru.
Make sure he
Yato
survives. A lot of
out.
damage on a
Gina,
several
1
members
HP,
team
flickers
backing
out.
off.
Oh,
Fiends
Kush.
controlling
Really
these
low.
fights, and Kush
Kush?
in a bad
Oh,
position here.
the
Trying to
Kush
take
is up
him
by
on a little bit of a
himself. It
chase.
might be dead.
Churro
Churro.
looking for an
Churro has
angle.
flicker.
Nowhere for Kush to go this
Flicker,
time, though.
flicker.
He's
No,
zapped
no,
under
no,
the
no,
tower.
doesn't need it.
Able to just get away, take him
No
on a
way.
wild goose hunt
No
here.
way.
Yo,
Through
Kush
their
is on the
own
run.
God is
Yeah,
is
and
going for it.
Kush is
He
just kind
cannot
of wasting
escape.
their time. I'm not sure if Fiends is going to
Oh,
be able to catch
they
No way,
him.
got
that
him.
push, bro. There you go.
He's
He's
a
still
rat
running.
guy.
Continues.
They're gonna catch him
Okay.
here.
Oh, there we go. They
No,
caught
Churro
him.
finally finds it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
that
gonna
was
be
crazy.
10-1 on the
He wasted
scoreboard.
a
12
lot of time,
minutes
though. They
in,
still have
Yeah.
take goal lead for the side
Surprisingly.
of Fiends. A quite unexpected opening coming out for this very game 1 of the day 2s. Fiends is already taking the lead, and it's kind of the same momentum that we had yesterday. Kohari here.
Oh, Angela
Ooh.
with the
Kohari
claw
is going to
really
get final
early.
slash into the tower, but still.
Oh my
he's able to
God.
survive
Two
with the
ult
hard
by
card.
T.
They put a lot of damage on
Claude,
T.
a
Toru
lot
still
of
survives
damage.
T.
This Angela is actually been clutch
Yeah,
for
Yato has
Fiends.
to purify Mikasa flickers out.
Survivability
They're
at
all really
10%.
low.
Kush goes
Lord's
down, they're
up
still
before
down,
we
coming up
get
in just a few seconds. But Fiends
cops
still
are chasing.
dominating in the land of Dawn.
I
Yeah,
really
one
don't
of the
like
most
X,
beautiful
bro.
things is that Fiends is actually
He's
know,
good
a
into
team that we
tanking
haven't
comp, bro. Like,
seen
he's
before.
good into Bash, he's
Versus
good
the side of
into,
Devious, we've seen them perform, we've seen them
CC.
dominate.
It's
and this
just
time
they
around,
lost
they
early game
are
too
on
hard.
the
So
back
if
end
Xbox loses
of
early game,
this
he
match.
can't
Fiends
really like
is going to be the one that's dictating the
harass
performance, but
them, you
uneven
know?
here.
They just burst his shield too
All right,
fast.
so
Dashes out.
DA, what can they even do here? I feel like Fiends have control, and with the CC, yes, it doesn't apply crowd control, but CC still such
Lord
a
open
great
nine.
zoner, able to just shred anyone down.
They gotta
with the
clear that
movement,
top
able to
wave.
kinda
Got a
bounce
smaller
around.
Red
When it
Bull
comes down to
today.
These Lord pits, they have that, and you mentioned it earlier. Since they have the utility jungler, Pro Destroy can just chill, man. He can
Push
just
you to
vibe
the
in the middle of the
mid
pit,
laner, right?
and Devious Activity
think so, yeah,
have
for a
no
while.
damage to get to him.
They were definitely
Toru,
vibing.
luckily, has only taken one death.
Was that a
He got
forehead
the
that I
answer. The
seen?
Blazing Duet does lock onto T there, zoning all of DA away.
Ooh,
Mikasa
T
gonna get
flickers
bursted
out.
down in a matter of
Kohari has no
seconds.
ult.
Still has
Mikasa.
the
Ooh, they
immortality,
could
though.
engage.
Drag armor is gone. Here comes the concealed
They have
play.
all
Trying to
utility.
find the
Oh,
angle. Toru
T,
not
T,
able to
T,
catch
T.
the speed up. Final slash lands
Don't
onto
feel.
nobody.
We're gonna
T with the whip.
50-50 this?
Kohari taking a lot of damage. Kush into the backside.
Push going in.
Crazy.
He's really
Pro
low.
Desor got it
Got
though.
lower, got lower.
Though,
Oh,
Magic
Basha
able to
got
take
it.
out Kush. Fiends, all
Kush
they gotta do is
dies.
back off of Kohari, who doesn't want to do it.
Look at Kohari.
Mikasa with the last
Mikasa.
insanity, looking for a kill here,
They're
unable to
also
lock
low,
onto
bro.
anyone. Kohari
They're going
dashes
in.
They can
and
fight
is
this, they
the
can fight
lead,
this.
But finds Mikasa
Yo,
with
that's
the
Toru,
hard.
Toru actually might have Pro Destroy.
It's a 2-for-3 trade. Devious Activity definitely
Pro
losing out on
Destroy
this. And now
is dead, yeah,
Yato
for
in
sure.
trouble. Pro Destroy goes down to Toru in the mid side.
Yato's
though.
also dead,
And
though.
Yato is found. It is a
Nah, he's
bloodbath.
gonna
In the
recall.
end,
He's gonna
Fiends
recall
come out on
because
top.
They can't find him.
Yeah, and it's a 4-for-3. Fiends are
It's only
coming out
Toro
on top,
alive.
battling.
This is Angela pick,
Fiends
man.
actually was
Like,
able
look,
to win
Angela's
the
4 and
50-50
6,
retry
4-0
on the
and
objective.
6.
It's quite a nice objective
Yeah, Angela's
compared
really
to
good here.
the first 2
Where's
early
that
turtles, and
comp?
now you can see Fiends.
That's what you were
trying
talking
to
about
siege the
yesterday, that they gotta
territorial
pick comps
is
that
there to
synergize well
defend,
with
but
each
the
other.
top
Yeah,
side
exactly.
is
If you
definitely
can
going to
find
be
the synergies, that's
destroyed
what
here.
that's what you want.
Already
Like,
losing their
they
first
picked the Angela here so they don't
inner
combo it
towers
with
here,
Joy,
14
and also
minutes
to
in. It
synergize
smells
it with
kind of
their
like
own
a
comp.
bad,
Yeah.
spell, a
About
bad
both.
dream for the
That's like the
champion
biggest thing that I don't
And
see
Fiends
NA
still
doing,
has
but
space to lose a Lord if they
it's
want
like
to,
they
right?
just
still have
try to
space with all
counter,
the
but they
towers
don't
they have.
synergize.
They
So
could have, you know, one bad
this is
fight
good to
and
see.
be
Fiends is
okay. They have a huge lead. The goal
it's
lead isn't too
crazy
far
scary
ahead
right
of
now.
TA, but when we
Yeah.
look at objectives on the map, Fiends is definitely up right now.
Ooh.
Churro
Uneven
going
dash
in.
looking for Kush there.
Kush
has no
Uneven.
dash,
Last
Kush has no
standing,
dash.
still
Oh,
not
they
enough damage.
can't
Final
kill him,
slash
though.
able to lock on, but Churro Bonnie.
Ah.
This is a bad
Sorry,
fight,
here to
bro.
help
They gotta
out.
wait for
Yato
Cloud.
on
Wait,
the
Cloud
run,
might
gonna get
come
stunned
for the
on
Oh
cleanup.
God, here's the
Oh,
cleanup.
He's in a good position.
Once again,
Oh
the
my
blazing
God.
duet,
There you
able to
go.
shred down several
Ooh.
members, and down goes T, Toru,
Oh, look
Yato,
at
Or
him.
greedy.
Damn.
making the scale
Greedy.
uneven,
Double kill?
putting down the pressure. Mikasa trying to come in,
Oh.
uneven, gonna get the heart guard.
And he's
Oh, the
getting
hard guard, the
away.
hard guard.
Pressure
Saved
stays,
him.
though,
Oh my
as
God, that's
Fiends
crazy.
progress.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
They're gonna get that
these
mid
guys
hit.
are taking DA on a joyride here, winning almost every single team fight. You could say it's a comp difference, but it definitely
They got
feels like the
minions
damage
coming
coming
out.
out.
GG's.
They don't have to die for it.
GG's.
Don't die for it. Don't die
Looking
for
for
it.
one more
Go back,
hit.
go back,
Kush
go
able to
back.
get under the
Oh,
healing
no,
mountain,
they
but the base
power
will
locking.
GG's.
fall, and Fiends
Damn.
take game number
What is going
one.
on this NACT?
This NACT's bringing some fire.
I know I voted for Fiends here, but the dominating performance coming out from
Unexpected.
Fiends is looking real good.
is
What is
unbelievable.
going on?
17-4 and 35 is the overall KDA.
A lot of
Like I
good new
said, they
faces.
Take
Like,
the
they
victory
played- bro,
in the
they
game
played
one
like 10 times
between
better than
DA
yesterday.
and them. The damage is actually quite good, and the GPMs is quite high. This is a team that is, you know, catching the whole entire North American off guard with the performance, and taking game one here is so huge.
That's crazy.
I like it. That is a vibe. Fiends coming in out of nowhere. I mean, yes, we know some of these players, but still, it is huge for them to just come in swinging in. Not only
Dying.
just come in swinging, not only like having some big upsets, but coming in week number one.
They're just
winning their
synergizing
first
so
series
well.
against BloodHounds 2-0,
I like that
taking game number one
they
against
focus
DA.
more on objectives
If
and
they
not like
sweep this,
ultimately
they're a team for all of
going
us.
super hard on kills.
Yeah, and honestly,
Yeah, like they were
I don't
actually
think the whole entire North
able to
America
take
was
advantage
ready
of killing
for
them
Fiends to
this time.
have such a
Yeah.
strong performance
good.
coming through. We saw
Especially
yesterday
against,
they were able to get the
Devious
upset.
Activity,
I've
too.
been, you know, a fan
Why
of
don't even
rooting
throwing
for
gang
these
signs?
underdogs team, and this time around it seems like DA is stamping it.
That's
They're
what
making sure
Shark
that they're
said, bro.
causing
Is
the
that a
impact,
gang sign,
and
chat?
they're ready to compete. This is only day
My
two.
Yo, what
producer looked
happened,
like a
though? I
cartel
Have a
member.
very long-
Chat, didn't he have a different
Fiends,
picture
man.
yesterday
These
with like
guys
blue hair
are
and shit?
crazy.
That was
That
Raz.
And
No,
I think
that
at
was
this point, it's really important
that's their
for the side
manager.
of,
It was the
Devious
wrong
Activities,
picture.
Oh,
is
so
they
they
can't
used
let
the
this
wrong
be
one.
a
Yeah, it was the
right?
wrong.
We're talking about
That's
point
the
system
correct
earlier.
uneven.
We're talking about this, that either way, Fiends is now
Oh.
they're feeling good because even
UA's
if
like
they
it's the UA curse,
lose here,
bro.
let's say somehow DA gets a reverse sweep, they got some points on the board.
I
Now it's
must start
pressure
agreeing
on
with
Devious
you
Activity,
way
and
more
that's
now.
this is the day where we're gonna start to
His
see maybe some
predictions are
possible.
golden, bro.
We're gonna start to really see how the bracket is standing, like how this team.
And it's like he
standings are
doesn't even mean
standing,
it has to pan.
because
He's just trying to
depending on
like
who
go
gets
for
that
the
1 point in here
team
and
that
there,
nobody's
that's
voting
where we're gonna
for,
start
and
to
it
see
works.
place 1, 2,
When did UA
3,
start getting
4, and
hair?
so on and so forth.
Yeah, and it's a really good start coming out from Fiends to be able to
When I put
dominate
my face
and
on the ground.
perform at a high level, pretty much where everyone is watching. A lot of the teams, they could do really well in tournaments.
It's those
especially the lower
glasses,
tier
man.
ones.
Like, he's
But
able to
this
see
time
through
around,
the
we're talking about
teams.
NACT. We're talking about the qualifiers for every world
What the-
event here.
Yo,
and
what
they're
is that on
pushing
his ears?
at
Is that like
such
a headphone?
strong performance.
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
This
yeah.
time
Or a
around,
mic.
they're taking out pretty much the XP.
He kinda look like he's in the CIA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And he got a suit. Oh, they
This
both
is
got
a
suit on.
team
Yo, all these
that
casters be putting on
has
suits.
done quite a bit in the North American scene. We've seen, you know, Yato and also T
Like imagine, Chad, they
teams
just got
like
their suit on, and the
A77.
bottom
We've
half
seen
is
them
just
pretty
their
much
boxers
dominating
and shit.
in all the different areas.
No shoes
But
on.
Fiends, we have not
You don't
seen
know that.
them
That's how I
perform and
was.
actually become a contender. And maybe from this win here,
Is Dez on the call with me, chat?
Perspectives. They have to give the credit that these young players deserve.
Meow TV 06.
The voting has come up, and I'm the only ones on Fiends.
Nah, this
here.
NACT is actually crazy.
The production's good. The teams are crazy.
Coming in
Like
this season with the lead. Big
You
props,
can't
man.
really predict anymore. Anything could happen.
Fiends for sure, though. It's like all eyes on them right now. If they take this win, I mean, that's what people love to see, right? That's what I think casters, fans, viewers,
Rocky
they love
Balboa.
to see the upset. They love to see the underdog. And Fiends came in from qualifiers, placing 7th, right? LEGACi was 8th. DA was what, 3rd, maybe 2nd, tied with BTK. And right now the tables are being flipped. The turntables
crazy.
that's something I like to say, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely intense. It's definitely what I like to see, and I'm excited for Fiends right now. I almost
see if the players are
want
ready
them to just come in again swinging like they did last game.
And when we talk about the draft, I'm not sure if the game 2 draft is coming up, but the quickness of Fiends to
were
have
training
the
like 10 hours per day.
Those
How do you know
heroes
that?
to go
That doesn't sound
against the Arlot Joy.
I don't
first
see
round,
them that much.
That's dominating.
Maybe
right?
it's
like,
true, but how
the
do you
Angela
know that?
gets picked up. I actually don't 100% agree with the Angela pick, especially going up against the Joy, but they played it so extremely well. Kohari also
leave my boy you
picked up
alone,
the Claude
bro.
in the first phase. It's prone to specific matchups like the Brody or early game damage like the Clint or even the Natan that has been used quite well in the MPL scene.
You
But
were the last
carry,
airbender, bro.
just
What the
unable to get a few of those wins. I know
Dude, they said he looked like
Kohari
One
was
Punch
able to
Man.
get a kill or there in the game. But overall,
They've
it
been
seems like
saying that.
Kohari just has that difference.
And then
in the
someone was like,
marksman
"Why is
position,
Krillin in
able
the
to create
in the
an
casting
impact, and
chair?"
even go
I was
on
like,
the
"Get
backside.
out of
The
here!"
duet was perfect in most of those
Leave him
scenarios.
alone,
You
yo.
have
He's
Short
a cool guy.
Dude's like 7 different characters.
You also got the last Insanity paired with the Valentina IMU. That
Not only
had the
characters,
impact
but I'm not
on the
gonna
top
mention
side
what my
early
chat is
on.
saying.
And then Kohari comes in with the sweep. Sometimes it's in the early phase where he just shreds the HP, but
Wasn't
most of the
you
time
in
the
Gold
late
Soul
game,
before? He
he's
was.
hitting onto
But
so
he stopped
many
playing
units,
competitive when he
breaking
focused on
out
casting.
DA's kind of tactic and formation, and
BloodHounds.
just completely dominating all the fights.
I mean, and that's where
I mean,
though
that's
they
good,
lacked
Brian. That's
CC,
good. So
they made
I mean,
it
I
up
believe
in
it, bro.
extreme
They're probably
sustainability,
like
using the
practice a lot,
Angela correctly,
which is good.
able to get to a point, and they were
'Cause
able
a lot
to
of
use
these
Kohari as
like
almost
the
an
teams
EXP
and the
laner,
viewers,
right? As
they
a
always think
zoner.
of the
Like he was
same
able to
teams,
just jump
like,
into the
that are
back
gonna
line,
win
use the
and
blaze to do it, and
dominate.
even if he didn't get a
And
kill,
they forget
he
about,
created
like,
space for
well, we
his
don't care
team
about, like,
to get
Fiends,
that
for
lore, to
example.
get the first, the second lore,
And they
things of
was
that nature.
training a lot,
And
so it's like
anyone that didn't have
that was
CC, they
unexpected.
were
DA
still
probably
able
didn't
to
expect
use
that.
magic
That
and
result.
use that Angela to
So
their
they didn't
advantage.
really
Now,
investigate
jumping
or
in to
care
draft
about them really.
number 2,
probably. You know?
DA is going to be on the red side, second pick. What do they change
Should
up here?
I get a hot dog?
Yeah,
Go for it, bro. Why you
well, we
asking me?
did see the opening of Fiends going for the Angela and the Claude, and quite honestly, the Angela was performing beyond expectation. 2, 0, and 5, dominating pretty much that whole entire.
Are we gonna get our first
leading onto the late game? And
two-
impact.
two-
So
2-1?
Angela's definitely still inside
Yo,
of
who
Fiends'
cropped on neighbor's
pocket.
picture?
I do like the Claude, the mobility that Kohari
Some
had
little
was
white
so
going on.
great. He was able to just go in and go out in plenty of different situations. I do think the side of DA is going to prioritize.
An Uneven's pitcher looks to be a little
Giving
bit
the
too
carry to
high.
Kohari is also a problem. Kohari is known to be an extremely strong
Not in
carry
the,
player.
like,
So
on
this
his hair,
is
the
actually
white
a very bad
background.
situation for DA. They have to kind of
Really,
flip
Brian?
their
That's
game
crazy.
book and try
I
to
didn't know.
figure out how they can deal with the aggressiveness, the new progressive way of drafting and playing
Sorry.
this series. They have to figure out something, and maybe going back into some of
Almost
their
that uneven
so they can
profile's
win,
def-
right? The Kaja
profile
is
picture's
taken
definitely
off the
uneven.
board, but I do know T has a lot of heroes like the Franco.
Dude, the
chat's be wild, man.
Something that is more
know, I don't even
fighter-centric,
read it half
playing
the
something
time.
that maybe doesn't go
Really sad.
0-3 early on and has the ability to dash in and out.
Like, they don't
even
talk
making
about
sure
the
he
game, they
has
just
the
talk about
impact
looks
to
and
win
making
the
jokes.
game against this
Nobody cares about the game.
I mean,
here.
or just, I mean, he Kush could definitely just like keep it
They
simple.
did
if
the
he wanted
automatic
to.
background
I think
remover
overall,
and
one
left
thing I
it
do
like
want to point
that.
out though, this Angela band coming from
I
the side
mean,
of DA,
it's a
already
little
showing
minor
respect. And what does that
mistake,
do? It
not too
opens up
much.
the playing
It's okay.
field with Novaria Vex. Vex is open right now. I think Fiends definitely pick up the Vex up front here. Fiends, what do they get?
They
to
banned the
trade for
Angela.
that?
This,
I mean,
this
there's
is a.
Get that out of there.
It's a very interesting strategy here because this time around they do decide to ban out the
Vexana
Angela,
first
leaving
pick.
the Vex open, just
Let's
like
see
what
how
we were
they
saying.
respond to it.
And,
Barge.
you know, it might be a
Not
bait
bad.
pick, but the Vexana is quite
Brats.
good. But I don't think she has the mobility to be able to deal with a lot of the high engage, high dive heroes that Devious might be
I
able
think
to
Vexana's
choose.
a
This
really
time around,
fun
the
hero,
Brats gets picked up,
Hillary.
which was banned out on the first fade along with the Valentina. So a complete different game strategy this time around for both teams, prioritizing a lot of different heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, man. Even though Vexana does kind of lack the mobility, she's I don't know, man. It doesn't even make sense sometimes, but she's just such a monster. She's probably one of the most like sought after mages across the world right now.
I'm surprised they picked the mage this early.
Yato does go for the Nana. Something that I thought we were going
I
to see
guess they
a
want
lot
to wait
more
to see what
of
Fiends
overseas
pick
and
to
just in
counterpick
general,
instead.
but has kind of like, we're still picking
Maybe
it up,
there's
but we
nothing
haven't
else
been
to
seeing it
prioritize.
as proud as much in
Yeah.
other places. The
Oh,
Brats
actually,
is very
they're not-
clean, but now
like,
the
they're not
CC
really
is
picking
still
Ruby,
open for the
just
side of
Ruby.
Fiends. So I think
Yeah,
it's a
Ruby
great
hasn't
pick.
been
Yesterday we
picked
saw a lot
either.
of Ruby.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
CC is available
true,
with
true.
Xborg and also the Yuzong.
Oh, see,
It's open?
Opting to go
Yeah,
for the Claude,
dude,
which
they're gonna have
has
so
done
much CC.
dividends in the last
That
series.
comp is
And also
bro,
the
nah.
Minotaur that has
Yeah.
been taken away off
Yo,
the board
that
this time
Bros
around.
is
They're
not
able
gonna
to
make
pick
it
up
out
their
safe.
Duo mid early
That's
on for the side of
crazy
Fiends. Now, Devious,
synergy right there.
their
Mino
response,
versus
are they gonna
Claude?
look for a counter
They're
play
gonna
on
have to
lane?
go
Maybe
Raph
pick up something
on
that's
DA.
early
They're
and
gonna need
aggressive,
speed.
something that can bully the Claude in lane, like
Or
the
Diggy.
Brody, or
If they go
even
Diggy
opt
here,
to
this
go
is
for
a good go.
utility counter.
I
Against the
know.
Minotaur, for example,
That's how
with
BTK
Diggy,
lost,
which
though.
I do know the season, I think season 32
they
new
did,
skin.
actually.
Ooh,
They
that
picked it.
new Diggy skin is quite adorable.
I'm
Diggy
so
could
surprised that,
definitely be a
like, I think they
possibility,
should have went
but
Barats
it
and then
feels like
Claude
Diggy
right
could be a
away because they
possibility
already
a
have
lot of
Ruby?
times,
There's the
but it feels
Ruby.
like a lot of NA teams sometimes kind of they just, I don't know, it's like if it's a lack of comfortability on it, if it's a lack of weapon, they decide maybe we'll not go for it. It's kind of a risk. It's a high risk, high
Ooh,
reward
you know who's
hero,
really
right?
good here?
And your
Kaja.
team has to
They
be
could still flex
comfortable
the
with
Ruby. I
it.
think
They decide to go for the Ruby
FNL
instead,
should
which
ban
also
Kaja.
very solid, very
'Cause it can
flexible.
cancel
It can be in the
Mino,
XP lane. It can
Claude,
be in the
all of
roam position. Now
Kaja.
bans
Let's see
coming
what
in,
the
DA
ban-
going to take out the CC. On the side of Fiends, hammer into the gold lane here, right?
I
to see
do
that
want
Freya.
to
He's
see
not
if
picking it.
DA is willing to go for a
He's actually
more
been staying away from it.
utility-style fight here, right?
Yeah,
Grabbing the
I guess
Barrage,
Pretty
it's not
interesting.
pairing up with the Ruby onto the front line, and maybe even sliding
That's
in
good. Tommy Casa to Freya.
a
How the
healer
fuck
like
would I
the
do that? They're
Estes
probably
or
already
the
in the
Florin to
match.
pair up with the utility and front line of Kush to completely change
Oh,
up
Kaja
the
ban?
plan
Oh, I'm
and,
blind.
you know, Ube strategy into the Fiends' aggressiveness.
I'm legally
right? Fiends
blind.
have been
I didn't see that.
so well.
I'm legally
a lot of the
blind.
small skirmishes we saw early on, they grab the
Export
kills early.
round,
It's
not
not about
bad.
the objective, it's about getting the 1-2 advantages when it's the 2v2 opportunities, or
Brody.
it's just a gank onto the XP. Fiends has been winning pretty much top to bottom throughout all
Carry's
of the
still open. I
matchups.
wonder
But
if they'll
DA,
go
if
Carry.
they choose to group
Bruno,
up and have
okay.
a different strategy this time around, maybe it's gonna cause Fiends to sweat a little bit more, unsure if they're able to win these
Yo,
fights.
Travis,
Because
what
quite
are your
honestly,
thoughts on
Fiends
thoughts?
so far, it's definitely a very pick-centric,
Hey
early
guys, how
game,
many
kill
teams
heavy,
are in each group?
focusing on just
What do you
a
mean?
few
It's
units and
8
making sure that
teams.
they can go into
One
that
group.
late game and scale well.
And they keep going
I
against
like
each
it
other
so
in a
down with the
fun
bands
system.
coming down. The Brody Bruno band coming from Fiends, CC and Export from the
Yeah,
side of
Edge
DA.
was marked.
It makes me feel like DA may definitely be slotting
Mikey,
that
do you remember?
Ruby
I used
into
to
the
play that
EXP lane
garbage.
possibly, and maybe looking for something else in the roam
Iris,
position.
though.
They gotta have
I
something
think
to
this is
answer
the
that
first
call.
time
They
they
go
pick Iris, though,
for
right? In NACT?
the Aerithal.
Nah, I
Now, we
think
haven't
we've seen
seen
one
Aerithal
yesterday.
since like the 1-1 Aerithal counter 1-1.
I thought we
days.
did
She
see
lasted for a
Aerithal
little bit.
yesterday.
I
I can look it up on
Haven't seen
Wikipedia,
her
I
be
think.
that prioed in the gold lane.
It just might be a good mobility counter to
Let's
the
see.
Claude. I'm not sure if the Rithel actually wins out in that
Wikipedia
matchup. I
should
do
be
know in
updating,
terms of trading.
Like,
Rithell's gonna
what's
have
going
a
on.
bit of advantage, especially with the first
The
skill. He's able
picks.
to knock down a few of the armor of the Claude and get that shred early on without building something like a Malefic.
Let's
So
see what they
I do
pick
think
for
the
jungle
Rithel has
next
a
week.
slight advantage
From
early
Fiends.
on.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't-
Blazing Duet
I don't think
paired
we
up with
did.
the second
No,
skill
yeah, we
Claude
seen it in
is
Aerithal yesterday.
dashing in and out. That mobility
Oh,
is
what team picked it?
extremely hard to deal with. Now
It was
the
played
insurance
against
Oh, wait,
BloodHounds.
when they lost
in
against
this draft
Stefani,
is the
right?
Nana.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
no,
Yep.
Seem like
That was when they
Fiends-
lost
he
against the
picked Fanny
Fanny.
again.
Fanny comes out to play along
T went
with
Hilda
the glue. This is a combination we
invade him.
saw yesterday
Damn.
where Fiends were able to take
Both
the
drops are
upset,
good,
but
chat.
this time around, it's going to be going up against the Hilda.
Both drops are
Hilda.
really
Which is
good.
also
Let's see.
a big
That Hilda's
wild
gonna be
card.
really
With the
annoying.
fancy
I don't know
skin.
how they like. They have
I
no
like,
early
I like
game.
the art right now
to
chosen
kind
for
of,
Hilda.
like,
For a second, I
kill her.
thought it was. For a second, I thought it was.
Killed.
I had a mind blank. Either way, I like it. I think so. They picked the Fanny first. They
I
pick up the
think the
Hilda as
loses.
the response
You don't know.
to it.
Let's see.
T
Like,
would
if-
definitely know. All right, I'm gonna
if
be
T
in your
does a good
face at
job
all
at
times.
invading and
Even if I
shutting out
die
the
a bunch of
banner,
times, I need to
they
slow
might,
down
like,
Pro Destroy
they might
as
struggle a lot.
much as possible. But you said it before these
'Cause they
games
also have
started.
Barat.
This is something that we could see. The Fanny
Barat
was
is so
viable
good
for
at
both
invading, bro. You
teams,
can't really
and
do
Fiends
anything.
are going to be picking it up.
And what do they have for mid lane?
Yeah,
Minotaur,
and one of
Bexana?
the cool things about this Hilda is he's going to be
That's
extremely
not that much
aggressive
damage.
early on. And when you take a look at the Fiends mid lane,
The
matchup,
Vexana's pretty
it's not gonna be
pretty
extremely
scary.
strong to defend against the Hilda. The Minotaur is
There
not
you
going
go.
to be able to
Cameraman, let me see the
go
blue.
around, and also the Vexana at level 2 is not
Okay,
going to
he
cause
read
that
you. He
much
read you.
damage to T. So,
He said, "Yo,
actually,
cameraman."
chunked out by T here. Pro Destroyer able to grab up that buff with no problem. Let's see if the opening of Fiends this time around is going to grab them a few more kills early on.
Oh, he actually has pure.
Definitely a possibility
That's really smart.
on the side of DA.
Kohari's Purify already
Rotations
used.
Seem okay, right? You have T. The only thing is if T's
Oh my
Yo, T1
god.
is T.
of him.
And they get him?
Everyone grouping
They
on
get
T,
him.
gonna be in
Oh,
trouble here and
shit.
goes down.
It's this Fanny, bro.
Fiends
Fiends is
group
going
up. I
crazy,
feel like
chat.
Kush, if T's gonna
They
constantly
gonna
be
be
taking
the
deaths like that. Wait
underdogs
a
or
second,
what?
back in the mid, a little bit of
Bro.
damage on Churro. We'll be able to get away, but Kush needs to take advantage of any delay that T is causing and try to
Fiends,
get
the
farm
dark
advantage
horse of the
over Pro
NACT?
Destroy here.
Yeah,
Crazy.
but this scenario that is being played out is very similar to game 1, right? DA having the lead, even being down kills. Their rotations are quite good. The mid is also rotating faster. Yato is getting the step ahead of Churro in majority of these rotations. So it seems like the side of Devious, their early game
let's
is being
see.
played out quite
We
well.
better see a gang.
But now the objective
Nah, he's
is
not going
going
for it.
to
He
be
has no
coming
blue.
up. I do think the advantage of Devious having a utility
DA is
focused
probably gonna
jungler
rush
is going to
turtle.
change
Churro's
some
really
of the
cold, Fanny
50-50
has to take his
retries
blue.
later
He's
on.
gonna
But
go zone.
Fiends, on the
Yeah, they're
other
gonna
hand,
rush
they
that.
have done so dominant in picking off the heroes.
I think they're trying to
of
get
Devious.
4.
I feel like
They're
they
not
might
going to
they're
have
so
level
low.
4.
just
Yeah.
go for pickoffs, maybe
They're
onto
giving
the
that.
gold lane,
They're
giving
giving
Kohari a small advantage.
Most definitely Kush is going to be able to take the turtle.
Red
Pro Destroy
true.
has to go for the purple buff.
Trying
And
to
this
go
is
for
kind of a
it.
similar
Nah,
story to what
nah.
we saw last time. DA
T
really
is
heavily
just
focuses on the turtle. They
making
have
sure
been
to
able
keep an
secure
eye
it
on Pro Destroy.
repetitively, and it's something
Yeah,
that kind of
those are
keeps
annoying.
them ahead in gold, at least in the laning phase.
A late game, though. Like,
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of tough.
I mean, they have
Look
the
at
Nana
Mikasa,
on
look at
the...
Mikasa.
unable to kind of get any
Ooh.
bit of
Ooh.
Oh, he might be dead. Oh
onto the
my
objective,
god.
and the burst.
Nice synergy.
That is huge.
That's what you gotta
Big
do
hit
for
on
a
Pro
Fanny is
Destroy.
you have
We're
to
starting
invade.
see how the Ruby and the rest of the team can come in clutch here. They do have some nice CC answers for the Fanny.
Yeah, the gold lead is going to be a 1k difference already. It seems like Devious has
Oh,
the ability
Crucius is already
to win
here.
some of these small
Almost 2
skirmishes,
levels ahead.
but a small engagement.
Uneven
Ooh, the
gets
chomp
in.
slam, the nom nom, pushing
Oh,
against the wall, but
true,
down
with the
comes the Eternal
three-man- oh.
Guardian, able to get the knock up onto several
Mikasa's
members, but
doing
Kush
good
still
at
there.
zoning, though.
He wants to go for this
Oh.
orange buff, but he's taking a whole lot of
Uneven
Pro
gets
Destroy
pushed, Uneven gets
again.
pushed.
attack on a Pro Destroy, and down he goes
Pro
again.
Destroyer dead.
1 and 2
Kush
right
really
now.
low.
Bad start for Fanny.
Oh, Kush is so low.
Uneven, maybe
Oh,
able to get the
Mino.
kill.
Flicker?
Yes, he does. He finds it. Down comes some Noah's
Hilda,
Fury. Now
Hilda.
T in a bad spot as well, but Mikasa here to help out. Uneven, gonna get the
Oh,
slam,
he
slam, the
purifies
stun,
out.
stun.
Mikasa
Onto
has
several
the
members, but
Mino.
Mikasa
Ow.
offended, finds magic.
And
It's a
I don't know if he's
bloodbath,
gonna be
only
able to get
3
out.
minutes
Oh, he
in, it is
flickers
a
out,
brawl,
yeah.
and Pro Destroy back in the midst of it.
Damn, Roby's
Yeah,
really
but
good.
the side of Fiends right now, they're kind of unable to win a lot of the small skirmishes that they were able to on the last series here. The scoreboard is 3-2 advantage for Devious along with a small lead. It does seem like Devious has ramped it up, and this
It is
Hilda
true,
pick
the
working
Melina is
quite well.
insane.
He did die early on, but Fiends is
Icon, what up, bro?
struggling to get a lot of these buffs.
I mean, that's your job as a Hilda, though, right? Like, you're just the human body bag. You just run in. You're the punching bag. It's okay if you die on a Hilda when you're playing. Like, this is your goal, right? It's delay over death, right? As long as you can delay and slow down Pro Destroy and be that fly in his face, you're doing your job very well.
And they're definitely doing so. The turtle is going to be coming down. It doesn't seem like Fiends are want to be quite in a good position to get this same story, repetitive, Devious, able
Two
to
turtles.
take care of the objectives once again.
Devious Activity looking, they got a little bit of the stronger foot here. Mikasa, a hunt.
Oh, 4-man gang.
Oh, dude, he is a tanky boy.
No way.
He is a tanky boy.
Damn, 4 people and they struggle that
And
much.
a interesting switch coming out from the side of Devious,
He's a
opting to
thick
put
boy.
the XP laner into the gold lane, giving Rithel just a little bit more room to farm. And I do like
They're
this,
trading
right?
towers,
Changing
yeah.
up the
Oh yeah,
strategy.
they're definitely gonna be trading.
Careful.
Is safe in these
Ooh.
fights, and
Yeah.
even with the Nana here, it's really hard to go.
Yeah,
But
Pro
top
Destroy
side-
can't really do much against the Nana. The Melina is just.
trading up right
oof.
now. Pro Destroy on this Fanny,
Yeah, the
though,
funny
definitely
pick
having
was a
a
little
tough
crazy.
time. And I think it's going to take a little bit of time. I think as we get into the mid game, Pro Destroy may not be able to take the aggressive route in team fights, but have to kind of go to more of the split pushing route. Pro Destroy backed off of his own purple buff. Once again, Mikasa involved, able to get the lock up
Oh,
onto
Maybe
Uneven
have to
Magic.
flicker
Push
out,
here
push
to
doesn't
make the
matter.
steal. The Grand
They're
Theft
so
Purple. Can
tanky,
they
bro,
pull it
they
off?
can't.
The hit and run. That's going to be a
Bring
purple
back the
buff for
bonk.
DA.
Yeah, and
Yo, look at
if you
Mikasa's
check out
there's the-
engagement
oh,
with the side
oh,
of Fiends,
oh,
it doesn't
Eve.
feel like they have quite the damage.
Is
that
there-
they had
is there
last
not a
time around.
bonk?
The Valentina with the last Insanity was just
took it
kind of like,
away.
I have that kill pressure on you, but this time the Vexana, it almost feels like it's a defensive, the defensive ultimate coming through to just give a little bit of vision and hopefully try to deal some damage. Even looking at now, he's struggling to kind of take care of that lane, and Kohari.
Oh,
Kohari
right back to the
close to
team,
all.
tries to use the blazing
Oh,
duet,
he
but
makes
all
it
the
out
damage comes in,
alive.
but no, it's Fury
Gina
Pro
dead.
Destroy. Picks
He
up
might
the kill.
also be dead. No,
Fiends
oh, he has
trying to hit
Purify.
them back hard,
Nah,
right where
no
it
fucking
counts,
reason.
taking out Toru, taking
Double
out
kill
T,
for Fiends.
trying to even the gold.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a misplay.
They're working on getting the cameras on full time.
Able to pick up
That'd be
a
awesome to
few
see.
more kills on the board. I think
Yeah.
it's going to be pushing them into a 4-3 advantage. Still down in
Still
gold. This
only
neutral
2K
objective
gold
is
lead.
up here. Both teams
Mikasa's in a good
ready for
position.
that 50-50.
Yeah.
And he has
Oh.
a liquor.
Getting involved.
Well, you can
here.
also see the top
Yeah,
lanes being
Zoning
pressured as
potential.
well.
Fiends could
So
dive in at any moment. They're going
gonna pressure the mid.
And it seems like they're comfortable with that. And here comes the concealed play. Not able to lock on anybody. Uneven hits the
Uneven
split.
zoning.
Looking for the grab onto somebody, but decides not to do it. DA definitely controlling the map right now.
oof.
Yeah, Fiends caught onto the back foot. We haven't
Scoreboard?
seen Pro Destroy being on the backside of the things, especially in any of these matchups this time
Let me
around.
see if it's,
Fiends is able to
it's
take
broken.
care of this mid to the late game, maybe even turn
the
the
man
fight
cannot get a
around.
blue
It's
buff.
definitely gonna prove that they have an extremely strong performance.
DA doing
it's
so well at
Magic
just cutting
dead.
Fiends off from any source of income they
Uh,
have.
the
Cherubani is able to
scoreboard
secure
in
that
game
purple
on the
buff, so
stream
that
is broken.
huge. They get
It's not
something
it's
there.
not like counting
Pro
kills.
Destroy, it's a little bit of chip damage. Slam from Uneven, but he's taking too much damage.
Oh, yeah,
Forced to flicker away under the tower. But we are seeing some moments of greatness from the side of Fiends, some moments of possibilities from the sides of Fiends. They've turned that 2,000 gold deficit into only 800. Kohari still deathless, and we know what happened last time when Kohari was able to do that on the Claude.
And the side of Devious, they have been playing quite.
I think it's working
consistent in
now.
This game, the
Yeah,
lead is
it's
not
fixed.
as clean as it was a few minutes before, but they still are holding on to this game. And it's kind of weird that I'm saying that Fiends are holding, and DA is
We're also
holding
seeing
on
a
because
delayed
they're
version of
actually
it
the
too,
ones that are
chat. So
supposed
they
to
might
show
they've
these,
probably already had it
newborn
fixed. So
Kings that, hey,
I'll let them know.
This is our turf. We've been here, done this in the NACT, but this time around, it feels like they're still struggling.
you guys are helping the production and keeping it going, looking good.
Pushes him against the wall. DA gets a nice advantage there, but a nice
T.
terrify onto T. Cherubani and Magic are
They
forced
really
back
just
off.
got into
Slam,
get to
slam,
the
touch
late
Uneven,
game,
brings
and
us
then
back into the
Devious
middle. He don't
Activity
care
is gonna
where he
fall
wants
off.
to be.
Hilda's just gonna
Cherubani
be
is melted down, but while this is happening,
gonna be an
Kohari
anchor instead of
picks up
a
another
help.
tower in the top side. Fiends, yes, you take the aggression in the mid, but we are still looking for objectives.
Got
Kohari's
Mikasa's
definitely
forehead.
shown as a problem here. There's not many people that is shutting down Kohari specifically, but I do know that DA has a lot of CC and the Nana polymorph to be able to kind of counter out that Claude, but the blue buff is being on to play, and also the objective here.
Casa gonna come in, become a nuisance.
I'm on
as
it.
Well, does look like Mikasa able to steal the purple buff, but now the Eternal Guardian comes in, blazing away to the backside. Kush getting melted down, and Kohari picking up the pieces once again, solving the puzzle. DA on the run, a nice Terrify locks onto Mikasa. Can he get away from this? Magic able to do a little bit of damage, uneven there, ready with the grab, the slam, bring him back to the team so the rest of the team can take him out. A little bit of damage on Kohari, finally taken out. Does look like Toru is gonna pop the crossbow. Able to do a little bit of damage onto the team. DA reclaiming ground, but still they lost Kush. They lost some of their front line. Fiends lost Kohari, though. That goes the damage. Back to a stalemate.
Yeah, but this time around, Fiends isn't unable to get that like clean pick-off fights, right? They're not winning every fight, and you can kind of say the same for DA too. They're not winning every single fight. They're getting some good pick-offs here and there, but it's not 100%. The Lord is marching down, so they do have objectives that they have to clear off on the map. Maybe DA can capitalize and try to get a split push on the side here, and that's exactly what they're doing. The Rithel top side taking that tower out, looking for the second one.
Mikasa's comp is crazy right now.
We were a little questioning about the Airthel pick, but when he does come in, we are seeing the damage start to count. He's taking a death on the board, but it's not enough to hold him back at all. DA playing things. Oh, speaking of Toru, the 1v1 up against Pro Destroy.
Grabbing up onto that top side. Fiends.
It's looking like it's
once again. I do think Pro Destroy
a devious activity this time.
4 deaths should look to opt to maybe go for a split push, maybe get Kohari involved in some of these team fights.
Toru also camera angle
like
a little
has
rough.
done quite well in getting the Blazing Duet onto the right members, but Devious is still having a very, very strong team fight. It's hard to get onto the backside when you have that Nana polymorph, you have the Ruby stunning whoever is trying to engage onto
they're striking back,
like Toru there, and also T being extremely annoying.
I was prepping the other players
in this matchup here.
They're not even talking.
It does look like both teams are forming this 4 versus 4 kind of grouped up strategy.
Here's the thing about DA, right? They have this 3K gold lead, but it doesn't feel game deciding. Fiends still feels like they could pull something off. They have the set potential. They have the play potential. They have the Minotaur. They have a lot of options to approach these fights the way they want to. And at any moment, they could make a play that turns everything around. And I think DA knows that, right? So they're not trying to force this. They're still taking things
This production just looks, I love it.
Damage on a T there. He's going to be able to get
I like seeing the players now.
Looking for maybe a grab, more just a nuisance. Gets a slam onto Yato there. Pro Destroy goes down to Toru though. He keeps getting caught off, and now DA knows
it's done.
The Fiends are down a member. They get the Thomas welcome. On to uneven. Kawhi into the backside though. Able to get the Blazing Duet. Followed up in the No One's Fury. Can they get the clean? No, uneven goes down. Magic gonna be the next to fall.
They're so low.
He goes down for that trope, unable to find the kill. It's nothing but Kohari and Churro left on the field up against 4 members of DA.
Yeah, it seems like Fiends in these team fights, they're unable to push out the damage that they really are desperately needing. I think they were looking for Pro Destroy to get a little bit more damage per some of these fights.
Kohari.
So low here.
Flicker from Mikasa.
GG's. Kush about to die by the Lord.
Slow by himself. I get it. He had a great game 1, but there's no way.
Oh, this is crazy.
There's no utility saved for the side of Fiends, but now being down in gold, they're able to find a moment of weakness from the side of Devious. The lanes are being pushed everywhere, and Fiends able to take another tower. Now, the Lord is marching down onto the top side. DA traditionally should be able to get maybe an inner tower, get a siege going, grab a strategy coming through, but Fiends has the mobility, and quite honestly, it seems like Pro is potentially coming back online. He was struggling early on, but he should be able to find a kill here now. Ooh, red side, lots of people.
DA once again.
Yo, Chai, I saw Magic taking a quick glance at the camera to make sure he's looking right.
Down. Sends Koharu back to base. But look at Yato. Force to proc the passive just to get away. That Eternal Guardian is starting to hurt.
Oh, they're still fighting.
Neva's dead. Shredded down. T able to pick up the kill. DA with the advantage, taking out 2 members from Fiends. But Fiends are able to take out the Lord. Pro Destroy jumping back.
Looks like this might be our first best out of 3, chat.
Still not enough. Magic gonna get pulled back in. The No One's Fury able to get the knock-up and escape. Back under the tower, back and forth. Here comes Pro Destroy looking for Toru here. Can he get the kill? No. Unable to find it. Pops the cutthroat, but still unable to take anyone down. Now Koharu in a bad spot. Use the BMI to back up.
This one was
defendable.
Magic.
Just defend.
It's huge for DA. They're going to keep on pressing the advantage.
Damn, that Vexana
Yeah, the advantage beside a DA. All the
Yeah,
members
Vexana's just gonna keep getting stronger.
Get summed up just like that.
Ooh.
ProDestroy, man, every time he goes in, he is stopped in his tracks. The peel from DA is just making this Fanny useless.
Yeah, the scoreboard. 8K goal lead for the side of Devious. 15 minutes in, 14-7 is the overall score. The side of Fiends, they're desperately looking for a few kills here and there, but I don't think they're able to grab up that just yet. It might be due to the comp. Doesn't feel like the side of DA has
I feel like what
available.
we need to see uneven, like grabbing Toru and bringing Toru into the team.
Quite disciplined,
but it's kind of hard to catch him.
10K gold lead in a reverse matchup this time around, pushing them potentially to get this victory here, but there's still a lot of work to be done from both teams. All the inners are still available for the side of Fiends. Fiends have really just been able to wait a second. Speaking of Kohari, every time I say
GG's.
the wall. Magic now in a little bit of trouble as well. Uses the Minoan's Fury, but still it's an escape mechanism with the right on his trail. Can he escape from this one? Locked down, stunned up, and taken out. Devious Activity.
Yeah, you didn't want to. Yeah, you didn't want to die right when the Lord was going to happen. They can still split push.
The pressure with ProDestroy and Kohari, able to use the split push, able to kind of keep the pressure away with the lanes, but DA don't care. They're going to drive it down the mid side, take out another one, proc that immortality, pull him back in, but uneven will go down. Toru picking up the mega kill.
Now that's going to be a Lord and also a kill for the side of DA. That's 3 members down actually for Fiends here. Unable to capitalize on too much, but ProDestroy coming onto this.
Oh, they're gonna
don't think he's gonna be able to get too much damage onto the
are they gonna catch him?
DA's like, no, ProDestroy able to just get back in time there.
They could have flickered and stopped him, but
11K goal lead for DA.
It's hard to tell because the side of Fiends, they don't have that strong wave clear that, you know, a traditional let's say like a Farsa
second skilling into Molina's ult.
Can
the Molina blitz is just too much.
Which has an ultimate to kind of like tank the front line, but DA is just so tanky with the Barats. They're unable to get a shutdown, and now with the Lord marching down, it's going to be an extremely
don't spoil it for me
for the sides of Fiends.
Yeah, we need a big Minoan's
I said
Fury.
that hasn't happened yet.
He's pulled in with the Minoan's Fury does lock on. Blazing Duet just to get away. ProDestroy back to the base as well. But uneven locks on to Kush here. Mikasa also pretty low.
They can win this.
Looking for some sort of pick off. Kush finally goes
Mortality is popped.
ProDestroy looking for an angle as well.
Oh my god, that stun.
Mikasa saving the day time and time again in team fights. A lot of damage onto Yasuo.
Flicker
able to pop back onto Kohari, but DA not done just yet. Kohari back onto the base, and DA has locked down. They're going to take us to a game number 3.
Oh man, Trex. The best of 3 matchup. We're coming back into play. This time around, Devious able to take the victory. 19.
You can find that on Liquipedia.
7 and 44. A strong performance coming out of
Devious. Yeah. Liquipedia is being updated. It's got all the heroes being picked.
Momentum is on their side.
It's got everything.
We're gonna try to take care of business this time around. This is kind of the usual performance that majority of us in North America is looking forward to.
Yeah, they even have like the games that were played and what heroes were played in what games. And
even though DA won that game, Fiends still put up a good fight. I think the Fanny pick was maybe, even though it was like literally their last pick, when you're on the red side, there was still one more pick for DA to counter with.
Yeah, Liquipedia messages me quite a bit.
But it was still dealable. But then you put T on the Hilda, and it just kind of sealed the fate for Fiends. Plus the Barats, early on, DA knew their win con, they knew their win condition, they knew what they had to do, bring it into Fiends jungle, steal purples, make ProDestroy have as tough of a game as possible, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and I think the side of Fiends underestimated DA's ability to use the Ruby to get the lockdowns that is necessary for a lot of these team fights, right? We saw pretty much Mikasa just waiting in the backside, looking for the Fanny to cable in.
I feel like T was yelling when they lost the first game.
Every single time on that cable, right? Fanny, maybe he has to come through on the backside.
What is that comment? It says fried chicken CCE girl.
Has definitely worked out. We could even see the Barats getting a few sets mid-air onto Pro Destroy. So
maybe
definitely they have to think about how they can engage with Pro Destroy, make him create some of the impact, or possibly go back to the utility focus, right? Pick up the Fredrin. We saw the Boxia do quite well in the last series. So maybe this time around the Fiends have to adjust a little bit more, because it seems like DA has caught on to the aggressiveness and being able to pull out some of these matchups to win.
I think I'm gonna get a Gatorade. Kind of parched.
Going back to utility could definitely be viable. I mean, it's definitely, we see the possibilities, right? And it's day 2. It's early season. This is the time you get to kind of pull out.
The Fanny pick was already stupid into Brats.
DA had the answers. They were able to answer back very cleanly.
The Ruby and the Brats was like what really,
macro in a sense, able to kind of take out some of those
really
towers,
did it.
Split push,
Drinking some tequila.
DA had their number. They pulled their card and they brought it to them. But now it's game 3, and like you just said, we know Fiends has more things in their pocket they can pull out. They can go back to utility if they want. They can go back to the basics, keep things simple. So I definitely don't think it's over yet. I think game 3 is a toss-up. It is a coin flip right now, because even though DA won that last game, it's not like they just stomp-fested Fiends there. There was some moments where it felt like Fiends could take back that game.
And this is going to be our first best of 3 series, game 3. Right, just what you were kind of projecting in the beginning. We were kind of talking about it like, hey man, maybe today we're not going to get the sweeps coming through, but this time around it's going to be 1 against 1 between DA and Fiends. And now both teams are locking in to see who can get on top of the bracket with this series. Fiends definitely still having extremely strong performances. It seems like their early game, they're lacking a little bit on some of the macro rotations, losing out on just like these like small mistakes that are not pushing them into the gold advantage. Or it could just be DA capitalizing on, you know, knowing the rotations, knowing how the minion waves are manipulated. They're getting these small gold leads,
and the NACT is just
they're pushing quite well. And
this
time around, I do think Fiends
it's a fierce competition now, chat.
Some of their battle strategies, tracks, like it's they have to make sure that they can execute quite well, because this time around this is game 3. Both of them, if they both lose, like it's going to be quite tough, especially in terms of the overall bracket.
LEGACi,
yeah, I think someone we really have to keep our eyes on, and I think Fiends needs to kind of keep a check, is Kohari, right? He has definitely been one of the stars of the team these past 2 games.
Yeah, they are.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with putting a lot of your eggs into the basket of your gold laner. But
you got Fiends to win game 3. What's the poll looking like? We got 71% votes for DA.
For him. They need to have the engage for him, and they need to have enough of a front line, which means they need to pick that utility jungler, right?
Yeah, Irithel and the Claude.
That can kind of.
I mean, it was an interesting pick. I mean, it was a good pick to stay away from the Fanny.
A lot of it, not only the gameplay, but the draft in general. I think that game was decided the moment draft ended. DA knew exactly what they were doing, so Fiends, they need to approach it correctly, because they started off strong.
It is.
DA was willing to give them the trade.
I'll tag Dez in the title, so if you guys want to go check them out.
They were feeling good, and then I think the Fanny pick was just a little bit too risky, a little bit too crazy. If they would have just gone for something safe there, that game could have been a lot different.
Like if you go and edit the YouTube stream, you just do like an @ symbol, and then you can just type in like the person's name and edit link it. So like then the chat, all they have to do is like click on it, and it goes straight to your YouTube page.
Especially when there's a lot of utility junglers that are being popularized, especially in our scene. And the Hilda was just quite perfect to deal with a lot of what Fanny had to do, right? He was there on every single buff. Fanny, I think, missed pretty much like the 2nd blue buff or the 3rd blue buff all the way to the end. DA was able to capitalize on, you know, just not having Fanny.
Oh, you changed your profile or your photo. I was like, what in the heck?
Ability of that
My
buff.
picture, right?
It's a very, very good strategy that
Yeah, I
DA
have to change
performed
it
in.
up.
I just want to say it's.
I was like looking for you, and I was like, this doesn't look like his profile pic, but
And we're seeing
maybe.
the versatility, right? We're seeing
Did you see a black lady
depth of
singing?
their hero pool overall from DA.
I don't think I did. I don't think I did when I looked it up.
Cornered into one specific strategy. They can go.
I thought when I hit the @ symbol, let's see.
I had to change my name because
kind of what we saw there.
that's why I don't
They have a
understand.
lot of opportunity. And
But she had all the views.
sitting on Rome right now, a position that we haven't really gotten to see him on.
Yeah, no. When I type in D, well, it's because I'm subbed to you as well, so it's pulling you up before anybody else.
Have had our eyes on DA, wondering where they will place this season. So I really think.
But I tagged him in the description chat if you want to go check him out as well. Give support and love.
Does Fiends show them that they are here in the NACT to play? That this is a new era for NACT. It's a new year. It's 2024, and the new dogs on the block want to show why they are in here.
Yeah, but you know, regardless, both teams are going to get a point, right? Yeah. Going back to it, both teams have that point on the board. This is kind of like that extra credit. I do think this point is quite important for both of their teams
making it look a little bit better.
Have that point just above, you know.
My foot fell asleep.
And you know, now both teams have that safety.
I'm dying.
Kind of be like, hey, this is gonna be our last game. Whether we win or lose, we've done great in this series. And to come back or to break the momentum.
Yeah, everybody in my chat's liking it as well.
Around, they have to try to figure out maybe a winning strategy, a dominating performance, because it surprisingly tracks. Both teams are so neck to neck in a lot of these team fights. Both
I like seeing them on there all the time too, like how they're rotating.
It out is very, very much similar, and it's definitely proven that Fiends is a team.
Chris, you seen the black lady singing?
And to kind of like go into depth on what you mean by that point, right? So, for example, next series we got BTK versus LEGACi. Both got swept yesterday.
We got
if
the
either
cat
of those teams
on the
get
desk.
swept next match, it doesn't matter who loses here, DA or Fiends. They're going to be a little bit ahead, right? They're going to have that extra point. If any team that got wins yesterday, like Area 77, if Area 77 gets swept later today,
Area 77 won it, their whole team.
is going to have that point ahead of them. You know, it's going to, we're going to start to see the difference mattering and why every game matters.
Yeah, she was pushing for it.
It's the difference between where you get slotted off into playoffs later in the season.
Yeah, and you know,
where am I
now
from?
That Fiends have that point.
North America.
Going to be a third
Missouri.
place standing for them. It's not guaranteed, of
unless
course.
They win. Unless they win. What? Wait. You're already putting it as in DA's got this. DA needs that point.
Didn't he root for Fiends?
Right now, because I truly believe it's 50-50.
Yeah.
Didn't you vote for Fiends? Like, why is he not like he's swapping sides, chat?
We're only talking.
He's a side swapper,
right? We still have tons of matches available. It is still a.
Who do I think is gonna win the NACT? I don't know.
Because it's hard to get matches. This is
Trekk's got some wild hair right now.
The best of the best, the royal clash of all these teams lined
I
up.
gotta check on these teams.
So many new players coming in. We really don't know what's gonna happen.
Okay,
like, this is,
it's just the stream's delayed.
Team seems a lot more neck to neck, right? We have Fiends up here creating some uprising. We have A77 beating the Kings of the Kings. And now this time around, Treks, we get our game 3 between Devious and Fiends.
Now, this is what we like to call a rubber band match. The bounce back.
A rubber band match.
Match number 3.
We as casters have always been saying that.
First one of NACT right here, and I love that background music.
You like the greens too?
Up against Fiends. DA gonna be on the blue side.
He's got the green and the pink, like he is for your St. Patrick's Day.
Angela. They take out the CC. This time they're gonna leave things.
I don't have anything green.
Up to Fiends. Like, do they trade up here, right? So DA has the option, right? Do we ban out the Nolan? Do we ban out the Vexana here? Those are kind of the main things you want to watch out for. Bratz.
This match,
still open.
I vote for DA. I'm still voting for DA.
Open ban, like they leave.
Fiends is looking good though.
They go for the Claude. So now Fiends' option is, we might not even touch the Nolan or the Vexana. We force DA into a trade here.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because in this series,
I got a doggo right here.
The assassins have lost. We
saw about the rap to the music.
was taken out from Boxia, even though the Joy had a great early game, getting all the objectives. Late game, it seems like these utility-focused junglers.
Maybe I do have something green.
Too much, like having so much.
I had a green hoodie, but I had to leave it in Indo because I didn't have enough room in my suitcase to
soaking up
put all of my
ultimates coming out from the side of Fiends.
My merch.
Was able to dominate into that mid and late game. Now this time around, I do want to predict. I want to say that both teams see that this utility focused style is much safer, much consistent, and I think we're going to see a matchup between the Fredrins, the Akai, and the Boxias, and maybe even the Brats comes out to play because the Nolan has been banned.
I had to wear my Echo jersey for like 40 hours.
We also know that DA did lose picking up both of those heroes, so it might be
Give me
a
that
little bit of
squeaky
like
toy. Come on now.
a strategy
What are
that
you doing?
wants to just bait out and be like, hey,
Look at this.
those
Look at this
picks.
dog.
We're gonna go with the same strategy once again.
I don't think DA's good for I think big chance. I think they're thinking about it, right? They're like, oh, okay. They win for the Nolan ban. They pick up the.
You want to see Fiends get the win?
So Fiends, yeah, definitely possible for an export.
Fiends strong, but it was countered pretty well.
Again, but they know that hey, Yato could just pick up the Nana again. I think Fiends knows that like DA has some of those answers, and DA, whether they are or not, I feel like they, in their minds, they have the driving. They got the steering wheel of this draft right now, right? They're putting Fiends. They're checking them right now. Like they're player checking them. All right, we're banning out the Angela. We're not.
Fanny isn't like super good. Like it's just very situational.
Let's see how deep your hero pool goes.
Atlas,
Fiends calls it back. Fine.
I'm streaming here, bud.
You want to aim for Kohari?
Get out of there.
Pick up the next best thing. We're gonna lock in the carry, and we're gonna go for the Minotaur.
Give me that. Give me that.
What's meta.
Give me that.
This draft is definitely getting spicy right now.
I'm being attacked by animals right now, chat.
To the box, to the Brats.
I got cats and I got dogs all around me.
But I don't know about.
I'm gonna go let them outside. I think he needs to use the
restroom. I feel
restroom.
like there's a lot of good heroes that are available that was banned out between the first and the second game. For example, the Novaria, right? The side of DA has been focusing on that ban, and Novaria is quite good against a lot of these frontline tanky units. The second skill provides a lot of slow and it's instant. Also, the ultimate can slow down the Barats. Another option that Fiends could have went for would be the Lilia, right? And Lilia is traditionally good against a lot of the immobile, sustain, utility-focused jungler, but we love the Ruby pick coming out from the side of DA. The success that Mikasa had on the Ruby was so impactful, shutting down every opportunity that Fiends had to look to engage. And this time around, picking it up is such a strong showing. But the response, Trex, we called it out. The export gets picked up by Uneven. And I think that is a great response.
And the export has been an answer to the Brats for a while, but here's the thing. Xborg, yes, he kites, but it's not like a long-range kite. And when you have something like a Ruby on the field, you mash that up along with the Vixana, who's got crazy burst damage right now. It's simple. It's kind of similar to how back in the day, the Farza was very good at countering the Xborg because you had the stun, and then one big hit, you get rid of that Fraga armor, right? So I think DA does have some answers to it. Same thing, one of the problems, one of the issues for Kohari on this carry, it's a close-range marksman, man, and you are in high risk of that I'm offended at all times. You're in high risk of getting knocked up by that Eternal Guardian at all times. Now, coming to the second phase of bans, Fiends don't decide to hone in to the gold lane here. They're going to take out the Tigreal.
Damn, Trex, you took it out of my word, like you took it out of my mouth. I thought Fiends was gonna focus on the gold lane, right?
Yeah.
Take out the Brody. Don't let DA take that Brody. Maybe even take out the Rithel, which Toru has done quite well on that hero. But DA, the response, the Novaria, I think it's definitely warranted. The Novaria got banned out the first 2 games. I also think a Fairmiss or a Lilia should be the second option. But with so many mages available, I do think it's gonna be quite hard to get that focus ban off of Fiends. Maybe they could find a matchup that's good for the Vexana, but I don't think that if DA lets the Lilia available, a lot of the players nowadays love the Purify against the Vexana. Just running
the cat stole my chair, chat.
Purify on the ultimate and just using that black shoes after the dive. I do think that's a strategy Fiends is going to come up with. The Bruno gets banned out. I'm scared. The Brody is available, and
what are we looking at? What are we looking at?
100% thinking about that pick.
I think it's like they just got beat by the Aerithil, right? I think Fiends is also in the mindset of like, let's not like they can pick up something a little off-brand and still beat us. So maybe we don't waste the ban on just marksman. Maybe we waste it on something that could really mess us up, right? So in their minds, it's the Tigreal could be a problem if they lock that in. But it's tough there because there's still the flexibility with T on the Ruby. They could put it in the XP lane, right? So maybe it would have been better just to go straight into EXP, but in the end, Fiends have to make that choice. DA, on the other hand, do they ban out the Nana here, right? Like, do they just go straight into Mage here? They go for the Fermies instead, which I think is also a decent ban.
But Lilia is available, and once again, the traditional counter of that Vexana. A lot of people love the Lilia going down mid, so I do think this might be a small mistake. Pro Destroyer, once again, hey man, the utility-focused junglers are back in style. The Boxia gets picked up to match up against the Barats, and I do think this is a much better matchup, right? The
Fiends, DA.
It's so hard playing the assassin.
Can't believe they're going at it like this, chat.
This time around, I do think
the Fiends came to play.
Is much more balanced. They have the front line available. They have 2 HP shredding heroes, and paired up with a long-range mage like the Farsa, the Lilia, even the Xavier, they might have an opportunity to kind of just siege from the backside, outrange the Vexana, and
stay hydrated, kids.
Shred the front lines of Devious, because the Barats and the Ruby, it's not an unbeatable combination. They have a lot of HP, but they are also extremely immobile. If they get the range and get the slow around, it might come and play. Excitement tracks.
That is spicy right there. The Harith pick into the gold lane. I was wondering if and when we were going to see it this season. It's always kind of that gold lane pick that comes in here and there, then you don't see it for a month or two, and then it pops back in, and we get to see it early, this NACT. It does have the poke. It has the ability to kind of keep this carry at bay in the laning phase. And there is a big amount of damage. The only problem is, on the side of DA, there's no huge physical damage dealer here. I'm wondering if this Thamuz is going to maybe not be as much of the utility XP laner, but more of like, we lock in Corrosion Scythe early on, we maybe go for the War Axe, we go for this full damage build on this
Welcome back. I had to let my dog out too, so.
As the last 2 items.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting because the Harith, it's typically a guarantee win onto the gold lane. They could put any marksmen, maybe besides an early game Brody, and the Harith should be able to out trade with the first skill along with the mobility and just being able to just dominate that lane.
I want to see if the Harith can keep up with the comp. X-Borg's going to be nasty. I like FNS's.
Negating a lot.
I mean, the Lilia like synergizes with the Minnow really well, and so can the carry.
With the Ice Queen one.
And the Lilia and the carry synergize pretty well to slow down, to slow someone down and to take him out. So I like that. For Devious Activity,
it's also really good.
Yeah, like they got a good draft as well.
Want to say that I
like the hair. The Thamuz is quite wild.
Right, we've seen him kind of walk around and defending Pro Destroyer here and there, but this time around I want to see him go a little bit more aggressive, push T out of uncomfortable situation. I
think it's gonna be hard for them to deal with that.
Minotaur is gonna be one of those traditional front line tanks. They're not
gonna have too much of an impact early on.
The first skill is on quite a high cooldown, and the dash is not that far away, so it's gonna be quite a defensive, reactive roamer this time.
I feel like the Ruby is going to have a little bit of a tough time.
Extremely annoying here. And
everybody's kind of really tanky on the team. Ooh.
Yeah, muscle and magic on the
Aiding him.
Aiding him. He got baited. Oh my god.
First blood deleted. Taken out. Kohari. The egg in the basket is cracked right now for Fiends.
Yeah, and you know, we saw that flicker, aggressive flicker coming out from Yato. That's almost like a blind flicker going in. It's not guaranteed that he can land those spells, but this man, of course, with the experience that he has, is able to hit those spells that he needs necessary to get that kill on the bot side. Even pop
they adjusted their cameras
early on, so a small advantage for the side of Devious. A great early game performance, and you could even see Kush having a small lead in terms of some of the jungle creeps.
I love that small decision from T though too. It's like, yes, we
Thank
send
you,
Yato
Manifest.
down for an early game gold lane gank, but T holds the wave in mid side so that Yato can get back and still
No one's
get the
played
experience
Ling.
and still
I
get
haven't
the
seen
gold from
Ling
it.
in
So,
tournaments.
a
I haven't
very,
watched
minute
any of the
thing
NPLs
that
though.
makes the big differences in the long
Yeah.
haul for DA.
Do you know how
Yeah, and
garbage Ling
look
is
at
right
it,
now?
DA
It's like
has
F
all
tier.
the level
That
four
is
that they
actually
need
a whole
to get
different
this
tier just for
objective
Ling.
going. Still a little
That
bit
boy
late,
said he's
but
not even on the
just
character scale.
Destroy able to get in,
His
looking
Link
for
tier.
Yato able to take the turtle though. Destroy taking a lot of damage.
Damn,
DA.
Oh.
He's in the midst and he can't get away. Taking
that's
out
tough.
another kill for the side of
And
Devious
they're looking for
Activity.
more.
A good
That looks
snowball coming out
early
from
is
DA,
kinda-
able to grab
kinda
up that
over.
objective along with a kill, pushing up to a 2-0 advantage along with the objective of Mikasa here, caught in a bad situation. I do think he's going to be able to just sliver away with not much health.
I mean, he does get chipped down though. Has to be careful.
So
Overall, uneven tries to
7.
find the kill using the last insanity, but Mikasa able to get away safely. T now looking for the pickoff. Has the offended,
Ooh,
pulls
nice
uneven, back in, and Yato picks up another
Magic.
kill, and Owen's Fury comes
Kills
down and finds
Mikasa,
Mikasa.
backs out.
It's a 1-for-1, but I think it's a good trade because Yato now 2-0-1.
they really
on
need to
this
fix the
Vexana.
jungle, chat. Like,
Yeah, Yato's getting
it
a
just
little bit
doesn't-
scary.
you
We saw the
have
Vexana
to-
come out in
and-
the last
and I
game.
don't
Didn't
even know
have
if
the
it's
impact
really
that
the
Yato has this
jungle.
time around. And also,
I think
the
it's the
magic damage that's
Lord.
backed up by
Like, I feel
Devious
like
is
they
not
need
only
to
from Yato. If he
revamp the
falls,
turtle and the
that's
lord.
fine.
There needs
They
to be
have
more
Toru on the
major
bot
objectives
side
in the jungle.
doing God's work here, getting that
Yeah,
lane
that's
in
true.
check, and Kohari struggling a little
Because
bit
right now,
on
like
this
the
side.
utility jungles are just
Engaged a little bit.
annoying.
He's gonna get away though.
He should be all right. Yato's here to help out, but Fiends gonna now move on to Yato. The Tortoise Poisons getting a little bit of damage, but down comes the Guardian, able to get the knock up. Chirobani doesn't want to let him get
What up,
away, but
Zeke?
takes a big burst to the
Don't have
face.
too much fun in here.
Pops the black shoes.
Good-
Kush
good
now
hosting,
cutting
brother.
out. Chirobani
Sure,
in
bud.
trouble. Kush doesn't even use the Tona's welcome. They get the kill. Yato on another
Ooh.
one. Magic.
Oh, yeah, they're gonna-
now
they
get
got
punched
that
up.
too.
Toru gonna start poking
oh, the
down.
flicker.
Forces the
Yeah,
flicker just to get
yeah.
away, and Fiends
That was
on
good,
the
that was
back
good.
foot right now. Kush now gonna come in, invade onto the blue buff.
Nah,
Not even waiting for the rest of the
their
team.
chance
It's just
was on that
Magic and
second
Pro
game.
Story.
I think
they just need to give this up.
It's battle for the purple. The knockup
Yeah.
comes down from
Oh.
Magic. Pro
Man,
Story
that's
still
kinda
unable to
wasted
get a
his
T,
ult.
actually
No
with the
follow up.
Like they
Not
didn't even
much
get the
damage
blue,
coming
but
out
T
from
got
Fiends
it.
side once again.
Pro
It seems
Destroy
like they really
Destroy
need
should have
Kohari
just
to
like left and went to the
rotate
other
around
side of the map.
do the damage that they're
Like, he just wasted so
looking
much
for. 'Cause
time right
DA
there, just
now
staring at his
dominating
blue buff
on
go
all parts
get
of the map.
taken.
Took care of that
Look,
blue
he's
buff,
invading him
and
now,
now
at least.
taking the objective.
Yeah, he is
that's
invading.
a
Yeah,
little
yeah, that's good.
0 on the turtle clock.
Ooh.
4-1 is the
That's a
overall
little risky. He's
scoreboard.
solo.
2K lead.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Big
Nice
flicker on the
engage.
fence.
Oh my
Two
god.
members down.
Damn.
Turo plus Pro Destroy gets destroyed. Devious Activity making a statement.
Showing love from
Yeah,
G-Stream.
1-0 and
Thank
4
you,
is T's
my
score.
beta
He
dog.
has the impact
Appreciate you.
already early on.
You can
We did
definitely
see
tell
game
that,
one, he didn't have the impact that he was looking for,
that,
but definitely game
like,
2 and now game 3.
Fiends'
he is all
like
over the
gameplay
map,
is,
and
like-
Yato, the duo that we've been looking
Like
for,
lacking.
is
It
performing
yeah, it
on the
seems like it's
level
like
that
yeah,
we
like
expect them
it's
to.
sad,
DA
like a sad
outclassing
gameplay.
Fiends right now, and pretty much
they're
the
trying, but they're
micro
not
and
like
macro,
going as hard
it's
as they
gonna
were
be
in the first
extremely
game.
hard to deal with. Fiends have to try and just grab up whatever they can and maybe farm on the opposite side.
They're
of the map,
making-
because
they're
I
making
think now
mistakes.
Kohari is going to be the one that has to lead them into the victory.
The YT,
Ooh.
the Yati, the duo in the
The
mid-side.
YT.
Paired up with Kush, and it's definitely deadly right now. Fiends unable to control the pressure.
Dude, like, how does he even
Devious
come up with
Activity
that?
knows it. They smell blood. They're gonna keep up with the engages, keep up with the invaders.
You just gotta think of random
Down
shit.
Kush gonna hop in. All of them get knocked
Ooh.
up, but they don't
Oh,
care.
yeah,
They
Ko-
keep on
Kohari
pressing.
get out of there.
And Magic is
Yeah, Kohari's
deleted.
on his feet.
Chirobani pops the black shoes, but he pops it and it's a 4
Neighbors.
members
Oh,
on
God.
the tower. Kush doesn't care.
might be able to
He's
do
looking for the
something.
kill, and he gets it.
Oh, he's gonna
Uneven.
get
Oh,
killed.
Now,
Nah,
maybe
he
coming in a
got
little bit too
bursted.
late. Props the frag.
Oh, he
armor.
flickered.
Have to
Force
flicker
the flicker
out.
back.
Yeah.
DA still chasing. This is
Damn.
their jungle now.
Yeah, I do think Devious pretty much has everything going for them. It's about a 5K gold lead, 6 minutes in. And when we talk about the gold lead, when it's pretty much similar to the time that's on the clock, it pretty much smells trouble for the other team. And I do think Devious is completely dominating in this matchup so far. it's going to be hard for Fiends to kind of get back, and they have to try and clear these waves, and they have to try and give more time to Kohari. Maybe less engagement. Maybe
Kohari's 1v1 in Thermals. Let me see that. Let me see that.
Map,
Cameraman,
try to get
let me see
a
that.
pick off with the numbers, and if you don't have the numbers, just back off. But the 1 versus 1, Kohari falls to Mikasa here.
He got a solo kill. I don't know why he tried to 1v1 in
rough. I mean,
Thermals.
Kohari already lost the kill. Toru also.
It is true.
Right now.
Okay. You're
Kohari's
behind
got a lot of
by
resources.
6k gold.
Especially when you're behind. Yeah.
Fiends need to buy time, but
And then you're just like, let me take this solo in.
Fiends able to
Hey,
get
what
that
are you
orange
doing?
buff there.
What are
Destroy
you
puts it
doing?
under himself.
Mino
Eternal
keeps
Guardian
open
is
to
also
defend
such
balls,
a
bro.
nuisance, and it
I
gives
don't like
Yato so much space to just zone and pressure onto Fiends.
Yeah, it seems like Devious pretty much has the strategies available. They're
Like
winning
getting a
again
buff is
across
not
the
game
map.
changing, bro.
And this time
Oh.
around, 9-1 is the scoreboard.
Atlas.
They're looking to siege
Lay
onto
down,
the
buddy.
top side. Fiends, they have to try to figure out a strategy to shut down Yato. 4-0-4 is pretty ridiculous here. They try to have to find a way to dive onto the backside, and I don't think Fiends in any way is struggling in these team fights. I feel like Magic is setting it up quite well with the knockup, but whoa.
A lot of damage on a Kohari. DA able to find another one. They brought him into their own tower. They're like, listen, you're coming this way. You're coming with us. And I like it. Right now,
Let's see,
DA,
let's see.
This is looking reminiscent of what
I gotta make sure.
did to them in game number 1. It's 10-1 right now, UA.
Yeah, but this time around,
LG
Devious
is
has
all in
pretty
there.
much the gold lead and the kill lead versus the last time in game.
Waiting on
Fiends
BTK to get
had
in.
the kill lead, but no objective and no gold lead. So this is gonna be a hard match for Fiends to get back into
Ooh.
the
Big
game.
I'm offended. Paired up.
Yeah, Magic's
with that
dead. Oh,
huge
nice
hit on
flicker.
Magic tries to get the knockup, but the rest of the team
But
isn't
nah,
there to
no
capitalize. Pro Destroy still wants to go for it, though. Uneven. Maybe looking for a last
tanky.
insanity. Wants to get a little bit of burn onto the rest of the team. Devious Activity does fall back, but now they're looking for the re-engage. T with the concealed play. Able to get a little bit of poke onto Pro Destroy there. More damage coming from Yato. This man is 5-0-1. Fearless under the tower.
Both
pushing
drafts are
back
so good,
Fiends
but Devious
single-handedly.
Activity is just...
Yeah,
I don't know
Yato's
what
movement's kinda
switch
crazy
they
here. You never
flipped,
see
but-
the Vexana on the backside just trying to zone out away from their tower from the back ends. 11.
They definitely got their stuff together.
Scoreboard. We're heading into this 8-9 minutes where
I
we're
think it
going to
was-
that mid
I mean,
game. The Lord is
It's the
coming up.
Vexana, man. You just cannot let
Too much
Vexanas
to
go
handle for the
through.
side
You
of
need to
Fiends.
pick
I
them.
don't think a
Vexana is
contestation
way too
even
strong for team
possible
fights right now.
here. Maybe they should look to the opposite side of map and try to get a pick off, but no, Kohari is still going to be on the top
crazy.
side. It's quite a tough situation. I just don't really know if Fiends has what it takes, especially with this comp and this gold deficit, to be able to find a strategy to get back into
Yeah, they're
this
almost
series.
9k ahead.
I mean, Fiends had a great game 1. Game 2, they showed
Yeah,
a
it's
little bit of
looking really
promise,
textbook
but
right
game
now.
3, DA is
Like,
showing
DA
why
is
they're
just
here, why they're
looking good.
debated as a top 3 right now. DA, though,
say
doesn't want to let up the
Midland,
gas at
you got
all,
Aiden,
and this
is
is where
that-
the boys become men.
Damn.
Can Fiends turn an 8K, 10K
Bro,
gold lead
Vexana's so
around?
strong.
A
Everything
lot of
that
damage on
has
DA
it
there.
is-
Yato keeping up the pressure, though. Mons Force
Such a
is
strong
down.
mage.
Black Shoes comes out from Churro. DA decides to take things slow. They got a Lord coming down the bot side. They want one big push all together.
And again, this is kind of like the first series that Fiends is actually on the back foot. I know
Was that a
it's only game
concealed
2,
play?
but Fiends has not been tested on a losing matchup, and this time around, they're definitely
no armor.
losing the matchup.
Oh,
It's
they
been quite
baited
tough
it a
for
little
them
bit
to
out.
defend here, but the Lord marched down the
Ooh,
bot side.
Minnow
Just
in?
power
Comes in with a big
Oh,
flicker, able to get
Minnow?
Fury onto several members, but no
Dude, they don't have
inside of
damage.
Fiends. Yato goes down,
Nah.
Churro able to
Oh,
find
they split
one.
him, though.
Fiends
Destroy,
now
too deep.
fighting back. Pro Destroy drops, though. Kohari able to find Yato, but still not enough. Fiends does defend, though, and that is promising.
Full items in a
10 minutes
miracle
in.
set.
Kohari
You ain't
now
capping.
do a little more damage onto T there. DA not letting up. It might be time to back off. Mikasa finds a tower in the boss side. DA taking a very split up approach. Can Fiends
Yo,
capitalize
Kohari's
on
really
it? No!
aggressive.
Kohari
Hold on.
able to use
Oh,
the
wait,
purify.
wait.
What?
Sidestep,
Oh, it's working.
get
Oh.
the kill
Working.
onto Mikasa. Now Kush is on the run.
They need to take.
Fighting
Yeah. Oh, there's the
back with
the
their
base is getting
wall.
pushed.
Shut
Drop
down.
down, too.
The double kill, putting a big chunk of gold into Kohari's pocket.
And finally,
that might have,
Fiends
yeah,
is
that
able
changed,
to
hold on,
win
that
a
might have
team fight, right?
gave them a chance.
And you know, Kohari's position was
Carry
actually
gets
quite
burned.
interesting. He was.
Ooh, I
in
mean,
the
if they
backside.
take out
Right,
Toro
right,
right now,
I'm
ooh,
offended.
ooh,
Kohari's Amon's force paired up with
That-
Kohari. You're not going to be able to outplay that one. A killing spree for Toru.
God.
And it's just extremely tough.
He walked up
right?
too far
Fiends is
without
just
the-
unable
Yeah,
to
without
find
the team.
any fights to their advantage, and suddenly they're able to get a
That's what
kill
happens when you go
off here and
Purify,
there,
man.
but
Like,
the counter
yeah,
play
it's
from
good.
Devious is just too fast. The
But,
goal is just
you can't be
too
that
hard
aggressive.
to handle.
Yeah.
But I do think Fiends still have a strategy in place to be able to defend against this, right? Push the game out longer. Get the carry to scale well, because quite honestly, Harith is a magic damage gold lane. He doesn't have the ability to scale as well as the true damage and the attack speed coming out from carry. So if Fiends slow down the pace, try to set up the fights a little bit better, or even not fight at all, right?
Oh, Magic?
Just clear the waves, slow it down,
Oh,
but
man.
no fight.
No flicker for Magic, though. Does
Double
get the knock up on
knockoff.
2 members.
Oh.
Oh, that
And
X, bro. Is that a
goes
double?
down. Make
Holy
it 2
shit.
T. The Yati combo
Ooh.
taken out for a
They
price
just
of
need to
nothing.
get Harith at this
DA,
point.
Bash is pulling up,
be
Bash
careful,
is pulling
Oh,
Kohari.
oh.
They gotta
Ever
help
so
carry.
aggressive as always, but it's okay because the rest of the
Yo,
team's here.
Mikasa.
Uneven,
They're
taking a
losing
lot
a
of damage,
3v5
still
right
has the
now.
immortality though, so he's
Yeah.
good to stay, good to hang out.
That's that
good to
10k gold
play.
lead.
Pro destroy.
Well, not anymore.
Back with Fiends,
Oh,
still
nobody
fighting
dies,
with the
though.
Toru.
Uh-oh,
Wait,
Mikasa?
Mikasa's dead.
Yeah. Oh, but they lost.
Oh, but-
Finds him.
Bro, destroy.
Toru, though, it's 3
Fuck.
for 1 right
Oh.
now. Toru
Oh
wants
my
more,
God.
making a double. Even when DA's
the
counted
Harp is
out for a
hurting, though.
fight, they still find the win, taking another tower down.
Unblockable?
Yeah,
Maybe.
and Toru just on the backside deleting members
That
of Fiends
damage
left and
from
right. The
Harith
damage
is
coming
just-
out onto that Lilia was completely
Nah, Fiends actually
just
has really good
dominating
late game, so
that
we'll see.
matchup. And now
But they have to
Devious
defend this next
Activity's
Lord coming
on
up.
the objective, 13 minutes, and this is going to be the second Lord, the Luminous Lord, marching down. It's going to be either on the top side and the bot side, and just leaves Fiends 1 tower to defend onto the mid. It's a pretty bad situation,
Alright, guys.
if you ask me.
I'm gonna leave it
6K gold
to
lead. It's
Dez here.
less
I'm
than
gonna
what it was before, but
I gotta
this
go
time
check on
around,
BTK and
I think
LG and get them
Fiends
ready
have
for
a
the
little
next
bit of
game.
confidence. They kind of figured out that, hey, maybe they can win a fight here and there, and as long as Kohari does not overextend here,
Nah,
I
he
do
can't 1v1
think
him no
that
more.
Fiends have the
Yeah.
confidence to be able to win a fight or
And
two.
Kohari
With
has
that
to back
confidence,
out.
maybe Devious might overextend.
That's it.
But
Somebody
with
has
the
to
gold
go.
lead and how Devious is playing, I do think this is going to be a really hard
Yato's going to
defense.
push back.
We gotta
So they
start
can
with
see.
Kohari.
Oh,
the
Kohari's too
Brave,
deep.
Man. This
What is he
man
doing? Where your
alone
mama?
Way too
Oh, he's
much.
gone, he's
All
gone.
the
He had
time,
to
but the rest of his
purify
team
out,
is able to
though.
get back to safety.
He's
He
here
does
now.
lose a utility there.
He hooks the
Does
Minnow.
that
Minnow
fight?
might be
Magic
dead.
in
Minnow's dead.
trouble. Magic
Close.
unable to get
Damn, he got bursted.
Minoan's Fury down. This is going to look like trouble for the side.
might actually
of
be over
Fiends.
now.
All they had to
That's
do was
it.
defend this Lord. Last a few
No
more minutes, and maybe
Minotaur.
they had a chance.
Actually, they have
But
a lot
now,
of wave clear,
DA
but
marching in,
just
the
way
pressure
too
on the
behind.
last and standing in the backside.
Oh,
Able to get some
good
nice ship
damage.
damage on to
Good
Kush
damage.
there.
Kush is low.
Gonna go down, unable to lock on the Detoners. Welcome the Lord, getting shredded. Fiends still
They have a
alive,
wave
still
spawning in
hanging
10
on,
seconds. They
swinging
have to
from the
hold on.
chandelier right now. Toru takes
Oh
down the
my
tower.
god. See with
Pro
the
Destroy
hook.
pulled in from
Mikasa's
the
1
offended. Pro
HP.
Destroy goes down. Kohari popping
Oh, careful.
off as usual.
Nah, he's fine.
Fiends
They're so
trying
low.
to hang out, but
Oh.
Toru pops Manon's force.
Uneven-
unable to lock on
uneven
Kohari.
flicker.
But wait a second.
Holy
Kush taking out
shit.
the last insanity. Uneven still has the
3 of them are 1
immortality.
HP,
Procs
bro.
it. Black shoes from
Carry can
Churro.
chase them.
Fiends survive. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh,
They lose
Minnow
the tower.
flicker.
Magic still pushing forward.
Hits
No one's Fury
absolutely
locks onto
nobody.
No one, but
My
Kohari
thoughts and
don't
prayers to
care.
you, my boy.
He's the brave. He's
They're
united.
still
He's
chasing.
on the chase.
They
And
have to defend
DA
the
is
base.
kicked out of
Expo's
hell.
there, though.
And Fiends have a
Damn.
great defense there.
That has to be
They're able to
tilted,
take
bro.
out
3 of
Kush
them 1
in that
HP.
huge
They can't
engagement, and
kill
an
him.
even 3, 1, and 4. Playing such a great game. They're able to defend
They're still in
onto
it,
this
though.
inner
They're still in
base,
it.
essentially, and that's the only thing
They
that they
should've known
have
it.
left. Now, Devious this time around with the Lord coming up in 50 seconds, they're definitely going to be having, they definitely have the advantage in terms of the position in the river, right? They have all the towers available, and even if they do lose this fight, I do think Devious has enough insurance with all the outer towers available to sacrifice that.
Ooh,
But
nice hook.
Fiends, they don't got anything
Damn,
left.
that Minnow's getting
Magic. He
bursted,
keeps doing
bro.
it. UA.
What is he building,
What is he
Shah?
doing?
1-5-5 is
getting
scored
burst,
for
though.
Magic, but Kohari, the man
Why
himself,
is
going in.
wait.
Brave. We call
Why
this
is
man the
Kohari all
brave
the way
because he's
there?
in the midst all the time.
Oh, hold
It's
on
one
now,
versus
hold on
the
now.
world,
They're turning
and
it
he's
around.
coming out on top.
Now he had
Wait
to
a second,
purify
no.
out.
DA trying
one
to turn
HP.
around. Kohari takes a big chunk of damage, forced to run away. Mikasa
Maybe, yeah,
with
Minute's
the
gonna be up for
sustainability
Lord,
there.
let's see if they can
It's
fight
going
them.
to be on the
their
determination
waves
of
are
if
too pushed
he can
in.
get
They have to
that
defend
ultimate
bot,
onto Kohari or even
top.
Toru, right? We saw the hair kind of pop
Yeah,
off
they're gonna try to
7-0
rush
and
this.
6.
Let's see.
He's full items, full build, probably the richest
They
man
saw
on the side
Kari
of
bot,
DA
they're
and has
just
the
gonna
mobility
burst
to
it,
get
yeah.
on to the carry.
Kari's
But
not down.
if he
Alright,
does
we're
not
back,
fight
we're
as
back.
well as the carry should have the late game potential to
Another
kind of mow
Lord,
down
yeah.
any of the front lines of DA.
Is the
Now,
audio going
Fiends,
wild?
The
It
Lord
shouldn't be
is
going
gonna
wild.
marching down onto their side again. This time they do not have the mid side.
Dude, how is this
insurance.
game still
And,
going on?
man,
This
look
is
at Kohari, they're
wild.
even pushing on to the
They are
bottom side.
holding
There's
out.
a recall, but
It's already late
I,
game, bro.
I'm
It's
not
just,
sure about this. I
they
think he
have
has
no
to go home here.
towers. But they have a lot
Yeah,
of
they gotta
wave
stay
players.
home. What is
Yo, look
Kohari
at Carry.
doing?
Look at Carry.
He's always
Oh.
on the other side of the map.
Mikasa ain't
Might be
stupid,
trying to
though.
take on Mikasa
He's
here.
not gonna
Mikasa
one-to-one.
pops the Cotter
He just wants to bait him.
Ward is getting melted
Oh,
down. They don't
external
even need
ult.
Kohari to defend it. But he's got to get back to base because the rest of the team is closing in. It's a 5v4. Kohari
They
back
got
on the map.
minions
Protosword takes a
now.
lot of damage from
Carry's
Toru.
back.
Yeah, but super minions are coming in.
Still defending.
Bro, they
17
can't
minutes
end.
in.
That's
They want to make this
That's
go the long haul.
crazy.
Buy a bit more time, and that's what
That's
they're
so
trying to
much
do
waste
right
there.
now. Fiends able.
Oh!
to
my
back
God.
away.
Bullshit.
Minoan's Fury.
Is this it?
Combo
T?
to
He's
the
dead.
last
He's
insanity. Melted
Mikasa?
down. Mikasa gonna fall
No
next
ammo,
to
no ammo.
Kohari.
Kohari,
The
chill,
Brave is
chill,
on the
chill. Kohari,
triumph.
chill.
Toru though, looking for the one.
Oh my
God!
God.
Taken out in
Holy
that
fuck,
set.
the
Toru
Haru
with the
damage.
double kill, carrying his
That's
team on his
too
shoulders.
much.
Nah, they fucked up their chance.
Gonna try to close
Kohari
this
went
out.
to
It's 1-1. This is for all the marbles, and it's only day 2. This is the game we wanted to see. 7,000 gold lead for DA. 3 members. Gonna try to
Hey.
8
close.
seconds
They
for a
don't wanna
minute.
let up.
Let's get
Zaman's
that
force
wave,
drops
get that
down.
wave.
Last standing lock on to Toru, but he doesn't care. He's unfazed, unaffected. He is coherent.
Nah,
Shut
it's
down.
over.
Legendary. Uneven falls, and DA may be able to end this here. Pro Destroy
It's over.
takes a lot of damage. Push back.
Unless
Fiends
Churro,
still there. It's nothing
let's
but
say
Churro
two
body
minions.
versus the world, and that will be
Nah, GG.
it. Devious
Damn, they
Activity,
fucked up their only
after a
chance.
long haul, takes
Yeah,
game
Gina went crazy in
number
the hurry.
3.
Gina went crazy.
Oh man,
The
Devious
fuck?
Activities taking this series 2-1 against pretty much the underdogs here. We like
That was crazy.
Right? Devious Activities proving that they
The
are
fuck is
still going to
Kohari
be the
doing?
contenders of this series. And honestly, Fiends
While
played
Kohari
a great game.
also did,
I
he
honestly
literally
thought that
posted
they had a
I
good
mean-
chance to defend underneath their tower.
That's not
I think
frozen
he
for
was
me.
trying to,
Still
like,
feels like
he's
Kohari's
trying to
a little
bait
bit
them
over aggressive
because he has a lot of
in a few of
mobility
those
and just
situations.
bait them,
But
but-
Trex, take us.
Yeah, I'm watching his
Just
delay.
Takes up Devious.
I'm still a little breathless, you know. I'm still working on getting myself back together right now. But no, yeah, KDA 24-9, 48 overall, a lot of kills, a lot of assists. I like it. It was a great game number 3. I mean, overall, DA though does come out on top, and I
It
think
was
one of the
winnable game.
reasons
I know,
why
bro.
is
I know.
because
Oh.
they were able to just
My
take
game.
it slow. They
Especially
never
that last
overextended.
engage, that looked
And
like they
when we
could've
look at the
won
side
that
of
team fight and
Fiends,
ended,
it
but
was
then-
very kind of
Oh.
Kohari went to
put
dig,
it
tried to
all on
1v1
the
Harris,
line.
and
And
he
I
got
think when you're
bursted.
at that point, you kind of do have to go
The
for that.
total
When you're at
KDA of the
10,000
team is
gold deficit,
insane.
you kinda have to
24,
live that way,
9, and
but maybe it was just
48.
a little bit too much.
And the performance coming out from
Yeah,
Toru in that last 2 games has been quite the great performance, quite the beautiful performance here.
Yeah.
He hit that legendary. He was chunking
Koharu
numbers
was
left
just
and right
like
and played
out of
a
place and
complete,
not
clean and perfect
following
game
up
for the
well
side
with
of
their
Devious.
team.
So definitely an
Kohari
MVP
throws so hard.
candidate. Coming
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
this
mostly, but
series.
also,
But
like,
on
that
the
Minotaur
other
was
hand,
getting
right,
caught a lot.
Fiends,
Yeah,
I
true.
honestly- I felt like Kohari did.
Every time he would go in, he would just
The
get like
center of the
knocked up
attention
by
that everyone's looking
Vexana.
at is
Yeah,
going to be
but-
Kohari
and
and his
T will
position,
hook him.
and I
Yep.
think he did quite well.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it feels like the team
I
just
guess
did
it's
not,
just bad synergy
did not
and
find the
positioning
engagement
from
that
a
they
lot
were
of them.
looking for, and Devious able
Kohari
to
too
take
aggressive?
care of
Yeah,
business, taking
it
this
was.
series
Yeah, whenever we can get
2-1
those.
here. The team statistics on the board. 24, 9, and 48 is the overall KDA for the side of Devious. And just looking at the KDA, it's a very one-sided match here, right? Devious winning
that was crazy
every scrimmage possible. And ooh, look who we have back in the deck.
He's like, who's this?
Dude, those games were crazy.
Why is Shrek's laughing at him?
Toru's like, nah, bro, we don't do that here. And then takes it straight to him, dude. Absolutely
Zeke?
awesome.
He's he does like a lot of background stuff for North America teams. This is the first time he's come out to be like a host.
That guy right now, and but DA said you're not him, and they brought it back. And
let me cook.
Those games were awesome.
Zeke, I love the vibe.
I'm not sure.
Thought I was like the most dad vibe on the desk out of all the NACT casters, but now we have Zeke.
For me was
a dad vibe.
Exactly
with
when
the
they
cool
picked
words,
it,
the mustache, the vibe. I'm feeling it. It's a vibe. And yeah, I mean, I think the debated thing this week is going to be,
was
Kohari
open? Let me see, bro.
or not? Was he trying to save the game, or was he throwing the game?
Zane, how many kills you getting today?
That is the argument in chat right now. But whether you like him or not, that was an entertaining best of three.
I don't know why
that's
they
one of the first best of threes that we got in this
one
series.
per game.
Of course, Trix has been
cooking
pushing
eggs
for the best of threes, but Zeke, you got something to talk about here?
Honestly, dude, my mind is just absolutely blown. The gameplay was just so good, and then again in that last game, the Fiends were making a comeback, and Kohari, you know, people can say what they want.
I gotta get my notepad out for this series.
He was putting in that work, and he almost got them a couple times, if not for that full 5 minutes.
Casters like full mafia.
Just on that last big push, I think Kohari could have took it to him.
I mean, definitely anything could have happened there, right? I think even
got
though
the CIA UA.
The cool collectiveness of TA is what won that.
Trex looks like he just came from a horse race.
Really willing to put out the 50-50.
And then Zeke.
Here's the thing: when you are behind that much,
Zeke looks like he came from a wedding.
In the world, even some of the best people will say sometimes you need to be playing like it's an even playing field. I think what's going to come down for Fiends is they just need to kind of tighten it up a little bit. They just need to clean it up a little bit, and if they can clean up their play style enough,
I didn't like the
they are definitely a team we have to keep our eyes on, and they have a whole season to get themselves together.
Yeah, dude, you just wanted to give Team 1 to BTK.
Us a little bit of the light, a little bit of the hope of the underdogs,
and then Team 2 to LG.
In this NACT. And I almost felt like they were going to defend onto that last fight. And if they were to defend, that's going to be another Lord. And, you know, the strategy that Fiends has, they defended
What does that mean? Play-by-play
and almost
and
felt like they had the opportunity.
Play-by-play, yeah, like play-by-play is the guy that like
because of the
that talks about like all of the battles that are going on.
Like what's happening?
Yeah, like he'll like analyze the battles and like call out ultimates and stuff like that. While an analyst is just going to analyze the game. They're supposed to like bring you like the win conditions, the the predictions, and like set the flow of the cast.
That makes a lot more sense now.
Stacked on the side of the DA, and then in the third game you
it's something you don't. I don't think you really know until like you're a caster.
How do they know when to stop talking?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's just natural to see.
Good casters know how to like pass it off without like making it seem like they're passing it off.
Probably 90,000 degrees in my room right now.
Let me go tell BTK that the cams and things are
there. I think, you know, there's something else we have to talk about here. It's very important. UA's predictions.
Yeah, Kai would have been.
We've now tied the playing board. I just want to throw that out.
Should have shaved the head. He should have shaved the head.
Hey man,
bald head was magic.
I just need to come out saying that, hey, last season it was quite tough on the predictions for me. Again, I love rooting for the underdogs and I still will continue to root for them. But this time, the loss, it's no big deal, Trex, right? You know, I'm taking the 4-1. That is fine. I'm rooting for my homeboys and Fiends all the way for me here. But hey, 4-1 is still a great score. Trex, you and me, we're both going to be in the same page now, and it's going to be quite the competition for the rest of the season.
For sure. I think this is a good season for predictions because of how unpredictable certain matchups are. In the past, it's always been, I feel like, a little bit easier. It's always been kind of
he's 4-1 is so like the casters all They have like a little competition, like to see who can predict the best.
Yeah, absolutely well said.
Yeah.
Again, you know, we've seen
UA last year was like 0 and like 20 something. Like he was always guessing the underdogs
So excited about
and never got any win points.
Yeah, and
but this year he was like
pushing on to the
4.
next
He was
match? I do
4-0,
know we
so like
have
he's the
BTK
opposite.
And
but now he's
Legacy coming up.
4-1.
It's gonna be one of the
'cause this year's
spicier matches, and
actually,
both of
like,
these
teams are
teams
actually, like,
haven't
all
been
really
doing
good.
quite well onto day one.
Alright,
Both
let's see here.
got 0-2, and just like Trex was
Let's
saying,
start a new
points
poll.
matters a lot in this series. If any of these teams do not get their first point, they're gonna be pushed down all the way to the end of the bracket. There's no
Welcomes
safety
are
net for these
necessary.
teams.
Yeah, if
They
you're in
just
the
get
top
shoved
8,
down.
at least
So
3 players
teams
that are
have to
on stage,
try and
they have
devise a
to
strategy,
Mhm.
even
the
for one
weapon.
game, to come out hot and pretty much prove that, hey, we
See
are
what
the
Michael can do
top
today.
dog Trex, and we really
Calling out
need
his
to perform, and
legal
any of these
name, huh?
points are gonna mean a lot.
I agree. I definitely agree. And, I mean, it's BTK.
Am I in the
up against
NACT
LEGACi
plan? Nah.
yesterday.
I do
Like,
the
everybody's
management
focused
in the
on BTK.
NACT.
Everyone considered them the favorite. They got swept.
Besides me.
Now they're up against LEGACi, who was the number 8 slot coming in, came in just by the hair on their chin, you know what I'm saying? But still, at this point, is anything possible, right? Like, is BTK still the favorite?
Man, I think that's the question in everybody's mind. Right now. It's like, do we want to give the grace to say, you know, maybe yesterday was a fluke? Because BTK has historically just been one of the most successful teams, regardless of the season.
I don't think I've seen any
But
replays.
We are getting to a time period where people have these innate expectations, and regardless of regardless of whether they are or not being met, I don't think that that's as big as a big of a thing right now, because it is still earlier in the season, and it is still, you know, anybody's game whenever you're looking at these top
Okay,
2
I'll
slots,
go-
and you know
I'll go get him.
who's going to get to go where. But with that being said, I think that BTK absolutely needs to lock down. They need to tighten up, take a second, relax, and breathe, but at the same time, constrict the teams like they have been doing. Because again, they are a renowned team for a reason. Now, you guys might hate me for this. Let's act like it.
Damn, they really got
Real
into
quick,
it.
though, real quick. We have the MVP
How,
from
what
last
should we
series
do?
coming in real fast. Any guess? Any guess? Was it Toru on that sweet Harith? Was it Yato? Anything from you, UA?
I think that the performance from Yato is going to be the MVP of the series, especially when you talk about the last match. You saw his mobility, you saw his movements coming in and out, like he was able to set up the ultimates quite well. I also think Toru is a great candidate, but I do think my vote is gonna go on to Yato. And I'm not sure if I'm right. Trex, what do you think who the MVP is
Kohari
for
the
the
Brave,
series?
man. I don't care that they lost. I want Kohari. Need to be
Zeke?
sending me a check the way I'm hyping up this man. It comes out to be T.
The MVP.
Who also played
What?
he played a clean game. T did do very well. I think overall in just stats
Yeah,
and
well
numbers.
deserved.
And
A lot
I
of
think
good
just overall
engagements.
seeing him come in under the Rome position, he did well.
Yeah, T definitely did
Whole
well
series.
here. And he, you know, that Ruby in the last game was definitely very hard. And side of Devious, they're able to flex the Ruby onto the XP and now into the Rome position. And both Rubies were playing pretty much beyond their mind. Like they were just seeing the right people. They were getting the I'm offended along with the flicker play, even grabbing up a last hit here and there. But honestly, a very, very well-deserving MVP coming out from T. And I
All right, chat.
even think that T might be the leader
We're back.
of this squad, you know, making those shot calls, and especially with the experience coming through from the BTK side, playing that XP into the roam, which not many roamers have that experience. I do think T shines quite a bit on this team.
Well said, but get your wallets
What
ready,
assassin?
There's a giveaway about to go down, and
Yeah, Area 77 is definitely
a bit heavier.
like their drafting is
I like your
crazy good.
Little code. Oh,
Me
they got
too.
the Q code this time. The what's that called again, Dad?
The QR. What's that called?
code.
What's that called again, Dad?
I was expecting Zeke to respond, but I guess UA too.
Scan your code, chat.
Yeah,
Scan
we
the
got the tournament
code.
chest, the Ruddy Dust, the Fists of Valor, the School Idol, the Wisteria count. You know, I'm a little bit of a weeb, so I like the School Idol skin myself.
Oh,
Yeah, no, these are
Dude, I had
great
leg
skins
day the
coming
other
through
day, and
thanks
my
to
legs
Mobile
are
Legends
destroyed.
here. Coming out with the code giveaways. Zeke, which one do you think you're gonna
like
want
stretch
to
'em?
grab out of this tournament chest?
Oh man, you know, I would probably personally want the Yin Yang Mage. Not because I'm a Luo Yi player, but you know, when it comes to it, Yin Yang, I'm all about the balance. For those of you guys who know me, I'm all about it. I got the dad jokes, but at the same time, I'm still scared of everything. But with that being said,
What is he yapping
do
about?
keep in mind this is called
He
Lunatic
definitely
Quality
yapping, though.
thing, and it is going to be first come, first
Talking
serve.
about
So
dad
if you've
jokes,
not
yin
gotten
yang,
to it
Lil
yet,
Yi,
you're
what
going
am I
to want to
listening
get
to?
to it before you miss your chance.
What's that?
They're already
I think
gone,
it's gone.
man. They're
It's
already
gone. Yeah,
gone.
I
they
think
were
it's-
they were gone halfway through our conversation. Those things go fast. The guys with two phones are
Was it-
really
was it Magic Dust?
have the advantage, right? You're watching, you got your other phone, QR coded up. Maybe you're watching on the computer, whatever. Those are the guys. Some of them got more than two phones. You know, they're like double, getting multiple codes. So just one, guys, just one.
Yeah, and this time around they have the QR code up. It's a very new thing, and that's definitely. gonna help
Patrick,
out
are all the
people that
players in
have
there?
Multiple devices, but leave some for us, please. I know there's 31 out there. We want some skins too as casters, so you know, guys, go grab the
BTK.
skin. But Zeke, I don't
Alright.
know what we're doing up next, but take us in.
Guide us, Zeke.
So-
Guide us.
So the thing is that nobody ever truly knows where you're going, you know, because life is consistently just like a box of chocolates, and that's what I always say. So with that getting set up, is it possible
Is
that
that
we get a new
Six still
roster up here
talking, bro?
to
Life
start
is like
setting
a
up for
box
this
of
incoming game?
chocolates.
Let's see what we got to work
What is he
with.
talking about?
I mean, I'm sure the rosters will be BTK, hopefully, and LEGACi. I want to talk a little. I think we all know BTK, right? We all know Milo, we all know Zane, we all know Nicolette, Basic, Cold World. I think LEGACi is one of the teams that, you know, Riles making his triumphant comeback into the NACT. He was a little bit on. He's kind of away for a little bit there. I feel like maybe not last season. I think last season maybe he tried to get in, wasn't able to make it. But the season before that, he took a bit of a break, was on like vacation out of country for a little bit. And this is a name that those who have been around a long time know. Aether Explicit, Assassin Riles, the Hayabusa, you know? Things like that. So he's kind of back in. He's not at the peak, right? He came in on the number 8 slot, but still, you know, does he have what it takes to really prove himself as still a namestay?
We had a little bit of players
Yeah, and you
So,
know when we talk
you
about
said it.
players
Break is the
messing
right
or
word,
taking
and
time.
on that topic, let's try to get to one.
yeah, LEGACi though coming through. Is this? Oh no.
We're right on.
Ooh. It's like lagging a bit. It's like lagging a little bit. Yeah, it's like lagging a little bit.
Blue hair removal, yep. Shoot at me? I don't even play this, bro. I just go on it sometimes.
What are you playing?
7 Deadly Sins, yo.
Oh, the app, like the game.
Yeah, the mobile game.
Ah.
Got that
Yeah.
as background while they yap.
They were yapping. Oh, there we go. The stream came back. Nice. It's looking good. It was lagging a little bit there.
Boy, isn't that a girl, bro?
Y'all still remember the Riles versus Zame era? That's about to happen right now. They threw on a timer. I got all the players ready. I think they're doing some stuff in the background for production. I play for Team Sexy? Oh yeah, buddy. Well, yeah. Oh yeah. Ah. Oh. I forgot I gotta mute this or I'm gonna get demonetized. Sup, Johnny?
Oh.
Johnny Sins.
Yeah, I forgot to mute it. I'm cooked.
He said I'm cooked. Sometimes if you catch it fast enough, you're good, but
No, I'm gonna make sure it's not over 8 hours so I can at least remove it. Like imagine, bro, people giving people hella ads just to really monetize.
yeah, just to lose it. It's crazy.
Well, I'll show you after, Riku.
Music is ridiculous for YouTube.
I know.
We should distort our voices. Sound like robots. Get a voice changer.
Nah, I started playing rain sounds in the background because I was getting copyrighted for non copyright songs.
Yeah.
Started playing rain, straight rain.
Just playing weather in the background.
Yeah, you think I'm joking? I was frustrated.
Hey. Sometimes you can do it. Wow. There's like a way that you can I've seen some streamers do it, like I think you can play a type of sound to like while playing music that doesn't like distort the music, but it stops like all copyrights. That's crazy.
Really?
Yeah, and you can still like use music and actually
like copyrighted music.
Yeah. You just have to like
crazy.
It's weird. You can Google search it. I've seen people do it a lot.
What's it called?
It's just like I don't know what it is, but if you just Google how to stream music and not get copyrighted. Let's see. It's like literally like the first video that pops up. How to listen to music on Twitch. Well, I mean, it's on
Twitch is different.
Yeah, it should be the exact same way though. Oop, I got pinged. Hold on.
I ain't watching all that. I'll watch it later.
Give me a second. I'm gonna Basic wants to swap Cold World in on the camera.
The prescription, yeah. If BTK lose this one, they out. No, bro, nobody's out yet. It's a point system. They're gonna be doing this for a while.
All right. Who's on VC with me? We got Dez in here. I tagged him on the description of the stream if you guys want to check him out.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. He's an NACT pro player as well. Kind of doing like watch parties together and just having a good old blast, you know.
No, I'm not. Why you lying? I'm a water boy.
He says he's the water boy, but he's the sub for GG. So, I mean, could still, you know. Well, if something happens to best player, Dez is in.
I mean, God forbid something happens to him, right? God forbid he gets kidnapped or something by me, but I'll be there.
Just somehow. What are you doing, cat? How you meowing? Production should be getting up here. We had to do a couple things, some of the player cams out. It's a little bit harder to get like player cams into production. Mainly just because like the way they utilize or how we have to give it to the players, because we have to swap them out every time. So it takes it's a little bit more time consuming. So there might be a couple pauses and breaks like this, but they shouldn't be too long. Last NACT we had some really long breaks, but this one seems to be a lot smoother. Yeah, Dez will. You're gonna travel to if GG wins. You're traveling, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have to go. Yeah.
I'll support them on the disaster.
Yeah, you'll go. He'll go to Saudi. Yeah. Yep.
Yes, sir.
The finals of the NACT will be on May 11th. Close to 1 a.m. for you right now. What happened to Eunice? Eunice is actually still here. She's actually helping in the background. She does a lot of the like production stuff.
Hello, Travis.
There's like an unmute button down there. Is that like... Oh, that's me. I was like, how did that unmute button get there? Nice. Okay.
Guys, what's up? Welcome back. I know you guys, you just got
Trex
your break.
got the Nyko hat now.
Going to the
yeah,
fridge,
baby.
some drinks, but now you're back. Let's get back into it and let's get some popcorn ready, because if these next
Nyko hat engaged.
BTK versus LEGACi is half as good as the matchup that we just had was, I think I might need
LG
popcorn.
BTK.
Agreed.
Man just said
Who's Zeke?
Zeke,
Agreed.
a
No,
beautiful
seriously,
introduction.
I like it.
Yeah, we got
Nice news,
LEGACi
brother.
versus BTK now, the bloodthirsty kings, the kings of kings that I like to call it, versus LEGACi. Right, we haven't seen Riles come out and play.
That's 1v1,
for
bro.
quite
I don't got a
time, and
team
this
yet.
time around he did qualify.
I mean, I
for
do,
top
but
8 NACT.
The no delay
It's a
stream
very
is
exciting
on the
scene,
victory
Trex, to
screen.
See this guy come back and bring a full
I don't know if we can get that
roster to play for today's
moved
show.
again.
Yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, I think BTK
Well,
took a
they're
huge
still
loss yesterday.
yapping.
LEGACi took a huge loss yesterday, but I think the upset was definitely BTK. So today,
You said Zeke is a Jaeger?
Today is the we're sitting on the scale right
Captain
now,
American?
and everyone's wondering,
Oh, God.
can BTK like compete this season? Because if they lose,
Trex
the
is doing
base
some
match,
weird
it is
hand
looking
movements.
grim for them.
I had to get out of there.
There was very high expectations of them coming into this season.
What do I do in here?
So yeah, there's a lot to prove right now for BTK.
Zeke.
Absolutely well said. And although, even in this matchup, LEGACi still coming in as the underdog,
Look, he has the
they did
scarf
have a rough
too.
day coming into yesterday, but up to this point, they have been proving themselves to be a very viable team and a team that can adapt. to
Mobile
that.
Legends.
So if they can do what they need to do, I mean, I don't count them out of this, not even a little bit.
Yeah, but both teams are trying to make their way out of the bottom bracket, or the bottom side of things right now. Both teams did receive that 0-2 in day one, and this time around they're trying to fight for some points here.
This scarf
I do
is
think BTK
cool.
has a significant advantage, right? A lot of the players on their team have had a lot of experience, especially in these high tense
When next
situations.
month, very
But on the
soon, I
other
believe.
hand, LEGACi also, just like Fiends, is a team that we don't really know how to gauge them against a lot of these good teams, right? We've only seen them play a few games here. Unfortunately, they did lose to majority of the top seeds, but it can be anyone's game here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely after last week.
I wanna, like,
feel
hang it
the
up.
Fiends just play so great. I think we're in a state of NACT where it can definitely be anyone's games for a lot of.
Why
these
am I not
teams.
there?
And
I
just
do
the
a lot of the
meta,
management
way
and
that,
stuff behind the scenes.
Certain picks seem viable, sometimes aren't. A lot of counter possibilities from multiple heroes. I think it can always tip any way for any team.
Absolutely, this is the season to do it. I do believe we've got LEGACi's rosters coming up. Let's dive into that.
Oh, we have
Yeah, so
Joey. Oh, sorry, you take it.
LEGACi coming through with the roster. We got Jolie on the gold lane. Kuya Ken also is available here. Kuya Nash, Riles, and also PDR. These are a lot of experienced veterans that we've seen quite a bit in the different NACT. I think Jolie played for Night Horde. Riles, you know, has also been in the scene for a long time, and also PDR has been in quite the teams throughout NACT's history. So seeing some of these veterans come back into play and on the team together is always
That's
quite
Inferno.
exciting, Treks.
Yeah, and it seems like Riles isn't super locked into, you know, his past in a sense of just like only picking up assassin heroes. We saw him in qualifiers kind of try to counterplay BTK by picking up the Barats and things like that. So we know that they are adapted to the current meta. And I'm excited to see how the whole team pulls together in general.
Better?
Absolutely. Now, Trex, would you mind taking us into the BTK roster?
Sure, bro. Go ahead.
This is probably one of the most, for me, one of the most rosters
Just
I
let
was
me lose and
excited
move
about
on.
for a few big reasons. Cole World and Nicolette for me are two players that I've been wanting to see on a very hype roster for a while. Cole World goes all the way back to The Simpsons. We used to see him play gold lane.
Alright.
We've seen him
I think I'm gonna get
there,
one
play
shotted.
mid. We've seen him play
Let's
roam.
get it, chat.
He has been everywhere.
Oh.
Now he's sitting on BTK on
Look
the
at my
roam
tablet.
position. And Nicolette
it's not
holding
playing
the
time right
front
now.
of this roster right now. I mean, I've been a Nicolette fan all the way back to early
breath
NACT
stinks.
days, Team Sexy days, Ackerman days, back when Nicolette and Best Player
So
were
Nicolette's
kind of the
balding?
duo
Oh,
of
God.
the mid for a very long time. Nicolette took a break last season, did not play
it
on
started?
any teams, took some time, I think, school, things like that, and now she is back, and there is very high hype for her. How is she going to compete, though, in this NACT?
The hype always comes with expectations, and if they're able to prove themselves in this series, I do think the expectations are going to be met. And against a team like LEGACi, I do think BTK has it in the bag. I do want to see them go
LEGACi
above and
studied
beyond in
Area
this series
77's game
and
plan.
make sure that they get a clean sweep here, because they are both ranked the same at this point, both ranked in 5th place, taking 2 losses each. So this time around, I think BTK, they do need to step it up and get that sweep. But LEGACi at the same time,
Okay,
this is the
Rico.
time that they have to prove themselves. We saw Fiend coming out with some great games already. So this time around, I do want to see the dark horses, the ones from the bottom, especially from the qualifiers, to step it up. And, you know,
Music's nice. I like the
because Trex, I'll be honest,
music in
4
between
and 1
these.
for the casters vote, it might be a little too high right now.
Maybe.
You need
see,
the
we'll
outdoor
see.
banner? Yeah, but
I think it's just the
So,
camera.
I mean, it's really tough to say. You know, we've got Cole World on BTK right now, and
Oh, I
we've seen
thought it
him
was
make some
starting.
beautiful
What
sets.
happened?
But I want to hear even more. Let's get into predictions. What do you guys think is going to come happen?
It
Definitely
started
a lot
on
of
my end.
possibilities, but I think it is pretty even
Like,
faced, even after
I've
the
seen
loss
them.
yesterday.
I think after the predictions, they'll end up
favorite here, and I think it's well deserved.
starting the
Yes,
game
they
here.
had a rough day 1, but we know a lot of
Yo,
these
you
players
didn't go for
very well. We
LEGACi.
know
That's
the
not because he
potential
doesn't believe in
that
them?
this team has. I
Wow.
think the major lacking is synergy, and this is the same story we've had
He's
for
smiling,
BTK for
he
the past
knows.
2
What happened?
seasons. Now it's another
think he
huge
wants to
roster
keep up
change.
his
Can they get it together
predictions right.
before the end of the season?
You're 100% right, Trex. BTK is going to be
He's
my vote,
basically
but I do
saying
think
LEGACi
you
is
made
not
some
even
good
worth
points there. The roster
being
adjustment
an
that they
underdog.
have every single year. But under the leadership of Mr. MOBA Zane, I do think BTK is going to thrive in this.
Mr. MOBA Zane.
So for me, whenever I'm looking at these teams,
Zeke
I'm looking at
works on the
BTK, I'm looking at
FBI.
LEGACi, and for me, my vote is also going to go towards BTK.
Yo, is that a
but
raid?
not
What the
because
fuck?
I think that they're
God
that
Diva,
much
thank
better
you.
of a team. My whole concept behind it is that they have
Hold up.
this stage level.
That boy got a
experience
raid.
before. And LEGACi being kind of new to that. Are they going to buckle under the pressure? For me, it's just a question
Oh,
that
wait,
just
God
keeps
Diva's a
resonating in my
popular-ass
head. So I
streamer.
have to see these teams perform.
I agree. I think
I've seen that
performance is
guy.
key,
I
and
got my
think
degree
like how
here
they're going
and
to do under the pressure. I think there's a few key things.
I got
like,
raided by
wait,
Elodia
matchups
one
we
time.
have to look at. One of them being
I just got raided by
once
God
again
Diva.
Cole World Nicolette up against the
Oh, yeah, I
Kuya
see.
combo, right? Kuya Nash and
He's
Kuya
from
Ken,
Indonesia,
the
right,
big
guys?
brother for those that don't know. Kuya.
Back. Oh my god,
and
I have
then,
700 viewers.
Also the junglers, right? MOBA Zane did not have
Yo,
the greatest games
Going
yesterday.
crazy.
Terima kasih, Indonesia, anjir.
The match that he picked up, I think it was match 1 when he picked up the
Makasih.
alpha. Gave over
Yo,
first
Icon,
blood
nobody
to
ever
Area
done this
77.
before, bro.
Just
I know
celebrated
that's why
his own game
I
a
see.
little
I
bit.
see.
So
They're
I
like
think that's-
dropping
and then
in
we have
like.
Riles, who again, I'm wondering how
That's
this match is gonna
crazy.
be. I think both
But I'm
teams are gonna be
reacting.
very
I'm not even
turtle
playing
objective,
right
gonna be
now.
very
It's
neutral
okay.
objective based. So that's where we're gonna see some of these big clashes and who's gonna be able to
Oh my
complete
God.
them better.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
That's
Absolutely.
crazy.
We've seen,
I'm about to do backflips and
MOBA
yo,
just
Chad,
I'm
what's
about
up?
to do
I'm gonna
backflips.
react.
backflips.
Alpha plays in the past too.
That boy
So
literally
maybe
just
we should try and
shot you
look
up
at
to the
keeping him
top
in
of the
that
board,
pit.
man.
But instead of having
Bro,
us
I've never
guess
gotten
all
this many
day,
viewers.
let's get into the draft and see what actually happens.
Dang.
Jumping into
You're getting
draft.
subscribes left and right.
It's LEGACi on the blue side up against BTK with
You
second
can throw it
pick.
back.
And the bans are already coming in.
The Endo Pride.
Are already marked.
At 11.
We got a Fred
You're going up by
ban
Hanos.
God.
Up against BTK. I mean, there it is. There it is.
Go
This
Diva.
is
Wait.
not something that we have not seen before, Trex. Everyone in North America loves to target ban Zane, and knowing his hero pool, he definitely shines in this meta once again. The utility style.
Yeah, just ban
is
Fred
just
right up
back in season.
the
We were
get-go.
able to see a few assassins
Force him to
being
play a
slotted
Kai.
in our last NACT, but this time around, it seems
Terima
like the
kasih
advantage is
banyak.
towards a lot of the utility.
Des the Rising Star, I'm telling you, that boy, that boy got
a lot of heroes that Zane
got a lot
is
of-
very,
got
very
a watchers
strong
right
with,
now.
that he's played in
When's
all
that
of the
match?
Proxia. And
The match is going on right now.
Without a ban on the Barats, I do think that is going to be a priority. So maybe LEGACi is going to decide
Holy
to pick
fuck.
that up
That motherfucker
themselves,
said, hold on.
or switching it over to let BTK take it, and coming out with some frontline.
What are they
shutters
dropping
and
in the
also some
chat?
Utilities to stop the mobility. of
Google
that dinosaur.
Translate is
There's
crazy.
definitely a lot open. Like you said, the Barats, we've got the Nolan open. We have
The Ruby.
Vexana still open. Ruby, CC. This is a very open draft. With the Fermis ban and the Fredrim ban, not always your typical round 1 bans. It leaves a lot open for both teams. BTK thinking about this. They're taking their
Oh,
time.
snap.
Like, oh,
He subbed
like,
to
do we
you.
go for trades here? If we're gonna go for trades, they go for the CC ban. So yes, does Riles pick up the Noland here? Like, does he kind of go back to the roots and pick up an assassin pick?
I just feel like the assassin has been quite lackluster, especially in today's matches. The utilities have been dominant. And even in the last series, the utility is still there. The Brass is pretty much unkillable, but the first pick of
he's
LEGACi
247K.
does go to that export to
Subscribers.
deal with a lot of the front lines, and Mobazane is not even scared of this kind of
Dang. Oh yeah,
I love how
10,000
LEGACi's
views.
pick up the export to counter the Mobazane's Barats that we know he's going to pick. And Mobazane knows, he's like, fine, you got
Damn.
that. We're gonna.
Oh,
lock
that
in
wasn't
the Barats.
viewers.
I think Vexana
I've never
could be a
heard of
solid
this guy.
pick for pick 2 here. Something with CC, kind of very similar to what we saw DA pick last
That's
time.
wild.
Barats, Vex, Ruby. They could go for the Ruby. Either way, both of them a good combo with the Barats.
Or go for
He's going
something
crazy.
like the Claude, which has been quite great in a lot of the picks. But yes, Trex, you do get the
That's
Vexana
wild.
on Nicolette, and you know Nicolette has been a traditional
I am
mage
back,
that
Aiko.
is able to just switch.
The
between
guy
so
that
many
rated you has
different heroes like Louis and the Lilia.
247,000 subscribers.
Yeah, that's what I saw,
man.
Into
That's
the
crazy.
Vexana, the Nana meta.
Yeah,
so
like,
pretty
it went
excited
from
to see
like
this
200 to
Vexana
1K
coming
viewers.
out to play. We saw Yato.
And they're all
have
from
an
Indo. I started
extremely
using Google
perfect
Translate.
performance on
He
this
started using
Vexana,
Google
so
Translate.
I honestly feel like it's a great draft for BTK so far, and I want to see what LEGACi decides to respond to the Vexana and the Barats.
God Diva.
And they have to go for
What up,
something
Dad?
kind of big, I feel like, here. I think the Ruby might be a
Arlot?
steal.
Mod
But they
him?
have to,
I don't
Arlot
see
could
him.
be
Where
good
is he?
too. They need.
Did he
I think they
type?
need to deny BTK something, because if BTK gets the Ruby next, it could be a
They got
problem.
Oh, he's a
Also,
he's a
basically,
former
like,
Aurora.
Claude earlier,
He's a
does have a great
Aura?
Claude. So if
He's a
they
former
get the
Aura
lane
player.
Here, it kind of forces BTK to like,
Fire.
Yeah.
okay, do we go
Wow.
for the Ruby or do they take
Do
the
you
Claude
know
too?
Mio Mirza?
Basic picks up Harris.
Crazy.
BTK feels
That boy
like they
ass
know
knows
this.
everything.
They know exactly what's coming.
Yeah, no, I think BTK came
I
into the
don't
draft
know
quite
him.
prepared. The Harith was pretty much insta-locked
Or
right
Crazy.
I
after
don't know.
the Claude
I
and
don't
the
know who
Nana
that
pick.
is.
Now, I do like the strategy
I
coming out from
modded him,
LEGACi,
guys,
right?
I
They're
modded
quite
him.
I
balanced
don't
in
know
their
if I've
draft
seen
so
him when
far.
I was
They
in
have the Google
Indo.
Magic. They have the marksmans available, so they could choose to
Time
focus
boom,
out,
se
single
boom.
out. Oh wait, no, basic already on the
Google
Harith.
is
More
key.
than
Both
Roblox, I
laners
did,
has been
bro.
picked. Both mages have been picked. So they're really just missing
God
the
Diva
XP
just
laners
roasted
and also the
NACT.
roam. And
What did he
I do think
say?
both
He
teams are
roasted
going to
it?
be
Oh,
focusing some
damn.
bans onto those heroes.
What did he say? Let me see.
Yeah, something I want to pull out. I feel like the Nana is also another good pick against the Barats. Something that can kind of stop him in his tracks when he's walking forward.
Oh, he
You
was
throw out the
Zen?
Molina. It's a
Oh,
good
this is
answer to it
clown
as long
versus
as,
clown? What the
you can kind of
fuck?
dodge everything else that's coming at you. So they
Is
have
that
two
actually
ways
him?
to kind of deal with some of these neutral
Wait, that
objectives.
is
They have
him.
Insanity, they have
Clown
the
versus
Titan,
clown.
and now they have the Molina
Yo.
to kind of really help
Savage.
Legacy dealing with any kind of aggression. Any kind of aggression that
Savage.
Bro, I
Savage.
don't understand. Like, why me out of all
Now,
people?
I do
Why
want to
right
see
me? I don't
Legacy's
understand.
response
I
to
never
this
expected
Harith. We
this.
saw Toru last game going legendary on this Harith. Pretty much
never
unstoppable with the
collaborated.
Purify. So this time around, I think Legacy has to draft up a strategy to deal with the mobility.
This is like,
coming
why me,
out
bro?
with the Harith. Maybe going
Yeah, I
for
don't
a
understand.
suppression like the Kaja that you know, T has been shown shine.
That's awesome, bro.
I'm not
They could
used
also
to
go
this,
for
chat. I'm
Franco
not
with
used to
another
getting this type
suppression,
of
or
love.
maybe going for
I'm
a
gonna be
stun,
honest.
which BTK has protected by banning
God
out
Diva
the
is
Ruby. So this
Gatita,
time
though.
around, Legacy is gonna have a little bit
Like,
less
I see
options,
him
but
pop up
I do
on my
think the
feed,
draft
right?
is still
But,
quite open for both
I don't
teams.
watch Indonesia's
Yeah, definitely a
streamers,
lot of
but I know who he
possibilities.
is.
Legacy, not scared to like
So
pick
it's
up
like,
some things that other
damn.
teams
Whoa.
aren't picking. Ooh, Milo on the Benedetta. So there goes a nice way to
Mobile
get in the
Zen
back line, a
against
nice way to find the
Riles.
Claude, look for Petrifies, and a nice way to possibly lock down
And they're not
this
leaving, bro.
Nana
They're
when
staying
needed to,
here,
even after
right?
the passive procs.
So
They're not
this
leaving
is-
me.
I just
Everybody's
kind of want to
staying
slide
here.
in this information. Milo, when
Say
Benedetta
thank
was
to
first came
Bang
out, right?
Goldie
Milo actually has
Dot,
been the
Bang
guy
Goldie
that was grinding this hero, especially in the West Coast,
Sheesh.
and he
Diva
was
is
definitely top
Liverpool
supreme
fans?
for a
What
very,
is
very
that?
long time. So
Liverpool?
Benedetta on Milo is a very
Yeah.
dangerous pick.
I don't know.
Just
I don't
like
know if
you're
I know what
saying,
that is
you can
neither.
Easily get onto the backside, and picking this matchup means that Milo is quite confident
think it's
that
a
hey,
team for
I'm seeing this
soccer, yeah.
export, I can go even or potentially win onto this lane. I think BTK has it, especially in the XP.
Oh, we are God Diva Army.
For this
I love you
Benedetta to
guys.
kind of
Oh, the
thrive
God
in this
Diva
matchup.
army.
I think Legacy,
Terima kasih.
something like Minnow here could be
Sheesh.
viable. I think something
I did
bulky,
did bring out the guns
Grok,
this
so
time, you know?
Wait.
God Diva won fight with
Grok
Mobile Zen.
jungle?
He said that.
Or is this
Grok
going to be a
jungle, Grok
Claude?
Oh,
Claude jungle? Or yeah, or
yeah.
Grok EXP, Claude
What is
jungle,
going on here?
Export jungle?
boom,
It's export
boom.
jungle. What do you mean? Why is this
Oh,
maybe-
man.
why is this a hard
maybe-
thing
maybe
to
the
I was gonna say, I
contemplate?
wanted to what's crazy is I kind of wanted to see a Grok, but not like this. Not like this.
I do think there's potential that Riles takes this Grok into the jungle. I do think that
He needs a blue arrow on his head.
with the brats is also quite good, but sacrificing the
God
flicker
Diva is
means
so
you're not going
God.
to
We
be able to
follow
really
him
catch
more than
basic
Jesus.
off guard.
God
And
damn.
with the comp that Legacy has, it's
I
not
wish I had
really
fans like that.
focused on stopping basic. It feels like they want to have a good team fight, but what I'm
God
worried
Diva.
about is who is going to be able to lock
A
basic
boxing
down
match
and
versus
not let
UA
them
and Trex in the
force
NACT
Loki to jump
finals?
around
Law.
the whole entire game, because quite honestly, Toru had such a good
Yo.
game on Harith that I feel like if teams are not focusing
Zane did
on
say
that
Area
hero,
77
it's
was the
gonna
weakest
smell a lot
team
of
in
trouble.
NA, and
Jungle
then
Exborg.
they get spanked
Jungle
by
Borg.
him.
I was expecting Cold World to
It's like
maybe
it was
pick up the
scripted.
Diggy there as a final pick, just to be like, you got all that CC, good luck. Jungle Borg, man, we haven't seen that in a long time. And for a long time, like, the theory crafting behind it was always there. And I think it's for the same reason why it's kind of viable now.
They got
least in the
karma.
XP lane, it can, you know, it does what it does. It does true damage, it kites, it can help deal with the rats. But how is it going to face up in the jungle? I'm kind of wondering about it, but we
All
will
right.
see, because we are
We get to see the
jumping
cams,
to game
chat.
Number 1.
Let's go.
BTK
I love
versus
this.
Legacy, both suffering a loss from yesterday.
Dude,
Looking to
the
reclaim
production's
support.
just so good.
Yeah, and will the Kings of Kings prevail?
Love it.
Or will the upset happen where the Legacy continues and pushes BTK out of the top bracket? Now, it's quite interesting here now. Both junglers are starting onto the bottom side, so they're going to be looking to clash near... Oh, wait, no. Mobazena is going to be on the top side, jungling opposite towards each other. You do see that Legacy over here has a little bit of a faster rotation. I do think the Nana just clears a little bit faster.
All right, well,
Thirsty Kings with Cold World on the Rafaela. I'm wondering how they're going to scale. I feel like in the early game, there could be some issues. They do have movement. They do have that advantage. They're going to have some quick rotations, but they are a little bit
Oh, they went
squishy.
Grok XP. I haven't
The
seen
only
that
problem
in a
is
while.
LEGACi also doesn't have any like huge
Oh, they did go
damage
Grok.
If they picked up something
Is
like an
Nicoletta
assassin
girl?
in the
Yes.
jungle, maybe they could have taken advantage of that, but instead they go for the X-Borg.
They're not showing
they're
no
also
cams?
kind of playing the long haul here.
And this is
They should be
something
at
that
some
I feel
point.
like I'm not really liking so far from LEGACi. They decided to pick this Grok up in the very last phase, and Grok isn't really that great of an XP laner so far. Maybe I'm gonna eat my words, but he seems to have a disadvantage onto the top side already, going back against Milo during the first wave, and I feel like that kind of smells trouble because Milo is very proficient on this Benedetta. And I
Guapo,
don't know if the
Tarzan,
Grok is gonna be able to do
really
too
good.
much
Real
in
good
this matchup.
jungle.
I feel like LEGACi's win condition here isn't exactly team fights, right? It's not exactly like winning out in team fights. It's winning out in the big objectives. It's winning out in Lord fights. It's using all this stack CC to try to delay Mobazane.
I think they're fixing something back in the backside of production right now.
Taking a lot there. Will go
Oh,
down.
cool was
First
that?
blood
Cool was that?
over
First blooded.
Rice.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Their
No
PDR
purify on cold
showing
first
Yeah, you can
the
see
Grok on
the
XP
API is
does
also
well.
lagging a little bit.
Push that
They
wall
said
up
that they
and
were
pretty
running
much,
into a little
force
bit of
Cobalt
a tech
into
issue
the
with
death
it, the
event.
API.
Comes
Milo
through, but
ults.
Seems like the objective is
Doesn't
still
hit
up
anything.
for
Oh,
grabs.
Rouse pulled out the eggs,
Oh,
bro.
a lot of damage on Queen Ash, but there goes.
Ooh, nice
The
ult
big
by
knockup.
PDR.
Milo
Milo's
goes
dead.
down.
Let's
There's
see,
a lot of
turtle,
damage from
turtle.
PDR there. They're gonna be able
What
to
happened to
BTK?
BTK, bro?
What is going
Takes
on?
first turtle.
What
This is
going
like
on?
scripted.
Quite a huge turtle for LEGACi. LEGACi already up in gold here, 2-0
No, it's not
along.
it's
No, he said it
a lot
isn't.
of advantage so far.
No, it's
now.
not scripted.
The focus is going to be on the bot side here. Jolie still has to find a way to
What?
scale well, and we've seen this matchup.
It's
quite a
only the
bit.
first couple
Herald
kills, though.
has traditionally just dominated in that gold position, and I don't think this is going to be much different here. Basic.
Let him cook.
on
Let him
his head,
cook.
Already a small advantage in the lane, even with 2 kills down.
High
and a
ping.
neutral objective, it seems like BTK is still right behind LEGACi's toes.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely not too far behind, and that just goes to show BTK's like their movement, their laning phase is still strong when it comes to gold. But LEGACi, we're already seeing the possibilities from them, and if this keeps happening,
He picked up the
gold lead will
brats though,
definitely
so
eventually
that's
leave
good.
BTK, it'll get out of grass, and LEGACi is controlling the map. They're moving around as a unit. They're mid trio, staying together. They're kind of taking their paths together. Riles is
Kinda
never being left too
disrespectful to
far
say
behind
Columbus.
away from
I don't know why he
Korea
said
and
that,
Korea
bro.
Nash.
Like, I want to know.
Yeah,
the
but I
backstory,
still
bro.
don't like
know.
this matchup. on the bot side.
Oh, PDR does go down.
It's that. It's
Milo
that.
able to pick up the kill.
Who
Down the bot
knows?
side, a little bit of
Zane
action
probably
as
met him or
well.
something.
As
Maybe
Ken comes in to help out.
when they went to
Jolie
Endo.
Gonna try to capitalize on the knockoff for 2
Oh,
minutes.
oh.
Amazing duet gets hit by the Holy Baptism though. Slowed down from the Zmon's force. Riles.
They're both really Riles.
checking
What
that push.
misclick?
Careful
Hello.
of a gank.
Natalia is coming through, but the 4-man siege
Yo.
from LEGACi is going to be able to get some gold onto the bot side tower, pushing BTK away quite a bit. But
fuck?
Mobazane here.
Oh, nah,
Zane
he
on
got
the
out the mid tower.
Caught up by the wall. Should
Wait,
be
PDR.
okay. He's a bulky boy.
Oh, nah, the minions.
Yeah, but 2-1 is going to be
Yeah,
the
he's
overall
okay.
scoreboard. Still anyone's game so far, but it seems like BTK, they're quite calm and collective here. But PDR,
That's a lot of damage on a Mobazane.
Ooh.
He uses the tone as well
They
to
might be
dash
dead.
away.
Nah, one
Which
HP.
I haven't even thought about. It's a great mechanic
to
for.
ult out.
That's something that
Turtle's
Brad kind
up
of
now, though.
lasted before, is he had no real escape.
see.
Now that he has that dash, he can almost use it like the Grok's wild charge, you know, to escape.
God, they about
yeah, he
toxic
has a
play. He
little bit
always
of
taunts in
immune
his
that is
stage.
built onto that Daytona's welcoming. It's quite.
I mean,
it's
that
quite a
makes
good
Esports
change,
fun,
I
to be
think,
honest.
and you know, it
A lot of
definitely adds
times.
the spice into the Barath, giving him a little bit of
I
mobility.
think my
Let's see this
Guardian
turtle
comes down
fight.
on a Kuya
Oh,
Ken.
okay.
No,
That was just
yo,
PUBG.
man,
Yeah,
Locks
that's
on to
good.
Nash. Nash taking a little bit of
Almost
damage.
done.
Mobazane able to stay
Ooh.
on
Nah,
top.
they're
Milo?
so
For
low.
free
They're
right
so low.
now. Kuya Ken uses
Oh,
the
Milo?
Anybody.
He's gonna get Nana.
Milo
He's gonna get
having
Nana.
fun down on the bot
But he
side.
gets taken out as
Oh,
well.
he's
Finds
nice for
Milo
it,
to 1
though.
for 1. Mobazane able to take the
Red
turtle
tree?
though.
Oh, good try.
BTK comes out on top in that trade.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now
that was a-
Jolie basic with a 1v1.
The chat
that
chat
was
said
pretty
Des, you're a
tough
little bit
trade.
behind me in the
There,
game.
so the
What time are
members
you at? I'm at
were
like
falling
5:28.
inside of LEGACi, traded for 1.
5:28,
Yeah, I'm
5:30.
Into the hands of
Alright.
BTK.
Yeah.
Just like
Alright,
what you're
alright.
saying, the other side of the map, Harith is able to pick up that 1v1. And right now, so far, BTK, I feel like they're just winning across the map.
Amigo.
Top side, the Benedetta does quite well in the bot side.
Sheesh.
Basic is also winning, and now
That kind of
even
was
in
the
the
result.
jungle, LEGACi is struggling.
No.
And they do take
They
that
got
orange
the
bomb.
red
Mobazane
though.
uses the retry, steals it right out of Ryle's fingertips. And now they're cutting lanes. They've taken the bottom tower.
I want to see the frustrated faces.
Yeah, and with basic,
Give me the
moving around
player
map more,
cams.
It just smells even more trouble, right? The Harith has already won onto the bot side.
Yeah, what happened to
looking
the cams?
You know,
I don't
switch
know.
the
I think
lanes
they're
quite a
working
bit
on 'em
here.
right now.
BTK, potential 4-man dive onto the top side. I don't know if Grok has it in him to be able to defend this, but definitely this minion should be able to go down.
And he doesn't have a wild charge either right now. Able to use the flicker.
Oh,
Kind of
Tyrion
sidestep
forced the
away. They
flicker out.
don't lose the tower just yet.
2K gold lead for the side of BTK here. 6.
You can imagine Zane shouting into the kid. I want to see like.
So LEGACi.
I want to see if he does like any like.
so far. They're still trying
points
to
at the
defend a lot
camera.
of these lanes, but the rotations coming out from BTK
Give
I
us
think
some,
is quite hard for LEGACi.
Oh,
to defend.
Rouse, no armor.
Ryles.
BTK is feeling it now.
Escape. That is a lot of damage. LG
See,
coming
goal
up to
lead
the
is
top
almost
side
2K.
now.
It's not that
Looking for a
big yet.
possible pick. Cold World.
Cold
Maybe
World
caught
with
up in a
the
bad
pick
spot.
of
PBR
live
decides
ammo.
not to use the wild charge
Basic?
just yet, but look at Basic.
That gives the.
Under the
Oh,
tower.
here we go.
Gonna get some
Here we
nice
go.
damage on
Oh,
Koya.
it's done.
Drops him on force with the dash.
We got
One more
Milo.
hit.
Milo's like
Gets
super
it.
close to
Gets
the
it. Nicolette
cam.
actually
Oh,
steals it,
Nicolette
picks up
gets
the
them really
kill.
low. Middle
Puts Nicolette
dead.
at 1-0-1. Bloodthirsty Kings with the advantage.
Rouse took no damage
And,
from that. No.
You know, even with that advantage, I want to
Yo,
talk
that dude
about
got
Milo
the-
on this
The
Benedetta,
best
right?
looking
He's able to
like.
kind of
he
look at the
split
cams,
push
look at the
Yeah.
cams.
Oh, there's
any of the
Zane.
members of LEGACi, and he kind
Damn,
of
that
just
shit
deal
is
with it
doomed
by
in.
himself. And I feel like the Grok and the XP
He
is
got
not going to be able
forehead.
to clear a lot
Oh,
of the
Joe
waves,
said.
especially when
There's
we get into the
Ryles.
late game.
Ryles
And
in
I
a
think
dark
that's where
room.
XP shines, right?
Okay.
They can do the banana split
Whole world.
before.
A lot of damage. Nicolette goes down. PDR with the wild charge, and that's the threat. The damage from the damage Grok.
I think the
damaging.
cams are good, but the names
Yeah,
are
he's able to
covering
get the
half
knock
of it.
up there,
Like,
and picking
lot of
Yeah.
off Nicolette is a great pick off. But once again,
I can
who
let,
is
I can
going
let
to
them
be
know
the
at the end of
man
the
to
stream
Milo
to
got a
see.
hair- haircut, he
deal with the
looking
split
fresh.
push of
I
the
got it.
Vendetta, because I think he's just going to be on the far side of the lane the whole entire game. He has the sustain available and the mobility. It's going to be a hard matchup to deal with if you are the members of LEGACi.
Most definitely. I love the players. Look at Mobazane down there. Everyone else is just kind of like chilling. Just like forehead
That boy got
in
a
the
fresh
camera,
take.
fingers moving a mile a minute. I mean, you can tell the seriousness. You can tell the pressure, I think, that's just
I'm
on
dying,
BTK
the
now for this
casters.
game. They know
Trex.
the loss yesterday was huge. They know they have to do something. But LG as well, keeping their cool right now. The game is not yet gone
The
for them,
goal
I
is still
feel.
not
The
that
major
big.
problem is
That's it.
basic.
They're holding
If he
up
keeps
well, to
scaling
be
like
honest.
this, it is going to be hard to find him. We saw it last time with Toru. The Harith with the Purify is a very hard catch.
It's most definitely hard to catch, but looking at the split push, you can see the Grok on the all far side.
Yeah,
of the lane, but the
basic.
four-man
We can only do
BTK
3
siege on
cams
the
at a
top side.
time.
Yeah,
Oh,
Koya
can
Ken
have
gets hit
to
by the holy
ult there
baptism.
to survive.
Gonna get chased down though. BTK aren't coming for members though.
Holy
They're coming for
baptism?
towers and they're able to secure
What
it.
is that? The
And
rifle?
they're able to get pretty much the objectives that they were looking for. This is
Motherfuckers
pretty much
knows
all
the-
of
the
BTK's
name of
plan.
every
They don't-
skill, bro.
They're not necessarily looking for
Dude,
team
it
fights.
takes a
all
lot
the time, right?
to,
It's
like, know
very,
all the skills.
Objective focus. You can see
If
the
you do
blue-based
play-by-play,
strategy
you
from
have to know
BTK
'em.
Already trying to pressure a
Like
lot
I know
of
some
sides
of them because they
LEGACi.
keep repeating it, bro. Every single
Take
one is
another one
crazy.
from him. Ryles unable
Yeah.
to get any orange buffs here.
Grok?
Mobazane
Oh.
on his trail.
BTK
Basic in the
controlling
backside,
map,
takes a lot of
yeah.
damage.
Oh, the
plays
blazing
away,
duet.
comes in. Jolie doing unloading. Ryles finds basics and LG.
I think
finally
that's just
comes out on
all
top in a team fight.
the NACT's requiring right now is a minimum of 3 because a lot of people don't want to be on cams.
Looking to siege onto this mid-side.
We're getting there.
Basic
Able to get
dead,
a lot of
Cam
damage done.
dead. Rouse gonna lose his
Ryles
immortality maybe.
just escapes, but the tower
now he makes
may
it
fall
out.
soon.
Nana forced
Milo
to ult
as
there.
well.
PDR really
with the
low.
split push. You mentioned it earlier.
And
He is-
Lord's up.
Milo's
Let's
not
see.
been involved
They
in
gotta
almost
wait for
any of these
basic.
team fights, but
Yep.
he is doing
Milo's
so
probably,
much
yeah,
on the
he's
map.
probably gonna split
It's
push.
so smart coming out from
The
BTK
goat?
to
Yes,
Nash
sir.
got a lot of lights in the ceiling. What the heck?
Right? Force members of LEGACi to split up because once again, I think the Grok and the Minnow are extremely good in team fights, but when it comes
Ooh,
down
no
to the
passive
split
on the
push
Nana.
of the LEGACi, they're definitely much lacking. They could send the X-Borg onto the far lane to defend, but it's just not
Saying that
it's
Guardian
not the
armor.
viable situation. They need the X-Borg onto the objectives to
Nicoleno
get the
can
50-50
need it for more
retry.
privilege.
Look at the pressure
Nah, bro,
of
only 3
BTK.
people need
members
camps.
at top, members
And
at
the
bottom,
teams
just
decide that.
splitting the whole entire strategy
You
of
need 3
LEGACi
players
apart,
with cameras.
getting
That's it.
this neutral objective without any problem.
Yeah, Bruce is just making it funny because like it says
Baptism
private
walks on,
banter and stuff
terrified
wheezy
bull,
at the
knocked
top.
out. Koya Ken hit by the Hayakin.
Damn.
Koya
Nah,
Nash might just be next.
Damn.
Ryles
BTK is getting it. They're on a roll now.
I don't know.
No one to follow up though.
It's a good roll, but he's alone.
LEGACi getting picked off one by one by
I think
one.
bad communication.
10:53.
It's a strong showing coming out.
Because even there,
This is kind of what we expected.
53.
From
they were
this
not
team.
contesting
To
lower.
have a
Milo
dominant
was still
performance,
trying
I
to
do
look
think this
himself.
is going to match well with the confidence that BTK
Damn.
is
One.
desperately looking for. They didn't get the win that they were looking for against A77, but this time around against LEGACi, it seems like they have the game plan, they have the strategies involved, and they're playing quite clean. Now, Lord marching down onto the top
Good combo.
side of BTK has sieged in a 5-man unit, especially with the Raft. It really
The
shows,
Raft
like,
just
kinda like
synergizes
a
with the brats.
Big
Ooh.
flicker wild charge. Basic taking out Jolie with the blazing duet
Ooh,
onto
good
two
kill into
members.
Basic.
Riles though gets
Milo
brought
gets-
in. Milo in trouble
oh,
as
shit.
well. Able to use the electro final
One
blow
HP.
just to get away.
The
Mobazane hold the
goat
front side.
escapes.
LEGACi
Oh
find a
my
kill. Wait,
God, the
knock up
damage.
Oh, nah, that
Shreds them down, and
Vexano.
Jolie and Koya Nash are
Holy
taken out.
Jesus
Cold
Christ.
World putting one of those kills into his pocket.
And they
and the
still got a
Lord
Lord
is
Yo.
still coming. BTK
Yeah.
looking for more. Terrify on Koya Ken. BTK gets
The-
so much out of that Lord push.
The unexpected damage
Damn.
of BTK is just so much for
Jesus.
LEGACi to deal with. They've lost
Milo's,
all their
Oh,
talent.
uh,
Rouse
BTK is
no
not
ammo, Rouse
stopping
no
here.
ammo.
Riles gets the
Milo
gets
used
the
his
passive proc with
petrify.
the immortality, uses the last insanity to re-engage.
Ooh,
Milo's not gonna let
GG's.
him go. The goat
Damn, bro.
finds
Yeah,
him.
think it's
You lost
over.
all your
Koya Ken
beans.
and Koya Nash, the two
Not
big
enough
brothers
out,
of the
but nah,
team,
he can't
are
defend that.
trying to defend this all alone. Jolie back on the
There's
Oh, Milo's
Zane.
dead.
Duet,
Cloud
trying to get a
blazing
little bit of damage.
duet.
Koya Ken looking for a mock-up as well.
Maybe they
But they
can.
still
Cloud
hold
shot.
in. Nomino and
Oh,
Fury
Ken
deleted before it
dies.
procs.
Minions in 2 seconds.
BTK
Minions.
relentless in their charge.
Nah, Cloud is
Ooh,
dead.
it's GG's.
Now, and that
GG's.
should be
NC.
game number 1.
A great performance from the Kings of Kings BTK, able to take the very first game between LEGACi and them, putting them up on the board with score 15, 7, and 29 is the overall KDA of this team. And I just want to say Milo played that.
Is that
great.
inflation?
He did die in the end,
Oh.
but he was able to just bait
out the
out
way.
so many ultimates, get
That was a fast match.
mage kills that we were talking
Yeah.
about, able to get onto the backside.
Yeah,
get
there
onto
won't be no
Nana
sound.
multiple times in this series, and also the split push that LEGACi had to deal with. It's not very good when you have the Grok on the other side of the map trying to clear the waves when the whole entire BTK is on the top side,
AI
pretty much
generated.
just destroying the towers.
I mean, it became an issue. The way that BTK was just consistently, you said it a few times during objectives, they were very spread out around the map, and LEGACi had to make a decision.
You hitting me with ads
do
every
they go
5
and defend the
minutes?
off lanes, right? Do
No,
they
I'm
try to
not,
deal
bro.
with Milo? Or do they group up?
I got
And
it
they
on
chose the
balance.
first option.
Maybe you're
when
clicking off and on the
I
stream.
feel
a
like
lot.
their composition
That's
was
why.
very based around all of them working together and trying to disrupt.
You gotta
Mobazane
get that
from being able to
YouTube
get those
Premium, man.
retributions off,
Then you
right?
don't get
Trying to
ads.
Fight for these objectives,
Facts.
and BTK knew it. So it's like,
How
fine, we'll
old
take
is
the split up
Ken?
match.
I'm
And
not
if you want
sure.
to group up in 5-man against us, we're gonna take away your off
Same,
lanes, and
man.
that's exactly what they did.
Mañala.
Yeah, and when you talk about the
Abanku.
off lanes, right? The Hereth
I
is
think
able to get
Nicolette
solo
and
kill
Zane
on the
definitely
Claude
put
extremely
bad blood
early
behind
on.
them.
It's a very bad sign, right?
Yeah.
Because the Claude should be able to kind of deal with any matchup that he's looking for. That's why a lot of people can blind pick the Claude into anything. But the Hereth is just proven to be such a strong hero onto the gold lane. It's quite tough to deal with. And when you look on the other side of the map, right? PDR just unable to handle Milo with the Grok.
Bad
up
draft
there,
for LEGACi? I
push
think
them
their
back
draft
at
wasn't
level
too
2,
bad.
and then continuously
I needed to
just
take a
pressuring onto the top side and even the far lanes when the objectives are being shown. So BTK definitely have a very good strategy. The draft, I would say, is pretty much perfect there. Now I'm excited to see how LEGACi decides to bounce back, right? Get PDR,
The best
a
player
hero
dating
that
everyone.
potentially deals a little bit more damage onto the minions. They could deal with the split push coming out from Milo, and also
boy Retri and all the good
potentially wrapping up
girls.
the Hereth themselves, because it seems like the Hereth is almost guaranteed on the gold lane so far.
I mean, I feel like the big issue with, because all right, so LEGACi had a strong laning phase, right? They got the first blood. I think they got the first 2 kills. Imagine if they just would have kind of switched up the draft a little bit, like not go for the export, maybe go for something a bit more aggressive. Before we go too far, let's take a quick look at these.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I like this.
Flicker Ultimate Wildfire is able to pick off basic pretty much just like that. And honestly, when you look at this team fight, the damage that LEGACi was doing was
it's
quite
wild
immense.
that this replays the actual
so
like lobby.
But this ultimate coming out from that Vexana was huge, rounding up 2.
Now you believe he has the best retry?
Setting it up perfectly for BTK to
You're funny.
Be victorious in that team fight, taking all the outer towers and taking the game with that fight.
Yeah, they were able to, I mean, BTK was able to take the punches. Even when LEGACi got those big knockups, got those big sets, BTK was already far too ahead. Now, back to kind of what I was saying is, you know, I think that if Riles had something, if they just had a little more damage, I mean, either way, BTK's invading them, right? Like, you picked the X-Borg, either way, you were losing orange buffs, you were losing lots of things. I think that was a game, if you're going to pick that bulky of a front line, you know, maybe go for a bit more of a damaging jungle. Go for something that can really
Basic had some like bad signals though, so
utility, right?
Maybe it was a little bit of a bad connection problem.
XP lane. I think there were still some moments of brilliance from LEGACi there. Like I said, in the laning phase, and it seems that's where BTK is making most of their mistakes in the first 2 or 3 minutes. So I think if there's a win con for the side of LEGACi, you know, capitalize on that. Maybe build something that scales a little bit, something that you can snowball on, and look for those moments of weakness from BTK.
And if we're talking about the strategies coming out from LEGACi, this might be kind of a out of a box equation, but I feel like
Zane's just had a really bad past.
A little bit with the assassin pick, right? What LEGACi is known for, what Riles is known for, maybe picking up the.
But I think it was.
Sliding it in
Oh, they're already drafted.
Right?
Yeah.
Just
I'm over here playing
slide
brawl.
it in the back.
I'm over here playing brawl.
Get the front lines available. Get the
I thought it was gonna take
advantage.
longer.
Put something like a Lilia Tigreal where they stand.
Now the
lane.
production this time around is they're
Get to
like
win on the
go.
LEGACi does not have to put a lot of members on that side.
And
And
Imperial
picking up the
looking-
Hayabusa and
That boy
getting the
looking good.
mobility and the split push that the Riles has always been.
someone the comment said I'm officially a
I mean,
Night Horde fan.
Hayabusa's
Period.
like number 4 or 5, I feel like, on the assassin options right now. You know, they could go for the Nolan, that was completely open last time. They could go for, which even though it hasn't been performing very well here, it is still a very viable pick if used with the right team, with the right synergy. There was the joy.
A lot of ego problems that people get into, but I mean he's still popular, so
go for something aggressive. I think the Fanny isn't as viable right now with the state of the current like utility jungler meta, but yeah, there's definitely some possibilities for LEGACi here.
The bans are on the board. BTK bans out Faramis and the X-Borg.
I was not a content creator before M3. No,
off the board along.
I think I started creating content like right at the end of M3.
To go for a 1 ban on Mobazane and focusing and spreading the bans out.
What up, Levi?
And unfortunately, I feel like the strategy on the first game, even with the draft, it wasn't perfect for the side of LEGACi. I felt like maybe they could have took away a few more heroes of Mobazane or priority focus on other people. For example, taking away the mages for Nicolette or even taking away the Herald of Basic, because those players have impacted the game so significantly that I feel like Mobazane, he could play almost anything. The Boxia could have worked, Kai could have worked, but first
Whole world's got the best retribution.
Is going to be a lot of trouble, and it seems like BTK has that strategy, set it up correctly to first pick that.
Funny.
And they go for the Diggy ban this time, which has kind of been like, I feel like the Diggy ban has been the quote-unquote like cop-out ban sometimes. For
BTK only plays these two, these 2 or 3 matches, whatever it goes.
It's still a solid ban because if it can be like the game changer. We don't see it picked.
A lot of people did say that.
But when it is picked, it can sometimes be something that kind of seals your fate. So I think I just wanted to take note of that we see it so randomly sometimes, but it's like you just said, it's the throwaway ban, right? That's still viable, but it's not you know, if you want to try to leave some things open.
Oh, they actually banned
Yeah,
that.
but this time around, the bans are set on the table during the first phase.
They banned the
Legacy
Diggy
banned
too.
Fredrin.
So
Wow.
that kind of leaves that
Target
Lilia
ban
and Nana being available for both teams. They could opt to go for a
Do
little
they
bit more.
do they just go
non-meta
Brats
heroes,
first?
but those
I
are
feel like
still two
or
good options for them. I'm not going to be surprised
Yeah.
if they pick up the Brats what, you know, if it ain't broke, fix it. Mobazane picking this up once again. Dominating performance in game 1. We're expecting the same.
How many games left?
Yeah, I mean,
Possible 2.
it's a keep riding till the wheels fall off, you know.
And we'll have 2 more series left.
It's not a bad vibe. I would like to see, you know, see some other things, but Legacy is going to have to push them.
Up next
to that, right?
is
as long as they're able to dominate
possible
with that, there's
BloodHounds,
nothing that BTK has to
I think,
do.
versus
Legacy's
Night
the one who has
Horde.
to think of something, has
Should
to
be a
switch
good
something up
battle
here.
as well.
Now on their side, Ruby's open right now, CC's open, a couple options for them.
I think a Lilia could be a potential threat to the Barats. I also think a Kaja carry might be a good combination.
Nice,
that
nice,
Devious has
nice.
Been using up against the Kings of the
BloodHounds
Kings.
is
And just like you're saying, the Ruby
getting
has
into the
done
lobby.
a lot of impact in our very first series. So being able to
Could you
see the
imagine if
Ruby this
Mobazane
time
actually
around to be flexed
cosplayed
onto
Brats?
the XP
Like he just
and
had a war a
the
dino
Ruby
suit.
method,
Fuck,
but
they
no,
even
they decided to go
cosplay
for
They
it.
just wear a
The
T-Rex
Matilda,
T-Rex
the
suit.
first time that we see the Matilda being open, and also Arlot has been slotted in for Legacy.
I didn't even notice that. The Matilda's huge. Paired up with the Arlot, it's a nice way to deal
Barats is
to
not only the
displace
dinosaur,
Barats in
though.
some of these
a little go right
fights.
in
But
it.
here's the thing: Legacy had a decent comp for
Oh.
objective fighting before, but they have to be able to get there, right?
The
Like, they need
dino's
to be able to, like,
Daytona, right?
hold down in the pit with them, and if they
Is the
can't
name of
do
the
that,
dino?
then BTK will just kind of
I think it
escape
is.
again.
But one thing that I do not like about Legacy
You
so
should
far
know,
is
you
this
were a
Matilda
caster.
pretty much.
You gotta
Because,
learn
well,
how to-
his ultimate is Daytona's
We
welcome.
don't have an Arlot roam anymore. This is gonna
So
be
I
a
can only
Arlot
imagine-
XP. So BTK
I can only
decide
imagine that
put the Ruby there.
if
or
you're
we
if
put the
you're
Ruby in the
putting
roam
someone in
versus
your
Legacy.
mouth,
They are
and the
stuck
olds
with
called
Matilda
that.
being put into the roam position, the Arlot into the XP, and unfortunately, I feel like that kind of
Cowsep
closes
with his
off it. I
with his
would've liked it
ridiculous
if
cow
they
suit.
potentially just took the Matilda.
Yeah, I know. I
and gone
actually
with
talk with
something else, or
Cowsep a
taken the
lot.
Arlot by himself, but Riles now. The Martis has.
I
been
ask him
banned
a
out
lot
in
of
the
stuff
first
about
game. This
YouTube
time around, he's able
and
to
stuff.
pick it up before the second phase of bans.
Sometimes people just get popular.
There's your early game, right?
Yeah,
There's
he's
something
League of
that
Legends though.
Maybe you can put some pressure down, but the Martis has
Stop
kind
playing
of,
them all.
you know, it's
Yeah, I think he
fallen back. It was
he only
at
played
least
it for a
pretty
little bit.
contested.
He
It
made
was
it.
like
He
number
made
2,
quite a bit of
number
money
3,
on
number 4.
ML.
Now it feels like it's fallen out
Yeah,
of the meta a
same
little bit. It
with,
is still
like, a
viable.
lot
There's
of
still
Bible swords.
possibilities.
Yeah.
But Legacy has to be willing to bring the aggression early on,
Yeah,
and it
let's-
needs to try to
what you
find
got?
that
Oh, you're
late
good.
phase kill again.
Messing
and
with
get
you.
it onto Riles. And
Oh,
then try to
he
hang
is
out
playing
onto
Martis.
Riles, and then just
Oh
really
god,
take
my
off
dog's
from
like shaking my whole desk.
I do think
All right,
the
big
Martis
guy,
still has
back.
what it stands for, which is pretty much the
Been back.
immune CC from the first, right? He's able to dash in and out.
What do I wanna
A
eat
lot
for
of
dinner,
different
chat?
situations,
Should I
gets
just
some
order something?
destination To last hit a couple
We
heroes.
order some
And
pizza?
especially going up against the carry, I do think he can immune a little bit of
100%.
damage here and there and kind of catch up with the small damage.
Last time my
that
Pizza
Carry
Hut.
has.
Should I do
But
Pizza
the
Hut,
second
Papa
ban
John's,
phase
or?
is coming through. BTK
Papa
opted to
John's,
ban out
yeah.
the Harith themselves. They
Well, I'm
they
thinking
feel like
Papa
it's gonna be
John's,
a high
too.
damage onto the gold lane. Another ban BTK could show
Pizza for
into
sure?
Brody. Legacy, they decide to go for the
Alright, what we
mana,
got
and
here?
both
Carry,
teams are still
Ruby,
looking
Brats,
for mages, and
Martis.
with 4 mages being banned on the board.
Dude, they're gonna
Lilia,
have-
I think it's gonna be a hot topic now.
We're gonna have a really
Yeah, I mean,
fast
it's
comp on the side of
possibility
Legacy.
here as well. Legacy does get the first pick coming back, so it might be BTK who wants to ban the Lilia, unless they have an answer for it. Because
Or the
Legacy, it's like
Valentina.
yeah, Valentina. That's true too. Valentina is an answer. So BTK.
I'm actually
maybe just
surprised
pick that up
Valentina
if
hasn't been picked
Legacy
yet.
decides to go for it.
Oh, yeah,
Unless
yeah.
they both just go all in. We ban the Valentina.
The
you know,
Navaria?
there it is.
Oh, there it
Navaria
is.
Banned out from BTK. CC banned out from Legacy. And now, you know, I think you said it. I think this is a good time to either pick up the. I think the Lilia is a little better than the Valentina, maybe for Legacy.
I actually think the Brody might be a pretty good option unless they want to pick up the Lilia first, right? Lilia still has weak matchups, and there's still a lot of
Yeah,
mages
Lilia's
that
actually
are
good
still
here.
viable in the current meta. We did see some Xaviers pop in and there,
Or Nicolette.
so I think Xavier could be an
Nah, for
option,
Legacy.
especially going up against the siege comp of BTK. But the Natan comes out.
The Nathan.
This is a
Nathan.
hero that's been
Okay.
widely used in MPL, and this time around, it's definitely gonna shred a lot of the backside
Brats does
of
sound more
BTK, and
dinosaur-y.
added that LEGACi has a lot of.
We got the Russian guy back in here. What up,
I mean,
dude?
it gives-
I don't
it
know what
kinda
you're saying,
checks
but
a
what's
lot of
up?
boxes for LEGACi, right? Because LEGACi, they have the early game possibility with the Martis. They have the late game possibility now.
Valentina,
with the
though.
Titan. It's an insane scale.
I guess to steal the Matilda ult.
And then they have things to kind of help them get through any mid-game struggles.
Good-
with
good
the,
sets.
Arlot and the Matilda. They have movement. They have disengage. And whoa. Uranus?
Throwback?
Uranus?
This is-
Throwback? We're going
this
full
is-
throwback right now.
This is definitely a
this is
throwback
tough
draft.
for the side of LEGACi. Uranus, one of the answers to it is a lot of CC. To stun and lock him down and not
Need to
let
go
him
back and,
kind of regen and go for a long team fight. But LEGACi only has the Matilda, and quite honestly, the Arlot is not going to do too much in that match.
The NA post tournament drama. We'll see.
The split push pressure from BTK is still there once again.
They got that
Uranus
insane
and
sustainability.
from Benedetta before, I don't know if there's anything that
Yeah,
LEGACi
BTK
can do
comp is
to
crazy.
deal with the split push.
What
coming out
the
from BTK. Whoa.
We seen
Spicy
Odette
boys.
played in
That's a
GOF.
BLT, right?
Spicy. That's yeah. Then we just saw that. We've seen it in
Yep.
PH. We just had the
Interesting,
first
bro.
pick last
When
season.
Odette
now, like,
actually
when
does a
now-
lot of damage.
I think they won
Yeah,
with it.
Odette. They
Yeah,
did
but
win with
I
it.
would
It was
expect them with,
nuts.
like, a
It was
tank, not a
bonkers.
Well, I don't think she
Actually,
can-
it's a good combo with
Coming out from
Matilda.
it is crazy.
Yeah, she
Because of the
can't.
dash.
But it's
Well,
definitely
there's also
something
this
you
like
have to prepare for.
I think there's like this like
I don't know, man. It
YouTube
normally is
thing
great
going
for, like,
viral
certain
where like
divey heroes.
Odette can
I don't know
ult
how it's gonna fit
and then
here.
jump
Nicola
into the
also is gonna be able
Matilda
to steal the
airline
swan
and like
swan
still be
Oh, yeah.
ulting while in the sky.
It's kind of a wild card for me here. I'm still
Like-
not completely comfortable on like
Depends.
how
Yeah,
it
the
counters
Odette
how
Matilda
most
TikTok
everybody, I think,
combo,
get the
yeah.
idea of it, but it's interesting.
And it's not like BTK is lacking CC. They have Cold World stopping with 2 CCs. Mobazane also got 1, but Trex, take us in.
This is game.
Yo,
number
that's gotta
2
be
BTK
crazy. That's what I'm saying. Watch
at
out for
match
it.
Point against LEGACi.
LEGACi pulling out
Can they
some-
get the
some-
sweeper? Will LEGACi take us to game number 3?
Yeah, and the Kings of Kings again having a great performance on game 1, choosing to
I don't
push
think so.
momentum onto game 2. Mobazane, second time on the Brats in this series. I do think Mobazane has done quite well on a lot of these utility style heroes, and this
Nice.
time around he's picking up
Alright.
the Brats, which he's done
Order
so
pizza.
well. Now the Swan Song coming in on the last pick, it's a little bit questionable for me because I felt like they have to find a way to deal with the Uranus, and I just don't know.
Nacho, I love
if
the game. I love the game.
If the Odette is going to be the answer that LEGACi is looking for to win in this matchup.
I think there's a lot of possibilities. Right?
Yesterday,
Take a
AE
look at
played
some of
Odette
the
against
emblems.
Onyx and
Nothing
owned them.
Too crazy. We take a
Yeah,
field.
Odette's
Hold on a
pretty
second, a little bit of action.
strong.
They get the steal.
Let him cook.
Yeah,
Let him
yeah,
cook.
yeah.
They might have been able to take that, and even though it's just a small camp, it's still a big.
Maybe I have to
deal.
pull it back out.
Mobazane already about to hit level 4. Going to be moving into the mid side.
Wait, let me see
Wow.
top lane.
Arizona's welcome, and there it is.
1v1.
Finds
Milo's almost
his
dead.
mark.
Oh yeah,
Takes
Milo
that
is
lead.
almost dead.
I do want to point out that Basic has opted to go
BTK
for,
first blood, though.
Brave Smite along with the Festival of Bloods on his second album, giving him a lot of
Jesus Christ,
utility
GP.
and sustain. And a lot of the carries nowadays, they love to build this like CC.
I'm offended.
right?
I
They
think
go
only
for,
knockups stop Odette's ult
they
if I'm
go
not.
for the
So it has to
Trojan
be.
Sight for some slows on
all-
the auto attacks, and then they go with the Thunderbelt to
yeah.
get even more procs along. And damn,
I think maybe Riles might be able to displace her. I'm not sure.
Why he's got that.
I'm not sure which ones are actually considered knockups
Needle
right
to go.
now.
Gonna come into the top side. A little
Oh,
bit damage
no.
on Nicolette though. Nicolette uses a flicker, able to just
Because I
escape
think
out from the grass.
Riles
of
just like
Riles.
displaces
Turtle
you.
is up,
I don't
though.
think it actually knocks you
BTK
up.
has several members ready to fight for it. Nicolette
Matilda.
has taken the decimation. Wondering if we're gonna get to see that one. The Nom Nom comes in, pushes him against the wall. Nicolette gonna look for the decimation.
Oh,
There
God.
it is, popping off, looking for the next target.
Oh,
Another
gosh.
one goes down. No, tries to lock on to Riles, but unable to get the kill. But still, LEGACi is forced away, and the turtle goes to Mobazane.
Yeah, it's a clean fight coming out from
It's
BTK
over.
again
Let's go back to
as
Brawl,
they take
chat.
out Riles.
He said, "Let's go back to
Brawl."
Brawl.
It's gonna be a 3-4-0 along with the objective, a 3K gold lead.
Yo,
We're
we're
poppables.
winning.
Minutes. This is gonna be quite tough. The members of LEGACi and even topside PDR is struggling to deal with the aggressiveness of that sheep.
Definitely a problem. Now, so what are we at? We're at 4-0 of that sheep. He's a goat, man. He's
I'm just
not
gonna
sheep.
meat
There's a
lovers.
difference.
My bad.
Mobazane, though, taking a little bit of damage. PDR with the trying to get the outplay, not able to do it. Mobazane picks up that kill, 2-0 on the big dino.
Yeah, this smells a lot of trouble for LEGACi. They really have to be able to stand even against these contenders of the teams. And quite honestly, they're struggling a little bit in the early game. I do think that their comp-wise, they could clear up a little bit more. Try to maybe fit into the strategy of BTK where they always have a split pusher on the XP side, right? Bring that split
we'll have
pusher
to see.
and maybe find a little bit of a meta comp on the mid.
Ooh, I'm offended on Akoya Nash. Out comes the Swan Song. Nicolette able to get away, though. Nothing too major on the mid side.
Yeah, and
The
take a look at
meat lover.
Nicolette's emblem. She got the quantum charge coming in, and I do know there's been a hype
Oh, they got
of the
Milo.
quantum charge to be used on everyone, but on the Valentina,
Nah,
that's
they can't.
actually quite interesting, but I think it fits well with her style, right? Gives her a little bit of mobility, a little bit more auto attack.
Did you play it? No,
burst
the last
early
game
on,
today.
along with a little bit of regen. So I think it actually works quite well. A lot of the mages might be opting for that, but 4K gold lead, 4 minutes in, a clean sweep for BTK so far. They got a lot of units on top side, Trex.
Amilo is going to become a huge problem here very soon. Already kind of is a problem. Now Mobazane once again going to take
They're baiting
another
so
orange
hard.
buff. This is the second
Can
game in a
1
row.
HP.
Riles is just unable to clear his own jungle.
Yeah, good flicker coming out from Kuya Ken. If he did
Yeah, Riles
get
getting
hit
sniffed.
by the Barats, I think that does smell a lot of death for the side of LEGACi. And now they have to choose and try to find a way to defend, but look at Milo here being so annoying.
Ooh, Swan. Oh, a lot of damage for the Swan Song. So there it
1
is.
HP, bro,
That's
that's
one of the
crazy.
things that I have not
Ooh,
seen.
they're
this
going
yet.
in.
Oh, wait a second. A lot of damage
Riles,
on the
Riles,
world. They come in, but they're locked up. Riles able to find the kill, though. But now he's in a
He
tight
gets
spot.
one-shotted, though.
Taking damage from
He has to
Mobazane.
go.
PDR able to get the final slash onto Mielo. They're on the chase. Riles will not escape with his
Damn.
life, and
He's
neither
dead.
will PDR.
Yeah, it's going to be an 8-1
Yeesh.
overall scoreboard. The lead is still for BTK. 1K gold per minute. And whoa, Basic looking for a flicker onto this Natan.
Well, Joe Lee having a rough time. Game
Oh, we got the
Solo
Ballyhoon.
First Basic gets the 1v1 with the Harith, and now it's with the carry.
Yeah, but the tower does fall onto the bot side, so a little bit of hope rising for the side.
Why so
of
Dad have a
LEGACi. Let's take
sword?
a look at this replay, though. The Swan Song
She's
does
like the
come through with
song
a circling eagle,
Look
is
at
what
this
I wanna talk
replay,
about.
bro. That's crazy.
Comes in,
Oh, I don't talk
but it
about
kind of
anything.
comes into a death sentence there. A little bit of trouble overall.
What, bud?
The ideal was good, but you have to constantly be careful for Cold World. Right before he died, he gets the lockup.
Yeah, and of course the execution was just not there for the side of LEGACi. The gold lead is still widening at this 6-minute mark, and
Let's see.
members of BTK spread it across the map, but winning across the map also. And I just want to say, Basic, man, he's been winning in this gold lane by himself, and once again, he is doing so well. Zane?
Zane gets it.
Yo.
Come on, Akoya Nash. Swan Song comes out, but
What up,
not
Sin?
quick enough before deletion. Koya Ken now
Ooh,
also looking for
Power with
something.
the hook
Mobazane a
of
little
the
bit of trouble.
Rouse.
PDR with the
Rouse
vengeance.
dies.
The vengeance trying to
PDR
get
looks a
away.
bit, flickers out.
BTK does not lose a member just yet, but they find
So it's
Riles
painful.
and Nash, and now they're going to come for that purple buff.
Yeah, it's a tough scene to watch. 8K gold lead already at 6 minutes. This is not something that we do want to see for any of the teams in NACT.
Yo,
But the
it's only been
dominant
6
performance
minutes?
of
I didn't even
BTK, they're
realize.
really showing that they have switched up their
Oh,
strategy
damn.
from their 2 losses yesterday against A77. I
Thank
think
you,
this
Dark
is
Balloon.
a good
Thank you.
statement for all the BTK fans out there.
Verify. I mean, at this point, BTK are doing the same thing they did last game. They're just
Appreciate that.
choking out LEGACi. Just clasping around them and slowly they're just strangling them out from their gold, from their jungle, from objectives, just pushing in more and more until there's nowhere left for LEGACi to move.
Yeah, and it's honestly due to the fact that BTK has so much in their winning lanes, right? The carry winning out on the bot side by himself. Milo also doing so well, and you could even see Mobazane here dominating in the jungle performance by
Oh my
himself.
God, the 1v1 then turns into a 1v2. Mobazane still comes out on top. The gold lead is escaping them. BTK at 10K.
Yeah, the 10K is just very, very hard to deal with, and we haven't really seen a 10K gold lead 7 minutes in. Just shows you the difference between
We're trying to
these
get the
two
player
teams.
cams on.
BTK definitely in style, definitely not rusty at all. They are looking to perform and looking to go ahead deep in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I almost feel like LEGACi win for the Fredrin band. I almost feel like maybe Barats was the bigger problem.
For mid tower, career is fucking dead.
Jesus Christ.
With the flicker hook.
Oh,
look at the damage.
Nah, not enough.
It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah.
That would have been good
Yeah,
if he
but the
had
GOAT
more
has
items.
fallen here. It's a 3-for-1 trade for the GOAT. BTK still on top. We're looking at about 11k gold lead, 8 minutes in. It smells a lot of trouble for the side of LEGACi. But for the side of LEGACi, they still have the potential to come back in this game, right? We saw the Swan Song making a significant impact in almost every single team fight. And paired with the Natan, which has quite a bit of gold, he's built up the Feather and also the Corrosions, the Calamity. So he's definitely there in play.
Yo, if you guys are watching, listening, please drop a like, subscribe to the channel.
That should start.
To ICO viewers, everybody, thank you for showing love.
Dez is a streamer, GP. He is streaming.
No way.
You can check out his stream. It's pinned in the title.
4,000 gold lead between MOBA Zane and Riles right now.
Check him out. Check him out. All love.
MOBA Zane.
Yeah, there ain't much to say.
On the block right now. At this point, BTK is going to do the same thing they did
It's
last
on the
game.
back of
Milo's
phone.
More. Go for this next Lord.
I'm just looking at the fresh
push
tape
back a little bit. Makes it a little bit harder for LEGACi to try to come in from that angle. I mean,
Calamity?
BTK feels good right now, and it doesn't feel like there's much of an answer for LEGACi.
Yeah, and Zane 7-0-5. Once again, a perfect game for him on this Barats. It's very hard to shut Zane down when he gets the heroes that he wants. And Barats has definitely been a high priority of BTK. First picked both of those matches, definitely telling a story that they're not scared to just let Zane pick the best blind pick hero and have the whole entire team kind of build off of it. And look at the supporting cast. Nicolette 3-0
yo, look at
also doing
Cold
quite well. The members are all onto the top
like
side.
they're slowly
BTK
fading from the cameras.
With the
you cannot even see Cold War anymore, and you can see like 2%
Not able
of
to land
Rouse
onto
face.
anybody. But it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here to help out. Ken taking a lot of damage. Swansong comes in though.
Why is he still trying to
team
fight?
Members, Nicolette goes down. Koya Nash with the shutdown and the double.
Double kill.
BTK is still fighting forward as Nash falls.
The Lord barreling down.
LEGACi had a shot. They lose it.
Yeah.
Even if they got 2 kills
for a
there,
second the Swan Song was going to deal a lot more damage, but the members of BTK having a lot of
That's
sustain.
crazy.
Look at the 3 members that are alive. Those are 3 tanky boys, and I just don't know if there's any
3
response
tanky
coming out from
boys.
LG to be able to deal with the tankiness coming out. Because look at them, they're just tanking the towers at mid lane and taking whatever they want.
They're just under tower, taking.
Oh, Nash actually
it's gonna be a while until Jolie really outputs the damage they need.
They have the number advantage.
Gonna get stomped on, walked on.
Yeah, LGG is kind of.
Looking for the kill, unable to get it though. BTK, literally, it's their 3 bulky members just.
It was like that very first.
Lord coming soon.
What was it? Very first like 5 or 6 minutes of that first game was like BTK warming up.
BTK fight.
I don't think they knew how to.
Savage.
Oh, Savage?
Nah. Never mind.
On to the base. They've got one wave, but it should be all they need. Nicolette doesn't care about the base. She's going for kills, going for KDA.
GG's.
And BTK takes game number 2.
What up, crits? That's
another strong
yeah,
showing tracks for BTK here, taking game 2 of our second series, a 2-0 clean sweep. The overall score is 23-5, and I think they took care of business quite in a fashion. There, 23-5 and 47 is going to be the overall KDA of the Bloodthirsty Kings. And of course, this match is going to be led by Zane with a perfect score. We don't have the scores on the board, but honestly,
gotta go get BloodHounds ready.
Prioritize Zane on the heroes that he wants, and the whole entire team came together, played a perfect game against LEGACi, and I want to see them push this momentum onto their next match.
Most definitely. I mean, just a very clean two games from BTK, just showing dominance over LEGACi. They had a rough day yesterday, but today they came in very well polished. I feel like every member on the team executed their job to perfection.
And definitely they need
Yeah,
to
BloodHounds is all in
job of
BC.
perfection because unfortunately they did lose out
Night
on
Horde
day one,
again,
but this time around
BloodHounds,
they're
I
able to
think.
come back, pushing LEGACi on
Thoughts
to
on
the
thoughts?
bottom
I don't
side
even
of
know
the
what to say to
bracket.
that.
And if you take a look at the team statistics, it definitely shows a one-sided match for the side of LEGACi. They're just unable to find any kills and bounce back versus BTK winning at all lanes. We saw Milo dominating in the XP position against
Alright,
PDR
chat, what we're
like
doing?
it was no
It's
other.
actually gonna be
We
a
also
long
saw
break now.
Basic able to grab up a few
Wait, how
solo
long?
kills
Let me
from
see.
both of the
How long
games
do they
going
yap
up
for
against
next
Jolie.
year?
So honestly, BTK winning out on all the lanes. I think
Like, how long
LEGACi
did it
has some
take them
homework
here?
to do to be able to stand against the Kings of the Kings League.
18.
I'll tell you what, man. BTK, they showed up. They showed out, dude. Exactly what they needed to be doing. Again, you guys said
Like
it well.
20
They
minutes,
played a little
no?
bit rough yesterday, but sure enough, they came in looking sharp today, and dangerous they were.
Very dangerous indeed. I think overall, just
What should we do,
mentioned it,
Chad, in the
they
meantime?
lost out on day one, but they came in very clean, able to get a 2-0 sweep, which is something BTK needs if they want to try to hold a high standing by the end of season.
And you know, this might project a fluke on the day one. It could be the synergy difference. And of course, we've seen a lot of teams kind of bounce around, especially early on in the season. We would think, hey man, the standings of the first week, that means something, but honestly, it doesn't. These teams, everyone can kind of beat each other, and sometimes it just takes a few losses to be able to bounce back. And I think BTK definitely is one of those teams that have the ability to bounce back after any losses.
I agree 100%. BTK has been known to, I don't want to say play the field, but, you know, they've taken their losses, but they've definitely taken their wins, and they've managed to do a fantastic job in seasons to pass to effectively make their way to, you know, a lot of the times the grand finals. So with that being said, you know, could this be something that we're seeing? Are they just working themselves up? Maybe they didn't take the first day super seriously. Maybe it was a fluke, but it does go without saying that they did lose it. So they are going to have to put in a little bit more work for them to find themselves in that good standing. So today's wins, 2-0, absolutely fantastic for them.
You know, I do have to say this. I don't want to take anything away from Area 77, because if there's one thing I know about BTK, if there's one thing I know about Mr. Mike Koskin, MobaZane himself, he doesn't like losing. I think it's the same thing with
Right?
Basic,
No, bro.
same thing with a lot of those players. And I
I
think they were definitely giving it their all yesterday. And Area 77 got that win, you know, just out
Do
of
you guys
pure
even-
grit.
let me
I
make
think
a poll.
today
Do you guys
BTK
wanna
was a
watch-
better team. They came in stronger, and I think
Hold on.
LEGACi definitely had some rough moments from draft to gameplay. And speaking of LEGACi, this is a hard punch, right? All day we've been stressing about the importance of at least getting one game in these best of threes, at least putting a point on the board. And now they've lost 2 games, and they're sitting still at 0 points.
But I do think LEGACi
Yes.
has a few moments that they do shine well. The Grok coming out to play wasn't a strong showing in the XP lane, but sometimes the rotations coming out from PDR, the impact that he has was actually quite a strong showing. Like, I think there's definitely a lot of hope for LEGACi to kind of build around and adjust. And especially since it's early on in the season, they have a lot of adjustments to do. And once again, you're facing against the Kings of the Kings. These guys have won quite a bit, and with the leadership of MobaZane, it's going to be a tough matchup, but I don't want to count LEGACi out just yet. I feel like the season is quite long, and I think they have a lot of work to prepare for, but I don't think it's completely impossible
Oh
for them
my
to
God.
turn this
Yo,
new
Icon.
leaf and get the lead back into their favor.
I don't know if it's still here.
I think that was very well said. And, you know, I think the big thing
like,
that,
again,
we do have to take
for
into
the
account
next
is
series,
LEGACi is a little bit newer.
I'm gonna be
But
like
with that being said, I think that their potential for growth, immediate growth, is a lot higher than some of these other teams that they've been going up against, because again, they are more experienced. Does that mean that they have a larger skill gap between them? No, but when you're talking about when this team gets that synergy going and gets that practice that really helps open up things for them, they're going to continue on a week-to-week basis to become more lethal. So every match that they go into, we can expect to see a stronger LEGACi. You know, we saw PDR trying to set up for some really good plays. You know, we just have to find that team there.
Yeah, I think all of them. It's the common mistakes that you see sometimes from certain teams. It's you go.
All right,
in
chat.
one
Sorry,
at a time,
I'm
you look for those
back.
big plays,
I'm
and
taking
the
care of
rest
a
of
lot
the
of
team isn't there
team
to
things in the
follow up
background
on
here.
Grok
I have to
PRs a
get
few
all the
times,
players
through
ready.
wild charges,
That's why my
throws a
my
little
mic's
too
muted. I
late,
can't
a little
can't
bit
like
not at the right time.
let you
So
guys hear what I'm
LEGACi,
saying to
I
the
think
players.
They have some opportunity.
Private
but maybe don't get
information.
A little too crazy, kind of tighten things up. And definitely some possibilities for them.
Dez went to go rank
season,
instead of watching this one.
The essence, right?
Yeah.
It's not a double round robin. Like
Dez went to go play
it's a
some ranked
single round
games.
robin. You only got 7 games.
I was taking care of
the
the pro players though.
Single team again. So once you lose to a team,
I gotta go jump back into BloodHounds chat, so I'll be right back.
So it still is important for LEGACi. They're gonna have to learn quick, right? They're gonna have to evolve fast if they want to compete in NACT.
And BTK is a extremely strong team. We can see the showings of the lanes. Milo pretty much just dominating in that split push area. It's not even like the XP lane itself. It's how he's putting himself in the role of BTK for them to win, right? He's split pushing constantly. The Benedetta, the Uranus, both are extremely strong at that perspective. And, making sure that he is winning in the XP lane. And Basic also did not let loose of the gas pedal. He was just dominating in that gold lane, losing the tower, but gaining kills left and right by himself. And that is extremely hard to deal with, especially when you're talking about the best of the best players in this NACT. They've dominated in their lanes.
All right, chat, I'm back.
The majority of the players out there, but unfortunately, LEGACi did fall short to the Kings.
Yeah.
And I feel like, man, this time around,
No. I let them know what we were talking about though.
A good standing.
Again, I agree. BTK, they showed up today, they showed out. But without further ado, let's get into this MVP spot. Trex, you want to take us through it?
Yeah, I think something important too that we kind of missed out last time is this is going to be MVP of overall series, the MVP that we showed at the end. Last time I was a little confused. I thought it was just of the game, but every time we show the MVP at the end of the series, it's who did the best overall, and MobaZane definitely had a very strong performance in the last game. We can see some of these highlights anyway.
Yeah, the highlights coming through. Zane, of course, being the dinosaur himself, just dominating.
The dinosaur.
Doesn't really show the full entire game here, but MobaZane.
Stop deleting the funny comments. I'm not deleting any of them.
The CC coming through.
Stella's getting them.
Daytona's welcoming.
Getting them taken care of.
Their team into that lead, and the Zane second skill on this Barat is so good. He's able to display so many different members and zoning out in plenty of different opportunities.
Stella's taking care of the comments that are
0 and 9 is his
normally not super opinions,
in the last few games.
I think
my mods, chat. My mods got this.
By stealing the camp.
They get rid of like the super toxic stuff. Some stuff's just not meant to be said.
Yeah.
So I do think that it goes without saying, Baratz has been absolutely monstrous across the season, even in a lot of less experienced junglers.
So with that being said, what?
Letting somebody at the skill level, somebody who's considered to be,
you said, where's your mod at?
Like MOBA saying,
sheesh, I got a lot of mods.
Like that, you already know that it's going to be dangerous. So I wonder if that's
you got to protect Zane. That's why like tanks are so
some of these other teams that
like
come up
predominant. Like you need to get them. I ordered pizza though, chat.
Different type of utility heroes. I think the answer is yes.
I mean, it's definitely a possible yes. I think, yes, there are players that master heroes to an extent where even though they're never on the banning panel, they will get banned. Like, you take a look at Venus, back in his prime days, like Estes, nobody's banning Estes. But when you go up against Blacklist, you ban the Estes, right? So, yes, there is that possibility, but we still have to see BTK go up against some other teams, right? They did still take a loss day 1 to Area 77. I
did not get pineapple pizza. I did not. I also got wings though too, chat. I'm about to be eating good for this.
But I don't know exactly. We still don't have enough data to be like, is this all or nothing for MobaZane? Like,
I got a meat lovers.
Fred and Barats against MobaZane.
So pepperoni, bacon, sausage, Canadian bacon.
I also do think BTK has the strategy already. Like they're prepared that hey, the Fredrin is not going to be available.
Whole world's
The
doing good
Barats,
though.
most of the
I got
time, is
buffalo
not gonna
wings,
be
yeah.
available.
Yep,
And
yep.
if they don't pick it up early on, they're going to lose out.
You're
on
coming
that pick. And
over.
I think BTK already understands
Where you coming?
that strategy.
You want to
They're
jump
not
in the?
giving
You want to
any
jump in the
heroes
VC?
away. Like they're taking the Barats as soon as possible. They're getting Zayn on his favorite heroes as soon as he can to be able to deliver the performance. And we're not talking about last picking for Zayn. It's a first pick for him, and he dominates the lane. That's extremely hard to do, especially when there's so many heroes, so many counter matchups, so many slows. Zayn is just pretty much brute forcing it through
Legit
with his
Pika
favorite
diff.
hero and dominating the game.
Well said. Again, we see Zayn as just one of those.
You're coming over to my
just-
house?
It seems like on any real hero.
You're flying from
in any
Canada?
rogue matchup,
Who's Zeke? He's
just
our
somebody
new
who's very
host.
capable of getting in and doing what he has to do.
Our
and
new
being
host,
one of
baby.
the best players on the map at doing it. So with that, all
Yeah.
due respect. Trex,
Oh,
how do you
snap.
feel about Legacy's performances in the end?
Just
What
a
do you feel
feast?
like
Oh,
they
you
could
want-
have
you want
done
the
a little bit
pizza.
towards the end to try to clean up?
Well,
The
before I go on
wings.
too far, I'm sure we got to go to a break real fast so we can all get ready for the next series ahead. I know you wanted to keep talking, Zeke, but it's time to take a break.
I'm listening to Dave. Yeah. 40? Sheesh. Okay. I think that, yeah, that'd be good. I've been notating like times where I've seen like some of those like wombo combos and stuff that we can talk about, and I've also been like taking notes on like just random stuff like the Matilda and Odette combo. Like that was wild. Like were like, because I could ask LG, be like, hey, like were you trying to do the new TikTok, or were you trying to do the TikTok Odette Matilda combo and the NACT? Like if we wanted to do LG, okay. Come on, dog. I stole it. Yeah, Vexana's been crazy. 3 minutes is too long. I'm getting like assaulted by other do we have 2 subs? No. Oh. We're still pending. He's at a we're just gonna get him ready. We'll put him in there. Cause the cameras might come on. Yeah, when we swap on the second season, if it happens. Aight. 1 minute is long. Hey. That's not what she said. Where's my pizza? I thought about getting this like cheesy super pepperoni stuffed. Oh God. Got it.
Welcome back. I hope you guys didn't enjoy your break too much and get a little bit of sleep, because we still got a couple games, exciting games to get into. So keep your eyelids open and let's get moving. This next matchup is going to be BloodHounds versus the Night Horde.
At least two of them.
Trex, how you feeling about it?
This is a game that was a toss-up for me. I did some predictions early on in the week, and this was like my cop-out game. This is the game that I didn't want to choose because for me it was a very hard choice. So I think this could be one of the closest matches of the day.
And, you know, BloodHounds has shown a pretty strong standing throughout every single NACT, placing them, you know, high ups, especially near the 4-5 position, pretty much contending for the top 4. And also Night Horde has shown a very strong standing before with their new with their old roster, and now with a complete different one. Night Horde is definitely a team to watch out for. We don't know how they do against any of these top teams, and to stand against a very experienced lineup for BloodHounds, it's definitely going to be quite tough for Night Horde to maybe find the momentum in the series.
Absolutely. I do think in terms of experience, I do think that, you know, the ease of it might come a little bit more naturally to the BloodHounds. But again, at the same time, the Night Horde has been extremely potent within the community. They've been making a lot of big moves and doing a whole lot of different like small tournaments, etc., to try to bring themselves up to the level. And I think I like what I see up to this point. I right along with Trex, this is one of those matchups where I said, you know, it really could go either way.
I mean, both of these orgs are both.
Sorry about my big dog, chat.
Yes, they don't have big sponsorships, so maybe they're not orgs yet. But at this
Look
point,
at this like wing box.
Names of NA, right? We know the BTKs, we know the Gosus.
What type of dog do I have?
But GG, the players are all still kind of
Hold on,
household names for NACT. BloodHounds and Night Horde are two teams that have definitely had a journey over the past year and a half, right? They used to be top 32 teams, top 64 teams, moved their way up, became top 16 teams, finally break into NACT top 8 in the past few seasons, and kind of sat towards more of the bottom, and they've been inching their way up. So seeing these two teams clash, kind of for who really belongs as the number 4 slot, who really belongs as the number 3 slot, which one of us can kind of maybe even break into a grand finals before the other one, because
I don't know, no
kisses. Story to
kisses.
tell, right? Seeing Night Horde or BloodHounds possibly make it to grand finals could be something very insane for NACT.
Yeah,
he's a big ass dog.
BloodHounds' roster has been pretty much set in stone for quite a long time. Their players have been on the same team, and that's why BloodHounds, for me, is proven to be one of those top 4
Koopa
teams.
invaded.
You have Bokorosco,
He wants my pizza.
Captain,
He wants my
mage,
pizza.
and pretty much the man of himself, Ooga Booga Powerless, as you guys know him, especially with all the different heroes that he plays. Also,
he wanted to like give me kisses.
A strong performer on the BloodHounds. Sleeps.
He's a big dog, but he doesn't like it when people knock at the door.
Bossy, shout outs to you. But BloodHounds, the roster that they have is just so consistent, and I feel like this could be the season, Trex, that they take care of business and, you know, push themselves into that contending spot that DA, GG, and BTK have always been.
So I think for me, I'm looking at the lineup, and I just can't get over how potent it is.
I was trying to clean up
we see
some
Boca,
space on my
we
desk
see
for a
Templates,
fucking
we
giant ass
see Booga
pizza
Booga,
box.
you know, and friends. But this team, it's just across the board, just such strong North American players. Like, I just know I couldn't be me. It couldn't be me going up against these guys. I'd probably just get into the game and just quit it, you know?
I mean, there's one thing that I have to point out. If any team has the best hair, it is
Look at
definitely
this chat.
Roscoe's team, BloodHounds. I mean, those guys got style right there. We got the frosted tips. We got the long, luxurious hair. We got Boca Roscoe with the ponytail going on right now. It is vibes on BloodHounds, Zeke.
Yeah, ranch. I think it's cold
absolutely.
too.
Now let's get into this other roster. UA.
Yes, we do have Night Horde coming through.
So Yui.
In the middle of the map.
So Yuri.
Player for their team, Momi.
Dude, that's hot. You can't have the wings.
And also
Get out of here,
Nikoko,
dog.
A new player on the Night Horde that is coming through for this game. Nikoko, I actually have a played with him personally myself, and he's actually an extremely strong and talented multiplayer. So seeing him on this roster is going to be quite interesting.
The American version of Naisu.
Night Horde. This is a brand new roster. We haven't seen these guys on Night Horde from the last season.
Which team?
So, again, this is kind of like the Fiends situation where they have to play against a renowned team like BloodHounds, and it's very exciting to see what type of plays these players are going to have to do in order for them to prevail in this series, Zeke.
Absolutely, you said it right. And oh my foe, you know, oh my, he's again just one of those explosive characters within the North American scene that I'm kind of wondering to see some big plays from him. You know, he's one of those names that does stick out a little bit more because he has been a little bit more consistent within Night Horde. So I'm kind of wondering if it's going to be his expertise that helps lead this team into a potential win tonight. Trex?
One got a plate.
I mean, there's definitely a lot for Night Horde here. Yes, the roster's a little different than last season, but still it's some powerful players. Definitely a pretty strong up-and-coming team. And I think what UA said earlier is with BloodHounds, you have the synergy, right? You have a team that has been together for a long time. I think the problems that I see with BloodHounds is sometimes they get a little bit too loose. Sometimes they get a little bit too, I think their heads get a little bit ahead of their feet, right? Especially when it comes to drafts, when it comes to, you know, what are we prioritizing? What are we doing in the game? And I think BloodHound's the best.
Yeah, there'll only be two of them right now.
Right? Keep it to the basics. Keep it.
Don't
get too crazy.
We'll end up
and just play a tight game. And if they can do that, their synergy should carry them to victory.
And I do think the meta this time around for BloodHounds actually works quite well, right? Easy Peasy has been such a strong fighter in the jungle and also very utility based, right? He has the Explore, he has the Martis, and now paired with some of the new metas like the Barat and also the Boxia, it's a very, very strong meta for the side of Night Hordes. And even with Boca Roscoe on the mid side, he's able to use these long range mages like the Vexana and the Faramis and also the Navaria, which he's been super pro-efficient.
Is that something you want, Dave?
BloodHounds has a slight advantage in terms of the meta, but not taking anything away from Night Horde. Those players are extremely strong. I've seen them perform in previous tournaments. They actually did win in one of the smaller tournaments during January. So very, very strong performing team. Excited to see how these two guys play out.
Again, two giants sleeping on the hill, but one of them's got to wake up. So who do we think's going to take the lead? Let's get straight into these predictions.
I think it's definitely a toss-up. I think this could be the first time things are split, and there it is. It's 3 votes to 3 votes. For me, I did end up taking Night Horde here. I think BloodHounds have the potential to pull it off, but after the loss yesterday, after some of those early season problems, I think Night Horde is going to feel good about this game.
I do think BloodHounds stand a little bit above Night Horde just because that these guys, they've stuck it together through the thicks and thins. So I do think in terms of experience, BloodHounds is going to win, but Night Horde is definitely going to put up a very strong fight, Zeke.
The match should be starting here soon.
Me, again,
Buckbang and NACT.
Split on
I'm
this
telling
one.
you.
Honestly, if it were up to me, my little color would be purple, right? Because I don't know which team I really want to win, and I don't think it really comes down to what I want to win. For me, BH has the experience to make things happen, but at the same time, Night Horde, again, has just been making so many waves and ripples within the community that I think that we just can't ignore that. So I think in terms of who's a little bit more fresh cut right now.
I got it. Let me, I forgot. I didn't know we were going to fly him. I'll let him know.
Enough to bring the heat.
I like it. And what makes this game interesting again is, and it's been this way so far for all 3 matches tonight, is it's either the 2 teams that won yesterday against each other, 2 teams that lost against each other, and once again now we have 2 teams that got swept yesterday going against each other, and then the final series of the night is 2 teams that won again. So no matter what, there is some mix-up happening on the board tonight. Someone's got to get a dub, someone's got to get some points on the board here, and someone might get a point if it follows what happened last time. Maybe another team stays at 0.
Yeah, and we could stress a little bit more about the point system. If you guys do win a match, you do get the point. So even if you are going to lose the whole series, winning a match is going to be quite big here. We already know that for the side of LEGACi, they are going to be on the bottom so far with 0 wins. So it's going to be determined if BloodHounds or the side of Night Horde can get a point here in order for them to be a little bit higher in the standings. Zeke.
So, all that information aside, it's time to quit guessing and let's get right into it.
Apology.
Oh yeah. Beautiful send off from Zeke there.
Sorry, I got so much going on. I'm like eating pizza,
BloodHounds will be
trying to get the players going.
No, Night Horde will be on the blue side. BloodHounds will have second pick. Excited to see how it goes.
Winning this one.
The bans are on the table already. The Arlot and the Vexana gets taken out for the side of BloodHounds. The
Night
Fairness,
Horde,
which Boca has been playing quite a bit, along with the Matilda, gets taken out from the BloodHounds side. Now, what's interesting is that BloodHounds, they have Ooga Booga on this roam, and he traditionally does not play a lot of the meta. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of bans like the Tigreal and the Minotaur, because he might just pull out the Hylos once again for the show. Now, for the side of Night Horde, though, a lot of these players are quite standard, and you know, I just want to point out that Nikoko, this raw element, we have not seen him play NACT, and we don't really know what this player does. So I think that is going to be an element of surprise that Night Horde has in their pockets to be able to switch up the matchup, especially going against a renowned team like BloodHounds.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, I think if there's going to be a time tonight when we see some spicy picks, this could definitely be the series. It's but the problem is it's something I don't want to see from BloodHounds, because that is where I think they fall off sometimes. And yes, they can get the win here and there with it, but I think, as I was saying,
John, I'm not casting because I do management in the NAC team. I'm like, I work along Assassin Dave and stuff.
Don't get too crazy, at least not this early in the
season. I work under Assassin Dave.
Well, this is an interesting first pick coming out from Nikoko, a deny pick going out against Easy Peasy. But on the side of BloodHounds, we actually don't see Easy Peasy in the jungle this time around. I think Ramsey,
they might invite me back to casting. I don't know.
Is going to be opting in for the game. I know Templars is going to be the XP laner. I'm assuming Ramsey here is going to be in that jungle position. So taking the X-Borg, I'm not sure if that's exactly the best pick.
I'm doing like a ton of stuff right now.
Gets to come out and play. I'm like hero that we've seen quite.
I'm in 2 different Discords.
It seems like she has
watching the NACT.
A lot of the.
I'm like taking notes for the team that I need to.
Some of her range got
to work with
for her first skill,
which is BloodHounds.
But still,
I'm also hosting tournament lobbies.
I think it still works very well when it comes down to.
So I'm like.
Comes down to certain neutral objectives.
Well, my hands are full.
Is like once you dive in, once we get into late game, that Violent Requiem is like a death sentence, man. You jump in and there's no getting out. You're gonna get shredded down by enemy marksmen. So unless you're catching the big damage dealers of Night Horde, it could become a problem in mid to late game.
Now, I just want to point out that this is going to be the first Novaria that we've seen in today's series. And Novaria has been a hot
I get to relax now.
Recently, along with the Vexana. So this time around, Boca has been placed onto this hero. Novar is one of those heroes that can kind of control the flow.
I am.
Of
I got like
the team
18
fight,
cores
right?
going on right now.
It's a disengage from the whole entire team. The second skill paired up with Ice Queen Wand can provide a lot of the slow, and it depends on what kind of build Boca chooses to go. He can opt to go for that high burst, or he could choose to go for more of a utility. Now the response from Night Horde, the Lilia can be picked up. We've seen this hero do quite the damage, but unfortunately I feel like today we haven't seen a lot of success from that purple mage.
For sure. Now with the second phase of bans, the Claude, the Martis, does BloodHounds just go full into the gold lane here? Maybe take out the Brody or the Bruno, one of those two options. Harriet's become this super hot pick today, so you know at this point it's like you never know in the gold lane, and I feel like the gold lane is kind of hard to ban.
These pizza slices are so big.
The Claude and the carry seem to be the defined meta currently, but also
Ramsey's Sir Bossy, if you guys didn't know.
So much of it is just mechanics. Any gold laner a lot of gold laners can be very viable right now.
Yeah, the Brody is available. The Natan is also available there. There's a lot of different heroes that Night Horde can kind of opt into, but it is going to be BloodHounds' turn as Night Horde bans out the Yuzong, taking away an XP laner, right? So BloodHounds a little bit sliver on the options here. They have
they got spicy garlic sauce. What?
One of the heroes that Mr. Milo was playing on the last game might be a good option. The Uranus could come out to play, but I'm not exactly sure if that's going to be BloodHounds' strategy this time around.
I mean, you never know, man. Milo made it look like a very good hero.
Not until later we won't be able
but
to.
Also the fact that they last picked it when there, like you said, there wasn't a lot of CC, did make it viable. In the current looks of things, depending on what Night Horde picks, it could be a possible good pick for BloodHounds. EXP is another lane where lots of things can work, I feel like, right now. Yes, there are some that are better than others, but there
Papa John's.
My question is still, is this Gwenny going to be jungle? Is it going to be
I didn't know.
Is this Paquito going to flex in a jungle? A lot of possibilities for the side of BloodHounds here.
Now, a second Raph appearance coming out for today. This has not been a very traditional roam hero, especially with the new metas of the Minotaur and also the Chigro. Just feels like the Raph just doesn't have that capability of checking out a lot of bushes. But the synergy paired up with the X-Borg and
he looks like garlic sauce
is going to be immense in a lot of these team fights of re-engaging and making sure that they can capitalize on a lot of the mistakes that BloodHound makes. Now, the Paquito is quite interesting, just like you're saying here. Paquito and the Guinevere can both be flexed onto multiple positions.
You caught me eating pizza.
Not showing a lot of their cards so far.
I mean, Night Horde right now is just a ball of death, right? It's like you already know all 5 of these heroes.
Papa John's
going way ahead, really, unless you see a
nom
or something. Everyone's gonna be grouped up. Raph is just gonna be moving with them, and it's just gonna be advanced forward. Why check a bush when all of us are gonna jump into the bush together? You know, like they don't need that's pretty much what the plan is gonna be here. You've got tons of sustainability, you have some of the damage. It's very kind of, you know, like Blacklist-esque here, old school, Ube, let's group together. Now, BloodHounds on the other hand, I think at that point, do they pick something? They have some movement speed. They can.
I haven't even been paying attention to the draft.
And here comes the Kaja. I'm not against it. Kaja hasn't been like the most viable pick, but he's gonna have to be careful coming in because there's definitely a lot of threats.
I would have liked that BloodHounds picked up a stronger front line, right? Right now, so far, there's not many members of Night Horde that can get on.
Ooga Booga needs a new haircut.
And typically,
I mean, he's got an interesting hair.
Gonna go unchecked the whole entire game.
We'll see. We'll see how he plays here.
3-0 and something, right? But the Kaja coming out and play means that BloodHounds is looking for a lot of pickoffs, and paired up with Sleeps can be quite the dangerous situation, but it does not provide the front line that I think BloodHounds is looking for. The pack in the front, it's not going to be possible. He's building
BloodHounds is going to have a tough time.
Guinevere Yes, there's the Violent Requiem to be able to go in, but
Also,
there's
a big
still
thing
not
right now is that
one-size-fits-all
BloodHounds has
solution to
easy
deal
peasy
with
subbed
the
out.
front line, the sustain, the
If you guys
mobility
didn't catch it,
of the Raphael paired with the
I think
Barrage
Night Horde
and
also has a sub as well.
I feel like something like the Minotaur, the Grok, something that maybe also could have hit Night Horde when they're very grouped up around this Rafaela. You know, something CC to stop the
Pizza's
heals
too
from
good.
coming for a time being. I think that could have been a great answer, but they do have pressure, right? If BloodHounds, once the level 4
Oh,
spike
snap.
comes for the Paquito and the Kaja and the Guinevere,
They made
if
him.
they can get some kills, if, you know, I mean, because Paquito packs a punch, man. Guinevere hits pretty hard in the laning phase. And then you, like you said, you have the carry, you have a lot of these things. So if they can execute it well, it could be huge for them, but only time will tell as we're about to jump into the land of Dawn. This is BloodHounds up against Night Horde, game number 1.
Yeah, is it going to be the new-found team Night Horde coming through with a brand new roster? Or is it going to be the veterans of BloodHounds where they have taken a lot,
I didn't know.
especially with the
mini
the
analyst
team
for their
of
first
Sleeps,
game.
Boca, Templars, we've seen all
He
these
did that.
people paired up
They
with
put that
Uga
out
Uga
already?
and
Like,
Ramsey.
Jesus.
It's going to be a tough showing from both of these teams. Already a lot of aggression onto the mid sides, but both mids are quite low here.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of options here. Like I said, I feel like BloodHounds need to know their time to shine and when not to, right? And I think once they hit level 4, once Kaja gets level 4, once Ramses on this Paquito gets the ultimate and gets the knockout strike in, that's going to be an important time for BloodHounds to look for plays around the map. Ramses is going to need to rotate. You know, right after this first turtle, if they can secure it, they need to hit hard.
And Arlott with the focusing of Assassin, trying to maybe single.
You guys
out
got like a
the
50-50
export
right now in the
of
chat.
As an export.
You guys
There's no
thinking-
Arlott here, so little
Thinking
bit of
Night
a,
Horde, or you
image.
thinking
This is the last game. This is
more people are thinking Night
This
Horde?
is the last game, but what's interesting?
I have to go
is
check
that
it out,
we have
S.
Templars in the jungle
That's
this
crazy,
time
bro.
around, and Ramsey on the side lane. Take a look at some of these spells. I do think the Purify might be a little bit overkill, especially when Guinevere is going to be the only one that's available. So I do think BloodHounds have the ability to capitalize on the amount of Purifies that Night Horde has, because they can't purify the Kaja, right? So a Flicker Conceal is almost guaranteed to hit onto that Bruno, but maybe they're just betting on the counter engagement and the sustain of the Purifies and the Ube strategy that Night Horde has set up in the draft.
I have to go take a look at it. I want to see how he analyzed
Be
it.
careful. Uga Booga does not have level 4 just yet. Templars able to dash away. Out comes the last Insanity. Nico using it more as a zoning mechanism.
That was great zoning by
Ramses
Night
has
Horde.
one angle as well, but oh my foe, able to
29
get
seconds
it.
a long
Paired
time.
up with a Detone as
That
well,
was
but
she
that's a
said.
kill and a turtle over the side of Night Horde.
There's a clean turtle coming out from Night Horde, but it feels like Uga Booga was a little bit just not letting go. Of
Dog
that
said,
objective.
"I
The
agree."
retribution is not available there, so I don't think Uga Booga had to die. It's a buy one get one free show for Night Horde so far. 1 kill and a turtle on the board, pushing them almost at a 1K lead. Trex.
I mean, and Ramses is doing a good job in the XP, zoning out Nikoko right now. So well played by him overall, but still, we need to see. I think what's going to be crucial for BloodHounds, I said it once, I'm going to say it again, is him getting involved.
Crazy.
Him rotating around the map, not kind of hanging out in the XP.
I need to take
too
notes,
much, I mean,
chat.
Clearing wave and looking for
Take
plays
notes.
elsewhere.
Take notes.
Yeah, and they
You said it?
definitely have to
Okay,
look
nice.
for some plays.
I'll
here
definitely
see
have to
Uga
take a
Booga
look at it.
positioning himself onto the top side. Now, do I think that
Make like a little
flicker
reaction
grab is
clip
gonna
to
be able
it?
kill R by himself? I don't think so,
funny.
especially in this early game situation. But as time goes back, as time scales into that late game, I think BloodHounds have a significant
versus Night
advantage,
Horde.
especially with the Kaja and carry.
I gotta think of like ideals for content for these
A lot of
the
possibilities.
teams,
Looks
like
all 4 members
based
of
upon,
BloodHounds
like,
up on the top side here.
what they did
Deciding
here.
Not to go for a play just yet. Momo's on to him as well.
I miss
Still
Uga
kind of
Booga,
slow
and
games, 1-0, but
he's,
Night Horde do have a nice
he's
lead.
laying
A big
down.
Knock up on a Momo, and they get the kill. Templars able to just get away here. Oh my foe, looking for a target. Not able to lock on to Uga Booga. Uga Booga.
I miss
will
Uga
get away
Booga's
just
gold
in
lanes, man.
time.
Yeah, but we did get to see the Purify coming out to play a little bit. Even with the grab coming out from Kaja, the Purify was still able to negate the knockup coming out from Guinevere. So this Gwen if he chooses to build tank, I think that's going to be the best advantage that BloodHounds can get. Use that tank ability to knock up players and just get a lot of that
Force the
purify
flicker
off the board. Now Ramsey did pop
okay
the flicker, so
all
one
right
utility wasted before the objective comes up.
Look at the
Night Horde
two
has
in the
done
top
super
though
well in terms of the objective focus, but BloodHounds,
gold is still super easy.
Does not use the violent requiem though. Ramsey
no,
also
I mean their jungle. Oh my foe got it.
Oh my foe, and now he's gonna move on to Ramsey. Bokarosco
oh GG's.
Ramsey should fall
what
here.
the fuck?
Nakoko able to get the kill.
Him.
Templa's now in a bad spot as well. Getting followed by Nakoko. Nakoko pops violent requiem, but
GG's.
it's not gonna be enough. Sayori able to get the kill.
And I'm starting to see a pattern here for the side of BloodHounds. Even when they aren't able to get a very clear 50-50, they're still kind of forcing their members to try and get the objectives, which I do think that's going to kind of hurt them in the long run, right? They've dropped kills along with objectives already on the last two neutrals. And if they continue this up, I can see that when the Lord does come up, they're going to be losing members left and right, and Night Horde here in a great position.
Yeah, Templess in trouble
15
once again.
Yeah, Ooga Booga's Hanabi.
Giving BloodHounds the treatment right now. Not giving him any space to breathe. The nice stun on to sleep. Bokarosco trying to poke with the meteors, but the damage isn't there yet. BloodHounds denied of their own jungle.
Yeah, and Night Horde is still holding strong to a lot of the utilities that they have. The Purifies, all three are available. And that's going to smell a lot of trouble for the Guinevere, but I do think the rest of the team of BloodHounds have to try and keep it up, right? They have to try and pop the Purifies before it gets used, but it's quite hard as Night Horde is forcing the objectives down the throat of the side of BloodHounds.
And I mean, the poke just doesn't matter from Bokarosco right now, right? Because they get the heal. Ooh,
oh,
baptism.
okay.
Goes down. R looking for the matchup here. Sleep's in a little bit of trouble. They're going to go under the tower. Momo takes a tower shot, trades it off with R, and Sleep should be able to.
They're just eating them alive right now, chat.
Action on to Ramsey. Oh, my foe decides to back off.
Eating them alive.
I don't think Night Horde has to bite off more than they could chew. It's a 5-1 lead, 4K gold lead for the side of Night Hordes. The Dragons have come and has been birthed into this game, and they're definitely leading with a lot of these objectives and small fights.
I mean, it's definitely a tough game for BloodHounds. Already a 4,000k gold deficit, and this is the exact. Oh, wait a second! Nice suppression, nice grab. They're able to get the kill onto Sayori. No black shoes for her. Oh, my foe takes a turtle. Gets to the Tono's welcome. Lands it down. Ooga Booga takes a lot of damage. Tries to dash away, but
GG's dead.
Gets the kill. And now a clash in the mid side. Violent Requiem locks on my foe, but he still stands tall. Finally falls, but takes Ramsey.
Okay.
Bath right now. Templess falls next. Sleeps as
God
well.
damn, R is just destroying them.
It's a 3-for-4 trade into the hands of Night Horde.
And I thought for a second that BloodHounds have learned their lesson. They were able to grab up a member of Night Horde.
Damn, he skipped through that real fast.
Giving them a 1-0, of course losing the objective, but they were winning in that team fight. But they ended up losing 4 members for a trade for 3. Night Hordes in the lead now with all the neutral objectives and the towers, pushing them at a 5k gold lead early on.
I'm trying to see if there's like any really good wombo combos that we're seeing here.
Right now, man, they're just able to withstand this as much as they want.
Lavaria
doesn't go. He doesn't have the flicker, so he can't do anything too crazy here. BloodHounds just trying to defend and staunch the bleeding.
And it's just really hard for the side of BloodHounds, especially without the front line tank, right? The Kaja with the Divine Judgment is quite good paired up with the carry, but they just don't have that front line sustain ability to kind of just zone out members away.
Try one of these wings.
Coming through, but no engage on Nikoko. The Raga armor is just a little bit too good, but Ooga Booga.
Yeah, I mean, it's another target that Templess can't even go for, because even if you get the Violent Requiem, the Frog Armor just lets you bounce away after, right? So, BloodHounds, it's a lot of tough angles, and it's a lot of things to think about every time they engage and who they go for. And if they don't get the perfect setup, like the perfect targets, pretty much the fight has to not happen for them.
And it's hard because Boka is on the backside trying to snipe a lot of the members from Night Horde, but it doesn't seem like the impact is there yet. Side of BloodHounds just lacking in terms of that significant front line, and they're just struggling, right? Boka is unable to get a few snipes that he's looking for this whole entire game. He is still 0-0-3. The members of Night Horde still cannot touch the Novaria, but if the impact is not there, the damage
Oh,
is not
real
available,
wings.
and BloodHound is just losing on a lot of these fights, it's gonna smell a lot of trouble and it's gonna be quite tough here.
Yeah, Templars needs a big steal here. The knockup does land down. Night Horde have taken control of the top side of the pit. Ooga Booga flickers in, gets suppression on into Nokoko. Bokarasco going to pop out onto that Fraga Armor, but oh my foe, gonna get caught up here. Violent Requiem tossed up, knocked up, and taken out. Templars able to bounce back. Night Horde still controlling the pit, but BloodHounds might need to try to make a play here. They have some time, no retreat on the field for Night Horde.
Correct.
And it's quite interesting that BloodHounds actually looked like they were going to lose that fight, especially when Ooga Booga did get poked out. But the response coming through with the Violent Requiem sets up the Barats perfectly for that carry to free hit. And BloodHounds, with a little bit of hope, does take out the jungler in that fight, stopping the neutral objective for being taken. But how long do they have for the clock? The Barats coming back into play. 10 minutes in, the gold lead is still significant.
That'd be nice
For the side of Night Horde to play with.
I mean, at this point, Night Horde's like, fine, we don't even need a retreat. We're going to go for this. Oh my foe does finally get in here. Templars able to get the knockup. Naseori is not able to pressure out the Purify, though. And that's what Templars keeps looking for. Like, maybe I can get him to use the Purify. But as long as all those team members have it, there's nothing you can.
I don't have to touch my keyboard too much.
Like everything that BloodHounds brought, Night Horde just denied, and Ramsey able to finally pick up a kill, and hopefully Ramsey can maybe be the saving grace here.
Yeah,
the knockup does land. Hold on. Oh my foe taking a lot of damage. Does finally go down. Sleep's able to get the kill. The shred from the speedy light wheel just a little bit too much. Lord also gonna get melted. Ramsey with the re-engage.
What the dude?
Finally pushed back a bit.
Yeah, Night Horde finally seemingly losing a little bit of the small fights here and there. The hope coming back to the side of BloodHounds, able to get a small pick off.
What do you guys like on BloodHounds?
Right? The Barats doesn't have too much mobility.
Who's your like favorite?
The Divine Judgment and the
your favorite person on BloodHounds? You guys, does anybody have any favorites on them?
Now it seems like BloodHounds have the map.
You guys like a fan
of
Ooga Booga the most, or are you a fan of?
I think that's actually fine for the set of BloodHounds. I think they have to abuse that they don't have that much CC, and
you guys, Sir Bossy,
get on
Ramsey, lover.
Damage onto Sleeps there. Suppression does lock on, and Saori goes down once again. 1-3.
Who's BloodHounds?
When BloodHounds do find their targets, they lock on well, and oh my phone, Saori are definitely taking the brunt of all of this damage.
Yeah, and I think that's a good.
Sleeps is doing really good on the carry.
Has not been popped on the last 2 deaths of the Sayori. That's why I say abusing the fact that 3 of the members on the side of Night Horde have that Purify and just letting the pack just go wild, right? You're not able to.
When he picks something crazy,
you could flicker
like the Hylos.
The Purify is just gonna not do too much.
The Hylos, Sleeps.
Burst.
You don't know any of them
already in the showing. The gold lead has closed back to a 3K, and BloodHounds right now with a little bit of momentum.
Hopefully we'll be able to get
but I don't think there's damage for
a little bit more familiarity with them. We're not going to be able to turn the cams on right now for BloodHounds or Night Horde because we're missing one person right now.
But then it's also Oh My Foe, and anytime Oh My Foe goes in and holds down the front, he's getting knocked up.
Like a Saber roam? That's what I'm saying.
Sleeps is shredding him down.
Dude,
so
if Ooga Booga played Saber roam, I'd crap.
I think if Oh My Foe is going to be holding down the front side, the rest of the team needs to be close by, so that if Templars does come in, they can maybe kill Templars before BloodHounds kills Oh My Foe.
And Boca is starting to show that there's really no counter to the Novaria so far, but coming in.
Suppression does come on to Saori, but the black shoes popped.
Oh god, Ooga Booga got out.
Now the target
Ooga Booga.
Night Horde. But they're unable to succeed, unable to move forward, and Night Horde is just.
That boy's a little slippery little guy.
In a game of football, man. Every time they try to advance, the meteors come from Bokarasco, and the rest comes from. Oh, wait a second, a little bit of damage on into Coco. The frag armor is popped. Ramsey makes a couple shots to the face.
You mean if the other person's coming?
Last one, but unable to connect. Another meteor strikes back, and Ooga Booga finally goes down. But a big knockup on all 4 members from the Lord Templars, able to get a nice spot into the midst of this Lord's pit. And it's a 50-50, and Boca Roscoe takes it, but Ramsey should go down for this one, make it Templars as well, and Boca Roscoe is the only one left standing.
It's a 4 members for the Lord for the side of BloodHounds. It's a good thing that they did take that Lord, but Night Horde has 5 of the members standing, and I don't think that Novaria has the ability to be able to defend against this.
Oh my lord, that's a lot of damage from R. 5-0-2 on a Bruno.
10 seconds.
Oh, Bo Carrasco gone along with the base. Night Horde take the game.
A 14-minute game performance coming out from Night Horde, taking the victory 14-8. And of course, the side of Night Horde pretty much took this game quite convincingly against the veteran players of BloodHounds. 14-8 and 37 is going to be the overall scoreboard. Some high assists coming across the team. And once again, I just did not feel like the Novaria was having enough time to scale, or the front line of the side of BloodHounds just did not hold up.
All right, I'm back.
Novaria to get those.
I didn't even. I forget that we're delayed on the stream, and
even in the moments where
I had to double check onto Night Horde, or I had to check on BloodHounds. Dude, that was crazy.
Get those objectives. They continue to get the wins.
Dave like ruined it for me.
BloodHounds risked a little.
Dave was like, the game's over.
Lost too much.
Where's BloodHounds? I was like, what? I was like, I'm still watching it.
Yeah, and the Brats has still been a significantly strong showing. The Raphael honestly has done significantly well there too, especially paired up against the
Trying to eat my chicken wings.
The second skill should be able to kind of purify a lot of the slow mobility that Novaria is producing. And the Raphael, I honestly feel like it was a great counter there. I know it's not been a traditional
BTK, DA, and Area 77 have some good matches, then CC will come.
Has proven
the
to
universal
be
tank gap
difficult for any teams to handle.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a problem.
I like reading the comments.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's going to become a thing that we see
What's
a
up,
lot,
buddy?
right? Like we saw from BTK earlier.
Chicken was good.
Composition. Now
Chicken was good.
Night Horde.
Yeah.
It's definitely
Buddy.
something that is slowly kind of leaking.
You see this? You can't even see him. Like this. Look at this dog.
Is this going to be?
Oh.
I'm kind of excited for it because it's a composition that we haven't really seen in a while. Like
Look at him.
Support, you know.
You see this guy?
Yeah, the Ube.
Big ol' head. His head's bigger than my hand.
But yeah, the Ube strat is back in action.
He wants that chicken wing.
Yeah, and you know the side of Night Horde is definitely.
Yeah, I know what you want. You want that chicken wing.
Barats
is
going to be the
hot,
key
though.
element
You
here,
can't have it.
doing a lot of damage and having a lot of the
Can't have it. Here, I'll
sustainability.
give you one of
Paired up
these.
with the rework.
You gotta do something for me,
giving him
though.
That dash has proven to be
Touch.
quite a good change for the
Touch.
Dinosaur.
Touch.
We have
No.
a few
Touch.
replays coming
Good
up.
boy.
So potentially we're
Touch.
going to see that last exciting game in action once again.
Yeah, definitely a couple spicy replays coming in. I'm excited to see how
Back up.
exactly they
Back
did
up.
it. Night Horde feeling very strong. We're about 7 minutes in right here, and this is where
I know
we
it's
saw
your dinner
some of the
time.
possibilities from the side of BloodHounds. But even though they were able to get pickoffs here and there, they weren't able to get the objective.
There's a big old
And
dog.
then when they did finally get objectives, they weren't able to stay alive. So definitely something lacking.
Definitely something lacking here.
He wanted to bark.
And this is where
I didn't ask him to bark,
they got
though.
A very good pickoff on the objective.
Yeah,
right?
big
For the
ol'
first
big
time
ol'
in
dude.
The last 3 turtles, they were losing out members for the neutral objective, but this time around, they had a good team fight, and now
Hey,
the Lord is coming
hey,
up. I also
what are you
thought that
doing?
this was a good
Get your
fight
big
for
head outta
BloodHounds,
here.
but it just feels like
Come
the
on.
sustain
Lay down.
and the Raphael just slowing and healing the members. Just too much
Thanks,
sustain
Jamie.
for the side of BloodHounds. They end up losing 4 of the members in this team fight. They did get the Lord, but the game was lost in the hands of Night Horde.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the big problems towards the end there was, you know, you mentioned that they couldn't find Bo Carrasco, but also BloodHounds could not get to R. He just had this wall around him of strong heroes. He had the heal and the movement speed coming from Momo. It was a problem, and once he got to 4-0, 5-0, was really scaling. I mean, he's probably one of the biggest crit heroes, one of the highest just like burst damage marksmen there are. Being able to like 2-shot just about anybody, and it became a major problem.
Yeah, and I do think maybe potentially switching up the matchup could have been a little bit better, like putting the pack up early against the Bruno that only has the Purify. Right?
You understood
Putting him
Atlas?
Up there, so
We had a German
potentially
Shepherd
he had
once. We got it as a
pressure
guest dog.
against the Bruno.
Irony that he
This
got
time around,
kidnapped.
the Bruno was
What?
able to prevail. Got
What the
crits
fuck?
that
He got
needs to be able to
kidnapped?
Just dominate any of the front lines that BloodHounds really did not have, right? When you set up the mages for the long range mages like the Navaria or even the Lilia, you want to have people in the front to sustain the damage, to hold the people in place. But the only thing that BloodHounds had was the Kaja. The pack was a damage Paquito. The Guinevere had 3 purifies waiting for him just for the knockout.
Do I own a PT
right? So
Cruiser?
really
Nah.
Extremely hard for any of the members of
I own a
BloodHounds
Camaro.
to sustain the front line, for Boca Roscoe.
I drive a muscle car.
Cycle through his spells and deal the damage that was necessary for them to be able to win any of those team fights.
I like it. So now coming into game 2, you know, Night Horde looking for the sweep, BloodHounds trying to get the
back
reverse
here.
sweep. Like, what's the change up here? I think we both agreed that maybe the Kaja pick would have been a little better with
They don't call me G for nothing, man.
Utility
or something, yes, or just something that could maybe get some group CC, you know, an actual tank, right? Not a support
It
tank.
kind of got dark into
Is it the draft? Is it gameplay?
into
Is it a little bit
UA's
of both? What are your thoughts on it?
in UA's room.
Well, I definitely feel like the side of BloodHounds, they lacked their traditional strategy where Boca always plays these late game far ranging mages, right? The Sicilian that he has in his pocket, also the Navaria, setting up a good front line to stop the movements of Night Horde should be prioritized. For example, the Fredrin in the jungle has that CC, has that built-in Petrify. You can also build in something like the Lapu Lapu or Yu Zong, where there is a knock-up and stun available there.
I forgot that I was hosting a lobby.
Paired up with the Kaja, just did not provide the front line that
like a
that
hair.
the side of BloodHounds was that they were lacking and that they really desperately needed.
Well, the tournament lobby is like bugged.
I mean, there was definitely an issue, right? I think when it came to draft, also a little bit of I would like to see a bit more movement from Ramses. I think once he did get involved with the Paquito, we could see the difference in some of those team fights. They had the opportunity to maybe come back, but it was just a little bit too late. I think this time I would like to see him be a bit more proactive. We saw from some other EXP laners in previous games. He
turned on dark mode.
EXP laners from other teams.
Oh yeah, what are these?
EXP lane is so important in the meta right now, especially when it comes to first, second turtle, mid game. Being able to tip the scales of these fights and instead of making a 3v3, make it a 4v3. You know, things of that nature.
And I also think that the pickup on the Barats was so great for the side of Night Horde. We've seen the Barats pretty much scale and snowball in majority of these games. I think Barats hasn't really taken a significant loss yet today. I'm not sure about the other days, but the Barats has been such a strong pickup that I do think that the side of BloodHounds, if they're not able to take it, maybe look to ban out that hero. So far, it just doesn't seem like there is a great counter to that. Even if the carry is being picked up,
Roscoe is one of the 3 mages I'm looking forward to
like
seeing. That's crazy. They're throwing up the comments for certain teams that are actually playing too. That's awesome.
Every single creep, and nobody can deal a lot of damage early on. So finding
BTK, DA, and Area 77 will have some good matches. We've seen that one already.
In your lineup, I think could make a difference between the wins and the losses in this series.
I think the ban is definitely a thought.
What a bus pass.
Slowly just inching
Dominating.
towards, like, yeah, I mean, he's dominating, man. His win record. I would love to see stats on all the win records and everything. I'm sure a little later on in the season. Even if we don't have him like as a card, some of us casters will figure them out, look him up on Liquipedia and stuff, because he is definitely just dominating right now, no matter what team he's on. And it's something that some teams are going to have to worry about.
I think Liquipedia is
as
tracking
we move
MVPs as
forward.
well.
We're starting to see heroes like the Noland and the Joy not really even get banned out or picked as much anymore. So there is room for things like the Barats. There is room to start slotting in different bans, and a lot of teams have just been banning differently than others. We're seeing the Matilda get picked up more. Some teams letting that through. So I think it's definitely a thought that maybe BloodHounds ban that out. Maybe just completely try to make this next game very different than the last one. Not only in their own draft, but forced Night Horde to pick a little bit differently as well.
Yeah, and in order for Night Horde to pick a little bit differently, I think the strategy has to be.
This is really cool.
For them. Again, this is the team that has been.
Oh, nice, nice. Okay.
Where they have the same exact players. Their strategy is in place. Boca plays the long range mage. They have that fighter style utility jungler. I know Tempest is this time around with the Guinevere, but when they had Easy Peasy, it was always about the Martis, the Exborg, the Fredrin, where it's a lot more utility based. I do feel like if they kind of go with the strategy of building up that front line for Boca to scale, they might have a better opportunity this time around. And I also think Uga Buga, right? This time around, he decides to go for the meta pick, but we all know he's been quite renowned for something like the Hylos or the Bellaric. Or even the Khalid can come out to play. So I do think there is an element of strategy where they could surprise the opponents, pick up some of their comfort picks, and try to get this game up and going. Because again, if they do not get a point here, they're going to be bumped down very far down the ladder.
See, you want the exact opposite of me, right? Like I keep saying, BloodHounds just stick to the strategy, just pick regular, and you're like, nah, man, bring in that Ooga Booga Khalid, baby. Let's run.
Ooga Booga Khalid.
Yes,
I want to saber roam now.
When you're down, when it's match point. Yeah,
yeah,
let's just
on a bet.
Let's just pick up something you guys know you feel good on. That way, at least
on a
if
bet.
you lose, you lose on what you like playing. Definitely a possibility. If they do pick things like that, then it still has to mesh well, right? And you know, if they're gonna put Bocarasco on a late game scaling mage, someone who needs to get golden, needs to kind of power scale up, they need to pick a composition.
The casters are yapping, chat.
And that's where I think they're kind
got
of
yappers.
They're picking what they like, or they're picking what's good, or they're picking just counters, but not. I feel like they're not thinking about
Trex having the casting headphones is crazy,
right? About what is needed to make sure this hero shines, what is needed here to make sure this hero is able to complete its job.
My nose itched.
So I think they're definitely, and that's kind of always been the problem with BloodHounds, right? It's kind of always been the issue. They're a great team. They have the mechanics. They have the skill to get to top 8, but these are the small things that they need to tighten up if they want to be a top 4, top 3.
To break out his J's.
Seems to be a little ahead this year. They have this new roster, and the roster's playing well, man. From micro mechanics to draft to macro.
Oh God.
They're doing everything that needs to be done. Now this is a flash of the past right here. We got the real deal draft screen coming in, and I miss it.
Yeah, the first phase has already gone through. BloodHounds picking up the Faramis, the Tigreal, and also the Claude going up against the response.
We must have had like a draft or a band pick API problem.
Switch up this time around. Sayori is going to be
crazy. This is looking like my production.
For the Faramis, but this time the difference is Night Horde has the CC in the front, right? The Arlott has a lot of stuns and disabilities to go onto the back line of the side of BloodHounds.
I went with Tigreal, huh?
Fredrin is going to be very, very hard to deal with. And now, paired up with the Minotaur, it's a little bit of an overkill on my perspective. I feel like Night Horde needs a little bit more damage at this point, because if they do end up picking something like a Carry or maybe the Bruno, the Navarius still takes time to skip. The marksman is going to take time to, get onto whoever the front line is from the side of BloodHounds. And I think BloodHounds have a much more well-rounded.
Look at the sword goes through Boxia. That's crazy.
Game on the last time.
Yeah, definitely very well.
Oh, that's a sight to see.
I have to agree. We kind of jumped right in the middle of the draft, so I'm, getting my grips on everything. They get the they have Shred, they have some answers. They also have the Faramis, which is something
I stayed up
we know
too long last night.
Before. And they have big set potential. I like this much more. I think even if you're losing with this type of draft, you have opportunity. They have, just like last time, just like we've seen before, they have a lot of their boxes checked. They have late game, they have early, they have mid. They have a lot of possibilities here, but the Minotaur could be the wrench to kind of deal, or the problem to deal with that, Faramis overall. If Night Horde gets too grouped up and that one big Minoan's
casually flexing on us.
Oh man.
Well,
but
we're in the game.
Levi in action here. This is a great skin. I'm super excited for a lot of these skins. And honestly,
Attack on Titan.
Also rework on the Mech Dragon, so it's gonna be quite the fashion show. This
we had some stuff break in the game, so.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping into the land of Dawn. Nothing fancy here. We're keeping it old school at NACT right now. I'm excited for a Night Horde.
Is it going to goddamn start?
Point. BloodHounds looking for the comeback.
Yeah, and we're trying to.
What just happened?
Seems like we got a small technical difficulties. I do want to talk about the Lapu Lapu that Ramsey is on. I've seen him play this hero quite a bit, and been shown to have extreme dominance.
I had to like
on
stretch my
that
legs
hero.
out
We
there.
did see Mikasa yesterday pull out the Lapu Lapu. Huge impact, level 4 on a lot of the objectives. I'm going to be projecting that Mr. Ramsey himself is going to be doing.
Dude, that
the
pizza
same
got
thing
here so fast.
in their match point.
Oh, nice. There we go.
Yue, you take us in this time.
Yeah, so guys, welcome to the land of dawn. It is between between BloodHounds,
Mr. Beast,
up against Night Horde. It is match point for the Dragons here. BloodHounds looking and finding a way to defend against the new team that Night Horde is.
I love it. I love it, Yue. Felt good, looks
Put
good,
me on the
sounds
spot.
good. Here we go, boys. Let's jump on in. Now, any win cons? I know we both, we got acquainted with the draft real
Got like
quick.
some nice
Once we got
music
some
while the game's
time,
playing.
What do you think is important for each team here?
Well, for the side of BloodHounds, I think they have to put a lot of pressure onto the carry, right? The Navaria is going to be pushing the lanes, clearing the waves by himself. And you can see they are even pressuring onto this mid side, not letting her hit the wave. So a little bit of deny early on. And I think they're using that advantage that the Minnow does not have a great early game. Now, the damage dealers of Night Horde is very obvious. It's the Navaria, which is a little bit hard to catch without a dive, and also the carry. Right, if they can shut down the carry, especially early on, Night Horde is going to be lacking in a lot of damage. You can see the aggressiveness coming out from BloodHounds. They know they have the advantage. They know they have the clear, and they're able to kind of shove the side of Night Horde away from their minions so early on in this match.
I mean, BloodHounds with the ability to kind of zone and control river, they're going to have the advantage in some of this laning phase, and that is something that Night Horde had last game, and this time
So Boca is on a Faramis.
and get this early game under their control.
Kind of taking a look at some of the analytics here, since it's just me on the desk here with the watch party.
If Ooga Booga hits this level 4 quickly and they make a big
Interesting,
turnover,
interesting.
maybe not,
Ooh,
Ooga Booga a little bit
ooh.
of trouble, force back, and that's going to be one member
There we go,
down
there we
for
go.
this turtle fight.
Yeah, and Ooga Booga is a little bit greedy on that clear. He decided to use his second skill paired with his first to get that.
Ooh,
wave
first
on
blood.
side. Boca is able to pick up the first blood for the side of BloodHounds. A little bit of a comeback in terms of the momentum, but is Template going to be in position for this 50-50?
I mean, now he is, and not only that, they're up a member. Oh, my foe still able to secure it,
Oh.
though. Template's going to maybe look for something here. Momo in a little bit of trouble. Boca looking for
They're
the
kind of
drive
getting
back.
greedy.
Sounds
Oh, they
like
got
lead,
it.
But Template isn't there to capitalize. A nice stun on the 3 members, but still
Ooga
not enough
booga.
damage. A big final slash. Now BloodHounds in trouble. Ramses takes out
Dang.
Momo, but Ramses may fall, gets the bravest fighter. The stun on Oh My Foe, but Oh My Foe picks up the kill. It's a 2-for-1 into the hands of Night Horde.
Yeah, but the gold lead is still quite close. 2 for 2, 3 minutes in. Both could be anyone's game so far. BloodHounds, though, they do have a much better opening this time around compared to the last. It feels like they have a little bit more control in a lot of these team fights. They're able to get.
Is there a
that
lot of
pick off
ads?
that we were
I haven't been able to
emphasizing
see
in
or
game one,
skip
right? They
them.
were getting picked off after objectives on each of the turtle, but this time around they're the ones that get.
I got
that
too
pick
much
off.
shit
Now
open.
the gold lead is quite close, and
I tried to skip them. I also said it. I also said it so that the
taking
ads
care
are
of
only
business,
playing like every like
getting that
20 minutes,
advantage
which
all
should
the way on the top
hopefully
side of
allow
the map.
like a whole game
Yeah,
to go through
Ramses,
without like
aka
interruptions from
Bossy.
ads. Hopefully.
The Lapu is definitely
If it's
signature
run
pick for him.
correctly.
He's comfortable on it. He's feeling
You
good on
shouldn't
it,
see
and we're
see
seeing
more than
exactly
one during a
why
game, and hopefully not at a
Coco on
bad
the
time.
Arla is just getting
I tried to
bullied
regulate
right
the
now off
ads
top
for you
side.
guys.
You can see Ramses on the
The only way
mini-map
I make
running
money, though.
lane, just keeping Coco back. You see no minions under that tower.
The YouTube Premium.
Yeah, but I do think
No
that
ads.
the side of Night Horde have a great CC comp.
I still get paid
for
from
all the big
YouTube
teams,
Premiums,
right? They
too.
got 3 of the biggest frontliners. They got the Arlot, the Fredrin, and also the Minone. So that's going to be quite a bit of CC for the side of Night Horde to kind of deal with.
No,
But the
this is not my
counter engagement
full-time
from
job.
Ooga Booga,
This is just my,
especially
like,
early on,
hobby.
has been quite good. He got a 3-man implosion early on, and I could expect the same thing going once again. He has the flicker available.
Ooh,
Members
ooh.
are closing in on the
Oh.
mid side.
Ooh, a lot of damage on both. Snipe shot, locked and loaded. Sayori
Sniper.
picking up the kill. You know, last time Sayori was on the
Yo,
I felt
sniped
it
the
was maybe
shit
a
out of
little bit
Ooga.
too aggressive, kept kind of jumping in and not able to pop the black shoes in time. This time, a long-range mage may be the perfect choice for her. Turtle getting chipped down. Oh My Foe looking for the angle. Can he get the steal once again? Templess able to get it this time. but a little bit of damage does come down. Ooga Booga with the flicker and push back on to Nikoko, but wait, BloodHounds still falling. Nikoko with the vengeance, picking up Tempest. Ooga Booga goes down.
My God.
As well, and Night Horde find the swing, find the tempo. Nikoko with the vengeance under the tower. Does not have the final slash right now. Sayori maybe looking for a snipe shot here. Does not land onto Bokarosco, but it's 6-4 now, and Night Horde take the lead.
Yeah, it's a small bloodbath coming out from both teams. Night Horde able to take that little fight. 3-4-1 there. Momo is going to be the only one that falls. So BloodHounds actually kind of going behind now in terms of some of these skirmishes themselves. I do think that Boka has to be in a better position.
That was
right?
quick.
He popped the cold altar a little bit early. The knockup comes through from Momo, and the side of Night Horde is just able to capitalize on that. And also the implosion only hitting onto Momo with the rotations coming down from that R-lot was just a little bit too much to handle for the side of BloodHounds.
And I think the big turnaround there is Momo hitting that that flicker Minoan's Fury, and there's the difference. There's the importance because
said BH is out.
Ooga Booga
that's not
only
too bad.
catches one, and those are the moments that change a game.
Yeah, but now for the side of BloodHounds, it seems like they still have an advantage across the map here. Foe looking to see if he could bite off a little bit, but I don't think the side of Night Horde is going to choose to fully engage onto this, right? It seems like BloodHounds, they still have the map in their favor, and they're just using Bossy as kind of like the frontline lead. Wherever Bossy goes, they're going to try to get the win off of that map, and the top side tower now has fallen for the side of Night Horde. Even though
Johnny
Night Horde seems like
Sins,
they're winning in some of these small skirmishes,
Night Horde's gonna win.
been proven to be a very, very hard
57% chance is what you guys have
to deal with Sir Bossy here.
you guys have thought.
And Sayori also starting to pack a big punch with those meteors, and Sayori's always connecting onto the members that matter. Either targeting out.
Ooh.
Wait a second. Lopper, the bravest fighter, forces to get away, but no, finally a nice two-man stun, but the Minoan's Fury able to
dude.
time. Oh, my foe finds Tempest, and Ramsey's now on the run as well. Sleeps
they're just getting clapped.
On Momo here. Ramsey's has fallen. It's 3 members down for BloodHounds.
A maniac. He said, "Give me that savage."
7-0-2.
Yeah, man. Oh My Foe has been playing an incredible game in this series, taking 4 kills right there. The side of BloodHounds.
He didn't get it. He didn't get it.
Are working out in their favor.
Oh no, Boka.
How to get taken off.
Boka.
The damage onto Boka. Boka. Goodbye. Another kill for Sayori.
Ow.
A turtle, a tower.
That boy got
Night
sniped.
Horde, 4,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, a little small cube.
Yeah, there's still one. We got Area 77 and GG.
Night Horde to prevail in this matchup. 12-4 is gonna be the overall scoreboard. The lead now back into Night Horde's favor.
Yeah, that's. I felt that snipe.
8 minutes, and that is.
I fucking felt it, bro.
Paired up with the real estate that Night Horde has now, the top and the mid has fallen, and that's going to be quite huge for the side of Night Horde. It opens up a lot of the map, and when you talk about the open map, the river has been completely dominated by the side of Night Horde now.
All right, so where do we go from here, right? I mean, BloodHounds, I think the big redemption, what's better this game than last game, is they still have set potential, right? They decided not to go for, you know, a one hero pick off roam. They still have something, but it falls a lot onto Ooga Booga. It falls a lot onto Ramses, and it falls a lot onto Sleeps, who might be able to get a kill here onto Nikoko. Nikoko, though, with the outplay, vengeance back and forth. But Oh My Foe comes in and picks up Sleeps. Now they're going to move on to the next, possibly. BloodHounds, they're looking for moments of greatness, but can't seem to find them.
Yeah, and I think the best case scenario for the BloodHounds is for the Martis and potentially the Cold Altar of the Faramis to kind of tank up.
BTK won. They did win today. They did win today.
Night Horde, and right here comes through.
Big flicker from Momoy there. Nice pick. Out comes the Nether Realm. Helps them survive just enough, but Oh My Foe holding down the front side are there as well. This should be a purple buff over the side of Oh My Foe, but Tempest wants to fight for it. He wants to go for his own land, and he tries to get it, but it's taken from his fingers once again. Oh My Foe. Look, Ooga Booga gone, and the rest of BloodHounds are falling down. Tempest looking for the play, but unable to get the decimation in time, and the unload from R finds Sleeps. BloodHounds, 2 members left. Ramses is going to fall. Gets away with just a sliver of health. The Night Horde have gotten what they came for. Let's move on to the Lord.
That's a 3-for-0 trade for the side of Night Horde. Again, dominating a lot of these small skirmishes. The front
my
line
foe
of
is
Night
definitely
Horde is just
dominating.
way too tanky for that Lapu to do too much at this point, right? He had that advantage early on, but unfortunately unable to capitalize too much. And even look at this. Foe is just soaking up all the CC coming out from the side of BloodHounds. They don't really have a choice in order to win any of these team fights at this point. I do think they need to scale a little bit back, play a little bit slower, let Sleeps grab up even more gold, right? They need Sleeps to deal a lot of the damage, especially picking off the carry and the Novaria, but they are so well protected. 2, 0, and 10, 1, 0, and 7. They're playing a supporting cast, but honestly, the side of BloodHounds is just not able to hold up the front line that Night Horde has.
You think they're cooking something?
Take a look at the replay real
I mean,
quick.
that could be a strong possibility.
I mean, overall, we're seeing R really start to scale here, right? We're
I don't
seeing
know.
the threat of him, and oh my foe. I mean, what's going on from last
I know
game with BTK to
that
this
they're
game?
definitely still
These
training. They
utility
got
jungles
midnight,
are
so
taking a punch. I mean, this guy is 10-0 and 4 right now.
Midnight trying to put in a lot of work, man.
Coming soon. Rams is down. It's going to be a problem. Sleeps able to chip down at the Lord. Momoy looking for a possible another big flicker. Minoan's Fury.
We'll
could
see,
just
we'll
seal the
see.
deal here.
Yeah, and I do think he has the spells available. Night Horde looking to clash onto this mid tower. I don't know if it's going to be disciplined, but they do not want to lose any of the members that they have with engagement.
the final
Coco
slash.
flickers in, looks for the final slash. Big by Ooga Booga. Able to get them all under the tower. No one's
Knock
gets
it
the
up.
knock up on a Tempest. And R finds
Nico.
the kill. A big stun
Nico
on the
down.
top side on into Coco.
What, buddy?
Sleeps able to pick up the kill
You
as
hungry?
well. It's 1-for-1.
I know.
Night Horde still
I know.
unable to break through the
A
inhibitors
dog's like,
just
bro,
yet.
you need to feed me.
Yeah, and it's really hard for them to even get a hit onto Sayori, right? They don't have the dive necessary
gotta
to
feed
get
you?
onto the backside. Maybe the Claude,
got
especially with
him.
a good blazing duet, can hit Sayori, but that's honestly, if that does happen, Sayori is going to be out of
It
position.
doesn't like it when I'm
The
just
front line of Night Horde is just
sitting
too
around
crazy.
all
Look
day.
at R here.
R finds the angles time after time, but he's pushed onto the tower. Gets brought low. Boca Roscoe taken out off cam. Night Horde. looking to keep
BTK
pushing in.
could
They
be
take the
cooking
middle
something
inhibitor.
up, chat.
Back off. Wait
Could
for the
be
next
cooking
wave of
something up.
minions.
We'll look at
Ramses
the
also
overall
kinda
bracket
keeping the
here
flank.
after
Night Horde
everything's
finally decides
done.
to back
Well,
off.
he's right here
Yeah,
trying
Night
to
Horde
get me to
backing off, I think it's
friggin'
gonna
play
be
with
the
him.
best decision that they can.
Ow,
I don't
he's-
think they
your
need
nose
to
is
really
cold.
push onto BloodHounds' base right now. They could take the objectives and play it slow. It feels like they have that late game potential.
It's like having a
especially
kid,
with
chat.
the carry and the Novaria. If the side of BloodHounds cannot shut them down, especially in the early game where the damage is not as crazy. Now that we're going into this 13-minute match, and especially with the gold lead of a 10K from the side of Night Horde, it's going to be
Definitely a
really
crazy
hard
buy.
to get onto the backside. The front members are just too tanky in the backside. They're just shredding so hard whoever's coming into play from the side of BloodHounds.
All right, so once again, 10K
What are we
deficit
going
for
on from
BloodHounds. I mean, where do we go from here? It feels like Night Horde just has them
I'm down, buddy.
figured out. I think if this game, if BloodHounds can maybe survive this Lord,
I teased
maybe
him.
one more Lord, or they win another
Oh
big team fight and
my.
kind of lower the gold lead, they have some opportunity, but Momoy not going to let it happen. The No One's Fury unable to connect, though, but does zone away, does do the job.
Sayori.
Look at the damage, and Sayori in trouble. Blazing Duet comes in, followed
Oof.
up with the Nether Realm. But oh my,
Oof.
doesn't carry, so fine the odds are, takes out Ooga Booga, or moving on to sleep, or looking for the kills. Boca Roscoe is helpless against him.
Oh god.
Ramses also
I was
there,
about to say
but oh my,
another
Boca's
snipe
sitting
hits
at the
Boca.
Lord, ready to take him down.
Yeah, the gold lead is just a little bit too much for the side of BloodHounds to handle at this point. Kill 20 to 5, 14 minutes. You can see the impact that Momo has in this game already. That was a two-man set that pretty much forced the jungler and pretty much everyone from the side of BloodHounds to
Well played,
retreat,
bro.
grabbing up a few kills here and there. Again, the impact that Night Horde has right now, especially on this minnow,
stop
is just
hitting my
too
best, bud.
difficult for even Ooga
He wants
Booga
to play.
handle himself, and BloodHound's now caught in a
I'm
bad
working.
situation. They have to figure out how to get onto the backside, and I think
I'm
that
working.
last fight where
Yeah.
Sayori was caught off a little bit was their best moment, but even then the Momo and also Foe was able to peel off the Claude on the blazing duet, and that's going to be quite tough for any of them to come back.
Implosion does land. Able to push two members back,
GG's.
followed in. But wait a second, no one's trying to counter back. Members are knocked up, and
Watch
chaos has unveiled the crystal.
Watch out.
Two members down for BloodHounds,
Watch
one
out.
down for Night Horde. They find another. Bokarastos
GG's.
next, and Tempest is alone.
GG's.
The Night Horde should take this game 2-0.
Woo! Night Horde, the Dragons have been able to take victorious in this series, just like you're saying. 2-0 is going to be the score. They're not giving BloodHounds any points in this series. 24-6 is the overall scoreboard.
Tempest, he was
15-minute games
EXP.
for the Dragons here. And
He was
take a
the
look at all the
EXP
happy,
of
smiling
BloodHounds.
faces of Night Horde
Maybe
in
they
this
did
series,
sub him
and
into
Nico
Rome
with the debut
at some point.
in this matchup here played really well. The Arlot had so much impact in this game, and also the Exborg was proven quite difficult for the side of BloodHounds.
You got twins in the team.
That is definitely a problem. I mean, just
Production's
overall,
been
I
having a
think
little bit
from
of a hard
draft to
time
gameplay,
recently. Like everything's
they
been
knew what
breaking.
their composition was, and they were able to execute it very well. But I got to give it up to Oh My Foe, man. I think he went that whole game.
I think Area 77 is just missing one.
Maybe 11-0 and something. I mean, just an overall monster. And even Sayori had kind of a rough game in game number 1, even though they won, but that game knew exactly what she needed to do and just was hitting those meteors like snipers.
Man, I think the draft from Night Horde is actually quite good. The 3 front lines that they had was just really difficult for BloodHounds to even try and penetrate and get a kill here and there. And when they do get the kill, it's like on Momo, right? Like they don't get the shutdown from Foe, which has played a perfect game in the last 2 games. And it's just really hard for the side of BloodHounds to get onto the backside of Night Horde. And of course, this 2-0 victory is going to be a lot for the side of Night Hordes. They not only grab both of the points, or grab all 3 of the points in this series, they completely push BloodHounds onto the bottom side where LEGACi is also sleeping. But the handsome, the guy of the hour, Mr. Zeke, is back in business.
We're not very good at that.
What is that?
Anyways, whatever. I don't know.
We missed it, guys.
Yeah,
just
we
like
missed.
that. Fired.
Bigness.
Never again. I'll tell you what, guys, man. Honestly, I expected the games to be a little bit closer. Is it just me? I felt like those games were like really high paced, and like that second game, the BloodHounds, they were super at the Night Horde's throat for like that entire first part of the game. But then they lost like one team fight, and it just scaled from there.
Yeah, they were super close the first 30 seconds. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No, I think Night Horde honestly was just they were monsters there. They kind of showed that right now in current season, they are a step ahead of BloodHounds. They came out of the stage 3 qualifiers in 4th place ahead of BloodHounds, and they're showing them exactly why.
And also, BloodHounds do not have their full complete roster. I don't think that is an excuse, but Easy Peasy in the jungle is quite strong, especially with the last few NACT performance. This time around, I do hope that they're able to bring back Easy Peasy in the jungle. Tempest played a decent game here, right? He had to face up against 3 Purifies on a Guinevere, and this time around, it was very hard for him to make an impact, especially going up against the Fredgen. But I do think next time around, BloodHounds, they definitely have the ability to get the games off of Night Horde again.
Absolutely. I think even with everything, you know, in those games ending up favoring the Night Horde, BloodHounds at no point did they seem like they were just out of the game. Like it didn't feel like they were just laying down. There was a couple times where I really thought that they were going to be able to take it back.
All right.
And sadly,
Yeah, sorry, Chad. I was in
time, but there is always next time.
I was in the chat with Area 77, getting them all set up and getting them all good to
The
go.
most important thing to talk about here is how me and Yue just took the lead in our predictions 6-1, baby.
My
We're looking
prediction.
good. We're feeling good.
Trex,
We're feeling
no,
good.
Trex is looking good. I think I
Oh, you
voted
didn't-
for.
Oh, you didn't vote?
I
Blood?
voted for the opposite.
Ooh,
All
I
right.
take the lead.
So-
This is
Yeah,
the
I was
first
getting
6
all of the players going,
Yeah,
the
I think
prediction.
I'm 5-2.
getting
I'm
them
5-2
go.
Here, Zeke too. So we're both on the same boat, but
This is a
5-2 a lot better
5-2.
than 2 for 5, which what
Is
I
it
thought
Trex
were
is high?
last season.
Guess the wrong
I think
team
you ended
every
at like
time.
3-30 or something.
1, 2, 3,
I
4,
think I won
5.
I think I won a few of the predictions in the grand
Yeah,
finals,
yeah,
but it was tough. It was a tough season for me.
I'm trying to have my my guess rate look as good as Oh My Foe's
Waiting
kill
on
death
your
ratio
Reshi.
in that last game. He was like, I think it was like 10-1-7 when it came out. Might have been just a little bit higher than
Tarzan
that.
Guapo said, turn on your
Exceptional
cam,
gameplay.
Aiko, and
You
I
know,
was
it's
like,
kinda
I can't do
something
that,
I had said
bro.
before the game started,
streaming.
I wonder if they were going
He
to
said, let me see what you look
more
like.
to lead into that.
I was like, calm
And
down,
it
buddy.
felt like they did.
I definitely did. I'm pretty sure we're going to be taking a look at the MVP now. And it's going to be
Yep.
Oh
not
My
very unexpected.
Foe.
Oh My Foe, 10, 1, and 7.
Yeah, with a great game here.
Cover his
but
big
I honestly
arms.
think that Night Horde, all their members played quite well in every single one of these fights. And you can see Foe, they're getting
He's
like a
just
3-man
fucking
bomb.
closes
He's been
his
doing that
eyes.
multiple times in this series, but the Night Horde supporting cast.
Ramsey
Momo
is Sir
on that
Bossy,
team, and
yes.
Also, you know, Nikoko playing this supporting cast on the bot side grabs this outplay for their team. The side of Night Horde is really showing a strong standing here, contending for that top 4 spot.
BTK did win today. Yes,
And,
yes,
you know,
yes.
Another hero that I want to,
Right.
player I guess I want to talk about is
Whole-
Momoy. You know, on that Minotaur.
This is going to be a
those
good
sets
match,
that he was
chat. Like, this is
making, he was
Area
popping into Noah
77
Fury every
that
time.
beat
It just-
BTK
it was
yesterday.
so
Go
perfect.
against
He just
GG.
cleaned the map up of the BloodHounds just so perfectly for his
They're
team.
pumped
and they
right now, bro. When I was,
executed on them so
they're
well.
ready to go.
Yeah, I think it's one
They
of those
feel
heroes
they're
where
feeling
the
good after
Flicker
beating
ultimate
BTK
is
down.
so
They said they're gonna
crucial,
take
right? I
GG
mean,
next.
Don't get me wrong, the Minoan's Fury is good, but it is that much better when you're able to time it well and make it kind of a surprise. And Momoy has definitely mastered it, showing how well to
Definitely.
perform it, saving the flicker, not losing it, not like misusing
I don't
it
know,
before
I
a big
gotta-
team fight, but always making sure that
They all got their
every
cameras
Minoan's
on.
Fury counts, and that was definitely the game changer for Night Horde.
Yeah, and it seems like Night Horde is
Dave, the
building onto
crazy
a
thing is
strategy
that-
where they're really relying on Sayori and R to do a lot of damage, to be the carries of the team. I know they are playing the damage dealers, but it's very obvious that, you know, the side of Night Horde, they are going to build that front line defense in order for Sayori and R to scale well into these games. And that very last series, especially with the 3 front lines paired up with the carry and Novaria, pretty much explains their comp perfectly. And I think with this type of strategy, they could definitely go pretty deep because it's a pretty hard, beefy
I like to call
the
match that we just seen and witnessed against BTK in Area 77. I like to call it the Area 77 effect. You just,
them to get their gold up. And
you know,
speaking of
Area
gold up,
77 took
get ready to get
BTK
yours up
in,
because we are
and
finding
you
ourselves
never seen
in
it come back
another
out.
giveaway.
Took 'em
I love
down,
the
took 'em
giveaway.
down.
Get out that phone,
Oh,
smash
chat.
the QR code.
Giveaway
Only
code.
30 this time. Last time there was 31. Only 30 this time. First come, first server.
Yeah, the first time, first serve. It's going to be the horror bringer this time around for the Phobius. So guys, make sure to get out your phone, get that QR code, punch in the giveaway, and make sure you can redeem the code because it is going to be a limited quantity.
So I want to say these giveaways are crazy, dude. Like some of these different skins that they're giving away, like I feel so jealous because I look at my account and I look at some of my skins and I'm like, man, I might be poor. But then I see Mobile Legends giving out some of these awesome skins, and I'm like, maybe I should be over here hosting like just 6 phones laid out. Just
6 accounts, living your best life. You know, that was for the Phobius skin, right? That was for Horrorbringer, Phobius. You know, I was really excited that we got to see, like in some of the past big tournaments, we got to see some Phobius because the Nolan pick was so popular and it was a decent counter. And now Phobius is gone again because no one's.
He's only got 1 skin.
And I'm just wondering, like, is there a space for him to come back?
Let me double check on Area 77, see.
Get picked more on because I think he's just like the whole. I don't know, he's just an entertaining hero to watch. The dunks, the slam dunks on everybody. So I'm hoping that some other hero comes into the meta that Phobius will be viable as the counter again.
I like to call it the Goomba hops, or the Goomba hops. Like he's just able to
okay.
kind of just sit through, and you know, Phobius is a quite unique hero for me in a lot of situations. Back then, it was just specific counters and matchups, and when he was able to get the counters,
Only
only
for the NA.
So it's a very hard hero to balance out. But once again, now the Phobius.
I think it's only for NA.
Are definitely missing. So Moontu, make Trex's wish come true.
Pretty
Bring
sure.
us back the Phobius.
Yeah, I feel like as we find ourselves.
All right, let me
seeing
check
Phobius
on
break, we
Area
have to look at
77
it and
again.
say, maybe it's time for the next one.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. We're getting the players ready, chat. Getting them ready, going. Ooh. Look at it. A Benedetta Quantum Edge, huh? The cyberpunk model. I gotta mute these things right here just because of I think like the video itself has like copyrighted content in it. Waifuable. All right, let me go check on Area 77. All right, chat. Lots of stuff are broken, so Area 77's ready. Yeah, we just need the link. Thank you, thank you. We're trying to fix something. We can't see. We can't get them in. Oh. Area 77. He's almost ready. Get him, get him, get him. Oh. Which is what the fuck? I didn't know what VC. What? Was I not in a VC? What happened to my Discord? What the heck? That was weird. That was weird. Is team 1 area 77? Perfect. All right, they should be coming in now.
I don't even know if he really means to be funny. I think this is his real personality.
What's my real job? I'm an accountant.
Just not smart.
I love
you guys
it.
are
I
faster.
love it. Yes.
It's been a great day. It's been a great day.
I'm an accountant.
I'm glad you got to cast with us on your very first
I
day.
crunch a lot of numbers.
It's been a pleasure to have you here on day 1. And through any bumps that we've had, we've been working through with smiles and laughs. And I'm glad you're here, man. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm 100% for it. I know we got an exciting match coming up though, right, Zeke? It's going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus A77. And these are the two teams that have gotten that 2-0 lead. So the points are on the table for both.
He said,
of these
okay,
guys
you
to
stacking.
take, and who will be victorious in this series?
Yeah, I think that's the question at hand. Everybody wants to see it. You know, we saw some of the games with BTK yesterday, and that's going to bring us to this standpoint where, you know, we thought two teams were going to be at the top, but now we're finding ourselves in a position where, you know, we might have some other unexpected top contenders, some really good teams, maybe even still better than we expected them to be. So to find ourselves in this position now to really see who's going to be competing for what, I think is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be honest here, right? Like, so between so many, I think, fans around the world, GG is definitely the fan favorite here. But Area 77, we got to see them take on BTK. Before we get too ahead of ourselves, let's take a look at the GG roster UA.
Ooh, we got Mr. Zia on the gold lane. Shark, the prodigy, the most valuable player, especially.
You want me to
our
audit the
seasons
IRS?
before, onto the Rome, led by Mr. Hoon himself.
Is everybody hating him? Are people hating Zeke?
The man that has been leading the team onto victory, best player, and also fried chicken. So a lot of all-star players in this Gaimin Gladiator matchup, and I'm all for it, right? This is pretty much the best of North America in each role, paired together with a captain that has led a lot of victories, and I cannot wait for the match to even get started here, Zeke.
Very well said, man. Very well said. It's a very strong roster, but on which, let's see the other one.
Tracks with an airfoot.
Which will be Area 77. We got ISO, J Cutie, Mar Cutie, Tarzan Cutie.
Team 2, are they in the
Cutie Gang, all up in here. And I think it's a vibe, man. I think this is a team that a lot of us have to have our eyes on. Mar Cutie, I like to call him Mar Cutie the Magician. The guy was in gold lane last season for Area 77. This time he has switched over. We got ISO, we have Jay and Ureshi, both former MPL players. I mean, this is a team that I think is going to catch a lot of us by surprise, and they're a lot more stacked than I think we think they are. They took us by storm yesterday, taking out BTK, and the next notch on their belt, the next team they have their eyes set on, has to be GG.
Yeah, and I don't think they're scared at all when they compare the rosters between both teams. I think both of the teams have the best players in each role. You know, unfortunately, there can only be one champion, but A77 has proven their worth in a lot of these matches. Even outside tournaments, they've done quite well, and historically has been a team to watch out for. And now, paired up with, you know, pretty much the ability to have coaches and managers, definitely A77 has pushed up their level this time around NACT, and I think, you know, A77 has a very, very good chance to push on to get a really high
rank. These random casters.
A lot of damage to GG, which actually, quite honestly, last season has been quite undefeated. They've been the strongest team of the series, and this time around,
UA was a pro player.
That the brackets have
Trex doesn't even play Mobile Legends anymore. I think he only plays chess.
Absolutely. We've got some of the best players, or debatably the best players within each respective role versus a whole bunch of cuties. But let's get into the predictions. Who do you guys think has got what?
Well, I mean,
Area 77 said they're requesting
all six
to join into
casters
the
or
cams.
forecasters, 2 hosts, all 6 talents right now are going for GG. And I think it's I think it's
All right,
a fair
I'll tell them
vote. I
to
think they're the favorite right
keep
now.
requesting.
They have been the most dominant so far.
Go ahead and just keep
If there's a
requesting.
team, though,
I'll
right
let
now
you in.
that's has the possibilities. It could maybe be Area 77.
Yeah, I think it's a hard
I'm not sure.
vote to
What
cast
up?
even for me. I do like A77's roster. I know a lot of their players, and I think A77
I
has
think
the ability.
your
to
camera should be
overcome
fine. I can't really see it on my side.
Gaimin Gladiators, of course,
but
they have the all-star lineup. They have the players that dominated in the previous NACT, and to vote them out to here, like, I've watched their games in the last NACT, and they've just continued to prove me wrong, Zeke. So I'm a fan. GG's all the way here.
Absolutely. Calm, collected, and effective. 3 words I would definitely use to describe the current GG lineup. But with that being said, again, you know, you guys said it already. Area 77 has been proving to be significantly stronger than I think any of us could have really anticipated up to this point. So with that being said, if there's anybody that's going to be able to bring the heat against the GG and, you know, put out the fire, it might be them.
Put out the fire indeed, but that is a raging fire right now. GG, I mean, if anyone was going to like put money on a team guaranteed to go to grand finals, GG would be your best bet, right? They have an all-star roster. They've got a bunch of monsters, and then the newest added addition, Chicken in the EXP lane. Last season, we saw Chicken in BTK. He had to roll switch a few times, had a couple hiccups, but now he's in his pride and glory lane, right? He's in EXP, and he's going to bring a whole different layer over to GG. Plus, they got the sponsorship now. That's GG now. It's no longer TOB. They got a lot to represent here. You know, hashtag winnable, all that good stuff. It is definitely something we got to see. Area 77, a team we've all known for a while, but still, do they have what it takes?
Yeah, but when we talk about the powerhouses of GG, it comes with a lot of expectations once again, and they have to be able to hold in this series. This is a quite important series because the very first match that we had, Fiends was able to get 1 game, right? So they still have the points. If GG is able to sweep 2-0, they're going to be pushed up to the very top. If they do end up dropping a game to A77, which is totally possible, A77 is a great team here, it's going to put them pretty much in a more even bracket. It's not going to be as dominating as the overall scores that they had in the last season. I think that's very important for GG to prove themselves, especially just like Trex saying, the new sponsorship coming through. It's going to, there's a lot of high expectations coming out for both the organizations here.
Absolutely. So with that being said, again, Area 77, very, very potent team, a very historic team for North America. And I know just as long as they've been here, you've been here as well.
Hi, chat.
Trek,
Have I been to Australia? No.
History about them?
Story time for Area 77? Is that what you want? You want story time? I can give you story time.
The
All right,
campfire ring.
Way back in the olden days of NACT. No, but Area 77 definitely. It's been a household name. You go all the way back to like M3 time.
Trex is hilarious.
M3 time. They were considered like the second best team, but that was when it was like Gals, Mar, Yato was still on the team. Several other members were still on the team. We are going to be jumping into the draft though. Zeke, sorry, I'm taking your toss. We'll see you next time.
Every time.
All right. Well, we do have some time. It's game for a while. So we can talk about Area 77 a little bit. They're a team that overall has changed a few rosters, had a big falling off point. Yato and T leave the squad eventually. Before, when Yato and T were still on there, they were able to achieve 1 NACT victory, but that was when BTK wasn't really around. That was when some of the big dogs were not competing. After Yato,
is he still missing?
Comes down to Gals, Mar Cutie, the rest of the team, sorry, having a little bit of a mind blank. We're asking a lot of information. We're on the spot. But now we have this new roster. And last season, they were able to secure a very surprising 4th place finish. A lot of people didn't think they were even going to make it to playoffs last season. But they're able to do that. So now they're here. Still some of the same players, but a slightly new roster. We still have Mar. We've got Tarzan here. ISO now joining the squad. We've got Jay. So we have some veterans here as well with Jay and Ureshi, some MPL former veterans. And one of the matches I'm really excited for here, is Jay versus Shark and Ureshi versus Chicken.
I think that's one of the
this is going to be a very, very tough series for both of these teams. I think all of them are all-star players, the best of the best. And this time around, A77 has to kind of prove themselves that they can stand up against GG. You said they had a great performance, yes, but they still fell short to the TOB back in those days. But now this time around, they decide to pair up with a few different players, right? Tarzan,
they went into draft so fast. Sorry, buddy.
In A77
I didn't mean to run you over.
Has kind of been hiding around, joining multiple teams.
Area 77 and GG match.
Just like you're saying, pairing up those international players along with some of the
this is probably the best matchup today, to be honest.
A77. It's going to be proven that they can uprise and upset some of these great seeds. But Trex, we're going to jump into the draft. Rats, CC, Matilda getting banned out by the side of GG, and the Navaria and Joy gets taken out by the side of A77.
Yeah, I want to point something out. Now we're seeing how the big dogs draft, right? And we didn't see the Joy get banned much. We didn't see the Nolan get banned much.
From Tarzan.
I'm like, listen, I know these picks are meta, man. I know they are meta. These are picks that are feared in many parts around the world. And when you have teams that can really pull them off, you do have to ban them. And there goes the Joy, there goes the Brats. Some of these picks are not going to get through.
I don't want my fucking stream. I don't want my server to be.
And you mentioned the Ruby. I think it's definitely something we see here from Area 77.
I don't want no drama. I don't want no bullshit in my life.
GG decides to prioritize this Vexana. It shows that, hey, if they are not being banned out, the side of GG is going to take that no problem. But the response coming out from A77, I do think the Ruby is a great pick, right? We've seen Shark and we've seen Chicken do so extremely well on this hero. If not denied away, it's going to smell a lot of trouble for the side of A77. And other picks coming out to play, it's not going to be the Ruby. They decide to go for the
when you're gonna play for GG, whenever they need me, bro.
That can be flexed into the roam and the XP
They don't need me because they're all there.
And we know Ureshi has the ability to play Arlot very well. Back in spring season last year, he was a monster with it. And now, I mean, I'm sure Jay can use it.
Yeah,
we haven't seen a roam that hasn't really been able to use the Arlot very well.
Strong.
So it's a very solid upfront pick. It leaves a lot of things open for themselves. And next, if they want to pick up the gold lane or something, or the mid, then it kind of keeps GG guessing on draft.
Yeah, I'm guessing they have to. I do think a Ruby can be a good pickup along with the Claude, which has been proven to be one of the best marksmen. But Zia has always been that guy to pick. A lot of unconventional pick. This time around, they do not opt to go for that. The Carry and the Ruby, two signature picks of the season. The strong meta that GG is bringing to the table.
All right, we're back.
It's going to be a hard
Prime Trex and Kyrie.
Side for the A77.
So after they make their pick, I think they pick up the Claude now. Might be the right answer for Air 77 before marksmen start getting banned out. And then it's all, and honestly, drafts aren't too far apart. Both of them have a Roam EXP flex in. They both could end up having a gold laner. The only big difference is GG's got their mid and Area 77 has their jungle. I'm excited to see what their last pick is, because I kind of want to start talking about what these possible bans could be, because Area 77 has to start thinking, whoa. Ooh, yee. That is spicy right there from Mark Cutie in the mid side.
Oh, he pulled up a Louis.
I mean,
that's
interesting.
He likes to play that a lot.
Yeah,
like
no,
in rank,
I do think that A77 should pick up the damage dealer in their third slot, right? They have.
I mean, it's if it's utilized really well, like you're able to get a good drop on a team, but it can also put your whole team in a bad position.
That themselves, the Ruby can be flexed onto.
Louis.
So I think the mage being picked up is great. Now the Louis is going to be another thing, right? If they don't even pick up the Louis, it's not.
They watched Onik yesterday.
GG's ban on a fair miss on a Lilia and pulled that out. The Claude is also available, but I do think the Claude is going to get taken away. Potentially the Brody
too early.
Also. And the Claude on the
maybe,
board,
yeah.
the
They
Fanny
could have
to
prioritized some
take
other
away
shit
from
because
best players
nobody's
hero
banning
pool from
Louis.
A77. I think that's quite smart to defend
yeah,
against something like a
it is
Louis,
for-
where she does not.
I mean,
have
they
that
could have
mobility and
possibly
that
not wanted to
lockdown stun
pick
to stop the Fanny.
the
Yeah, I was gonna say,
the
I was like, they
gold
have
and
to
the
go for
Rome
some
yet,
next player here.
because
I
I
didn't
really
know
feel
either.
like
I
you're
thought the Fanny
leaving
might
your
be the
Rome
gold
to
artist. I was thinking maybe
the end is
Basha or something
smart,
a bit,
because like then you're
bulkier,
not
but
able
yeah,
to
you're right.
counter
If
the
you're gonna have
Rome.
Louis mid, you're definitely kind of
Yeah.
squishy. You definitely lack
And then the same
mobility,
thing goes
and you
for
wanna kinda
like
stop
the
best players
marksman
from
too.
picking any
Like
hyper-aggressive
you'd always want your
jungle
mage to be
onto
countered
something he's
instead
known
of
for,
your
something he's good at.
tank or
But with
your
no Barats, no
uh,
Fredrin, no Martis, no
or
Fanny. He
or
can
your
still go
gold.
for the Basha,
It's the only way I can
or
think.
go for something real crazy, or like go for some more of outlandish
Yeah, they're
assassin or
talking about
something
in
here.
Carlos.
Yeah, I think the Basha could
Yeah.
be proven for best player. There's also the Akai if he chooses to go
Akai.
for that utility. But there's also potential, right? Best
Guinevere?
player might go for an assassin here. Yeah, the Guinevere is also available paired up with the Ruby and the knockup.
I
coming
think he
out
should
from
go
Boom.
Akai,
That's
chat.
forcing Purifies left and right for A77. And now they have to decide how they want to draft this comp. Maybe picking up the Ruby the Guinevere themselves, but no. The Grok comes out to play once again, Trex? What?
I'm guessing Grok Rome, right? Grok Rome. Unless, I mean, of course, it's still flexible, right? They could go for Arlot
can
Rome
still
or
go
Arlot
Aka.
EXP or Grok Rome or Grok HP, but I'm guessing it's Grok Rome, Arlot EXP, which we know Yureshi has a really nice Arlot, man. Like, he does very well on it. It's very comfortable. Not only that, it gives them some nice front line, some nice CC, some nice protection for this Lu Yi.
Oh,
And there goes
Gwyn
the
was
Guinevere
open.
for
I
best
forgot about
player. Still
right.
one more pick, either an EXP or a Rome for the side of GG.
Well, the Grok pick now is a lot more exciting for me,
I don't know if that's
especially with the
Gwyn,
amount of
Rome, or
CC that
jungle.
Gaimin
Let's see.
Gladiators have put onto their lineup, right? The Grok can immune a lot of CC on the first skill, can deny the stuns
Ooh,
coming
not
out,
bad,
and
not
now
bad.
with Shark on this
Big.
Chigurl, it's almost like GG's getting countered by the
Let's see what
Grok just
ISO picks.
himself. So A77 is going to prevail in this series. The Grok is going to be soaking up all the CC coming through, but the pick that we've been talking about that has been so successful all night. The Hereth gets picked up by ISO, and this man has proven that the Hereth has done so much, paid the dividends during our last NACT, and ISO again this time picks it up to go against the stun coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. Definitely predicting that the Purify is going to be available for the Hereth.
I mean, it almost makes me, I guess no, because you build Arlot, if you play Arlot EXP, you can build some damage now, right? Because I'm wondering, like, where's their physical damage? I was thinking maybe they do put Grok in EXP just so he can build a BOD and they make up for that lack or something, but we'll see exactly how it all plans out. I kind of like the draft. Of course, there's the one wild card, the Lu Yi, right? But if Area 77 can make that work, I think we have a pretty decent draft here. They do have to watch out for the heavy CC from the side of GG, but yeah, I'm not too. I don't think it's too one-sided.
Yeah, I do think that Mar and Ice are both going to be taking the Purify. Jay just trying to soak up some of the CC coming out from Gaimin Gladiators is going to be the best case scenario for them. But on the other hand, Gaimin Gladiators have the initiation. They have the deciding factor to stun up and combo their stuns here, right? They have 4 members that can stop any of the front lines that A77 toss at them. So I also think Gaimin Gladiator has a great draft in this series, but
yeah.
The mobility, maybe it might be too much to handle. The immune of CC.
Oh, I can't see GG's.
For the stuns to come through, but I still think Gaimin Gladiators here.
Well, we'll see.
Extremely strong draft.
Yeah, I mean, the CC
I mean, he can. No one's gonna say no.
Insanity from GG.
Yeah,
Even if,
funny.
I mean, it's literally
you still have 3 more
like,
ults to worry about. Even
as long as it's not like a
the
bad,
undefended, you still have 3 more ults. So
a bad thing.
All of them,
you know what I mean?
combo off of one another.
That's kind of funny.
Violent Requiem. You got the knockup.
That's kind of funny. I ain't gonna lie.
You got the implosion Guardian. I mean, it's just however you want to do it. There's an endless amount of combinations here from from GG. So Area
Why
77
echo
has
the
to watch out
yapping,
for that. You're right. I
yapping?
think we're
Not
going to see a
yet.
lot of
Wait till
purifies.
the
I think we
match
might even
starts.
see the Louis purify instead of a Louis flicker or something like that. We might see Harith
They're taking
already
my
works
long to
very
start.
good with the purify, so that at least they have that going
Harith
for
versus
them.
4CC.
They do have the CC nullification
It's
with
gonna
the
go
Grok in the
purify,
first
but
skill.
what else could he
So I
go
mean, there
with,
are some possibilities, but let's see
Harith
exactly
is just
how
good
this
into
goes.
carry.
Probably one of the most anticipated matches of day 2. This is game number 1, Area 77 up against GG.
Yeah, we got
Alright, let's
the
see.
aliens versus
GG,
the
we're
Gladiators.
saying that they
it's a
struggled the
classic
most
matchup
against
between two of the most
A77
two
scrims.
of the most renowned
Oh, damn.
teams in the North American MLBB history.
see how it goes
and
in tournament.
already a good start for the side of A77, bursting Hoon back
Oh, Shark's
into the
invading.
base. This is
It's
going to be
resetting it.
quite tough. Lu Yi, it's not really that traditional hero that gets sent down onto the mid lane. I do know we have a few mage
No
players
skin
that
Freddy's
like
The-
that
the
hero,
what?
Oh,
but
it doesn't
it's
have skin.
rarely it's pretty rare that any team is picking up this hero at this point of the
Okay,
stage.
I'll let him know.
I mean, I definitely, you're right, but I think people do forget Louis can pack a decent punch, especially in the early game. She can scale
there's the
very
cameras.
well. The
Orange,
problem is the big
waps.
issue with Louis, right, is the lack of mobility. So, but you're up against a Vexana who also doesn't have crazy mobility. Where Vexana shines, the CC she supplies, the Eternal Guardian she
Mark
supplies.
ain't even in
So
the frame, bro.
it's not like Marcuti has to worry too much about like keeping up with rotations. The major problem for Marcuti is going to be not getting picked off by members of GG.
Yeah, and you know, for the side of Marcuti and the
That man
A77,
is
they
the
do have a lot
CG,
of
you could bet the
magic
Purify before
damage. And
diving.
going
Yeah,
back to
that's
what you
true.
said
I
in
know
the
what you
draft,
mean, but
it definitely feels like
in
A77
terms
is
of
lacking
laning
quite
and
a
like
bit on the
1v1,
physical
Harith
department.
is the
The R
best
lot,
option.
yes, can be building
He
a
just
little
has
bit
to
of
play
damage,
really
but it's still
safe
going to be
and
quite
know when
tough
to
now.
go in.
To look at
I
some
could
of these
actually-
emblems. You have Harith on the Festival of Blood, which is quite interesting.
I can actually watch the game now.
Both are taking that utility spell.
Did
so
we
gonna
see
be some
Shark?
Trades going on to the far side
Nah,
of the
not
map.
yet.
It's
Not
quite
yet.
interesting
They
that
showed-
GG is
they
setting
showed
up
Horn,
camp onto the top side.
Marcuti, Tarzan.
Cutie
and
does pop
Zia.
the Purify, so they get that out before
Oh.
the Turtle. Best player
Oh.
able to hint out in the bush. Get the Violent Requiem off onto
Is
top.
that-
Oh,
First blood.
God.
Goes down, first blood,
Nice.
over to Fried Chicken.
Oh, Shark
They're
had
actually
to
trying to
flicker
dash
out.
back. Best player going to be able to work
Free
away
turtle,
at this
free turtle.
turtle, but with a jungler down already,
That was a
that's
good
going to be
jump.
an easy turtle for the side of GG.
Yeah, it's a blind
Wait,
dash
wait.
coming out from Best
What?
Player, getting that hook and a
nice.
Jay.
Nice.
Wait a second, a lot of damage does come down on
That was a
Marcuti.
good
God.
jump
Able to
from
get the kill.
Carlos.
Another
He knew they
one
were gonna
possibly
try to
coming
kill
down
him.
onto Jay. Jay Cutie may be able to
Jay
just get
Flicker
away
off the
before
gun.
Chicken
Ah.
flickers in.
He's
Not
dead.
today. A double kill.
Chicken has 3
over the
kills
fly.
now.
What a read from
For a
best
second,
player.
but actually
Yeah.
it was too much. I almost thought I
Yeah,
was
that
going
was
to be
good, that was
play
good.
by play for a second.
Mark
3-0
Cutie
is going to be the
is-
overall
that's
scoreboard.
his
3
hat,
minutes
bro.
in, that advantage is already set for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. A77.
Yeah,
not
his
the
camera
team
got-
that they
It
were
got
expecting
like-
here. They're getting picked
It got
off
like knocked.
left and right along with the
Oh no, he doesn't got. He's
Oh,
not
no,
wearing
sorry,
it.
I got
They
a
have
black
to play
shirt.
kind of behind the
Bastard.
scenes.
Is he in a
back,
bed?
kind of in the traditional sense?
That boy
of where
is-
A77
Wait,
actually
actually, I don't
thrives,
even know.
right?
Hey,
They
the
always
dude's, like,
play
full
down,
chilling.
and they can
Full
always
chill
get,
mode.
some of the tower defense that they
ISO's
have been
got, like-
so renowned
he's
and,
looking like
so
me
known
over there,
for in
bro.
this series.
He's
And
getting
this
jacked.
tournament is not gonna be too
Tournament
much
in
of a
that
difference. I don't think GG has the lead completely, and I feel
Dude,
like
Hoon
A77
always has, like, a
definitely
huge
has
pack
the
of water on the
opportunity
ground
to
behind
come
him.
back in the series already.
I mean,
Like
there's definitely
always.
responsibilities, but with a 2K gold lead
That dude's like,
already, plus
Stay
three of those,
hydrated.
all 3 of those
hey,
kills
he's stay
into
hydrated,
the hands of
chat.
Fried Chicken, one of the new players on Gaimin Gladiators that we kind of have our eyes on.
Shark
seeing
Shoe.
how he affects this game.
Mark
It's gonna
Cutie
be
looking
dangerous.
handsome
And
today.
Ruby, we
I was about
already
to say,
know how
Shark
many
doesn't
people
look like
get
he's
ahead this
moving.
early. Normally it takes, because a lot of times Ruby gets put into the roam slot where it takes some time to scale. But
It's
this
locked in.
time,
That
could
boy
become
is
a problem
locked
very
in.
early
That is
on.
true.
Yeah,
Boy ain't even
four-man
breathing.
siege coming out from GG onto the bot side. I do think that Jay and
Robot
ISO's
Shark.
is quite well. Tarzan
oh,
here.
they're split up. Mark Cutie in a bad spot. He's
Uh-oh.
trying to find
Best
something.
player.
Got to capitalize. Mark Cutie
Ooh,
flickers
ISO
back.
going ham.
His mounts first does come down.
Oh!
Best player takes a bit of damage, forced to back off, but Shark also could be the target, and ISO gonna be able to pick up the kill. Area 77 finding
Oh,
one.
Jay Cutie. Two
Yeah,
men set.
beautiful engage actually. Beautiful implosion coming
Dude,
out.
if
from
they
Shark.
do?
Three
Oh,
Shark,
God.
3 men.
from the
Oh,
side of A77, but the follow-up
No, they don't
is
have no
just
follow-up,
not
though.
there. There's not enough
Yeah.
damage coming out from GG side.
damn.
They keep getting picked off, Jay. able to just get the flicker through.
This J Cutie
GG
and
now
X
may be able to
economic
get
player, so
another
he's in
free
NA.
turtle
Yeah,
here.
he's been in NA for
Yeah,
like
but
a while now. I
Tarzan
think,
is
like,
going to
2
be in a
years.
position he has.
Who has?
Also, the 50
Yureshi?
should be quite available for the side of
Nah,
Ace.
Jake
Look
Curie.
at the reinforcements
Jay.
coming through.
Yeah, with the diversion. But a big terrifying
Jay!
Cutie able to take the turtle. A lot of damage on a shark as well. Fried chicken in a bad position.
Yo.
Trying to get away, but a big I'm offended on a Tarzan. Shark goes down. Your Cutie able to pick up the kill.
Oh,
Area
shit.
77.
ISO
J Cutie got
soloed.
turtle.
Away to the off lane. ISO.
Chicken really
ISO
low.
soloed
1v1.
Zia.
Area 77 evening the playing field.
Oh, chicken with the hook.
Dominating throughout the map. You can see Mark
Tarzan
using
dashes
the
out.
ultimate, the yin yang,
Damn.
to just kind of
Zia
go forward
got
in the
solo
flicker.
kill.
Final slash, the flicker. Hoon in a bad spot, and Mark Cutie picks up the kill. They take
I'm
the
shaking
lead
right now.
at 5.5 minutes.
This is
Already
crazy,
an
bro.
Exciting opening from
The fuck going
A77
on?
as they
What?
dominate
Oh,
their way
shit. Who
back
might be there? Who
into
might
the
be
gold
there?
lead. It's a small lead, but
Oh my
nonetheless,
God.
it is still a small
What's
lead
up?
going
What the
up
fuck
against
happened?
the
What
Gladiators
time?
here.
So good?
Honestly,
What
A77
time are you
bouncing
on?
back in this series already?
Like,
It's a pretty
5:44,
good
45.
I'm at 5:60. I'm at 6 minutes right now. You're super far behind.
Gaimin Gladiators, they're
Yeah.
just not focusing.
I was
too
like,
well
oh,
here,
I was like, how you just now see that?
Here and there.
They're going to be able to
Yeah,
take this
I'm
tower, though,
caught
which
up
is
now.
huge. They swapped lanes, put Zia on the top side, and that could be crucial for GG here.
Where you at now?
Area 77.
I'm at 620.
Also on the bot side
621?
now,
Yeah, I'm there
teams
too.
looking for
Okay,
moves
okay,
around the
okay,
map.
okay.
Love the split cam coming through. 4
makes
to
me
3 is the
dizzy.
overall scoreboard. It is tied.
just a
in
little-
terms of
little-
the gold
little
leads.
mistakes
and I
in
feel
early
like
game.
A77.
Little
mistakes in the early.
Figuring
I
out
mean,
the strategies
they've
of
already
Gaimin
taken.
Gladiators.
Oh,
This
I
is
guess
a
they
team that
lost the
has
mid
been
tower.
dominating
That's
throughout
kinda
every
rough.
Yeah.
single series that they had throughout
But
the
they
whole
did
entire
take
last year.
a
And this
tower of
time
their own.
around,
Conceal
Botwood,
play.
it seemed like
Botwood.
Gaimin Gladiators getting the dominance that they
Chicken's half
have
HP.
had.
They're gonna
pretty
choke
much
this
throughout
this tower
the
too.
last few
Oh, they're getting
series.
that tier 2 though.
Tilted
Yeah.
comes in.
Oh.
Mark Cutie also coming to help out the wall
Nah, they
from
can't.
Brock. They are able to defend the
Yo.
tower, but Gaimin Gladiators
they're gonna
getting back to the
5-man
roots. We don't need to
collapse
just
with
take
the
fights. We
turtle.
just need to
Chicken
get
will be there.
objectives. They know what the goal of the game is.
Oh,
In the
flicker
mid
on
side,
to
though,
Carlos.
A lot of damage on.
Oh
the
my
best player.
God.
ISO picks up the kill. Purple buff goes over to
Damn.
Tarzan.
Yo.
Their synergy is so
GG might have
good,
to
bro.
back
Like,
off.
lately.
Yeah, and this is
Uh-oh.
the traditional opening coming out from A77.
They
They're
lost
not
tier
Yo,
two.
what is
Shark
going
with the
on?
Illusion does land down
Can they
onto
get
Yureshi. He's able to
Yureshi?
just
Ooh,
dash away in the nick
Vexana,
of
though.
time.
Oh,
The
good damage,
Guardian
good
slams
damage.
JQ,
Go, Zia,
takes him out.
go, Zia.
And now Mark
Oh,
Cutie in
Mark
trouble.
Cutie's
One
dead
more
too.
shot and he's down.
Double.
Hoon finds the kill.
Oh, it wasn't a
The
double.
turtle does go to the side of
Chicken,
Area
chicken.
77.
Nah, he
Gold
can't.
still at a standstill.
ISO hitting.
This
No,
is
no,
quite the
no.
hype match already. Both teams are battling it out, trading
Sheesh.
objectives for kills.
It's a 5
for
to
the
5 right
objectives.
now.
Take a look
Gold
at
leads
some of
even.
the items and the
It's
gold leads. The
12.
Heron is honestly up a little bit of gold. Has the Calamity along with the feathers,
Two
so
ahead.
he has scaled quite well into
So
play. And
even.
honestly, overall, every single member is neck to
Wow.
neck, and I'm surprised
They
that Louis
overextend
is doing
it?
so extremely well, especially going up against the Vexana. Maybe it's because both of those heroes are kind of
Harif
just sitting
needs to be
ducks
banned,
and they
he's OP,
don't
I'm
have
telling
those
you.
dashes available.
Especially
so
like
it's just
after
quite
they
even
both
across the
concentrated
board.
energy. I'm pretty sure
A
he
lot of
get lifesteal
possibilities.
from
I'm
basic
still
attacking
waiting. We've
now
already
too.
seen the diversion be used.
So
to
yeah,
get
Harif
Brock
is
back. Oh,
he's
wait a
always been
second.
underrated. in
Big
my
final
opinion.
slash followed up his
Oof.
mom's force. Best
Carlos
player goes
dead
down
again.
once again.
Wow.
It's gonna be 2 kills onto him.
Chat, I really
And
think
Tarzan
Aka would have been better
Cutie
than Gwen.
now
He gets
catching
cancelled
up here
by
a little bit.
so
The
many
player
people.
level is even, but still we can start to see the scale tip
But
towards
I don't
Tarzan.
know.
Look at Tarzan.
77 sieging
We're
onto the
holding
bot
this
side. I
out.
think it's a great pick off.
Look at this
They do have the
positioning,
top side
dude.
available
What in
for
the
that
world?
unlocked. Hopefully he can get the clear, but the flicker
Oh, they're gonna
potion
take the tier 2 up
stops
top,
on the
though.
top side.
Oh, good job,
Nice.
good job, good job. Nice pick up.
Nice kill
And
on
they get
Yeah.
Yureshi there.
back
Another
up now.
tower down. Zia's doing his
They're
job
bullying
to
Carlos?
perfection
Yeah.
here.
That
was
Split pushing,
perfect.
Getting a pick off here and there. I mean, GG hanging in the game, and the gold has not gone more than a
Yeah,
few
they
hundred
didn't
to
let
either
Zane
side in a
farm
while
yesterday
now.
neither, so
Yeah,
it's kind of
and
like almost
its
like a
towers
run
are
it back.
3 to 3 kills
Yeah, it's
are
like the
literally
shut
identical.
down the
6
jungler.
to 6.
Yeah.
It's already 10
It's like that's
minutes
what they
in.
do.
It's 9 minutes in, and we're getting close onto that mid game where a lot of these heroes are buying items to scale, completing their second
the
onto
Gwen-
their third.
the Gwen
item.
nerf
So
kinda crippled her.
A77 now putting some pressure onto the top side while the members of GG are grouping at mid. So
Oh.
are they going to be able to defend here?
He's able to get out of that.
See what they do with the fact. I mean, yes, GG has taken that whole top
They're gonna
lane.
look at the they're gonna teleport ISO to the
A
Lord.
bit more of an advantage. Now they're gonna take the top side as well. ISO able to put pressure onto that tower.
That's it.
Yep.
Just in time.
There it is.
Second best
Oh,
player.
yeah.
Able to get the violent wreck.
Oh, they ripped it. They got Tarzan. This free Lord.
Really low flickers
Yeah.
out. Chicken.
Drops it. Fried chicken looking for him.
Flicker.
Oh, God.
But can't get the kill. Maybe.
Oh,
Zia
Zia.
goes down. Fried chicken able to get away safely. 2 for 1
Damn.
right now.
What the heck?
77 still holding a gold lead, but this should be the first.
Yo,
Lord
what the fuck
for
is the
GG.
camera?
What was Tarzan doing?
Up perfectly, the stun combinations are going through, but the Louis ult on the backside, no members are going to go in for this contestation of this first objective.
What do you think, Skull
And now
Hiders?
the gold
Harry
lead is
for
just
carry?
shifting back
I'd
and forth. It's
say-
still tied for both teams,
I'd say
but
Harry
it seems like
for
in that
Harry.
last team fight,
Yeah.
though, Gaimin Gladiators,
I'd say
they
the
can
same thing.
just
Harry
100
Blake
to
is
0
crazy.
CC whoever. It could be the Fredgen, it could be the Louis, it could be the Grok. They're able to take down members of
But it
A77
depends.
with no
Full damage
problems as long
carry
as they
is also
sync
good.
their
but,
stuns.
like in a
and
one
Best
versus
player's not on
situation,
camera.
Harry always wins.
I mean, that's definitely been
Only
the
3
winning
people are on
ingredients
camera.
for GG in these fights so far. Tarzan continues. First, it was the first turtle. He gets knocked up, found out in the bush. Now, best player, even though
Oh,
he's had a
Urashi
slightly rough
Terminal,
game, it's still
Jack
been
Yuri,
huge.
Conceal.
Urashi takes in a turtle
Urashi
guardian
does,
to the
Urashi
face,
does,
locked
1
up by
HP.
Chicken,
Nice.
knocked up by a best player.
Oh,
and who
shark flicker.
gets the kill?
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh.
Tarzan not able to get
Tarzan,
away.
1
The
HP,
Amplified
that's
Deluxe
his
on
down.
his
ISO
side.
though?
So he's moving in.
Ooh, he's crazy.
Oh, no,
He's
yeah.
crazy.
Might just go
Oh,
down.
Tarzan.
Best player's down again.
Best player. It's
team
1
fights
for
are crazy.
2. They will lose the tower, but at least
Yeah, the Harif
Area
is putting in
77
work,
doesn't
bro. That's just
completely
playing so
fall.
good. He hasn't even
Yeah, it's a
died
huge
yet.
trade coming out from GG. They had the Lord marching down on the top side, and the members of A77 were just distracted trying to defend the mid, and now they've lost both of their mid towers. They're
Chicken,
in
they got-
inhibitor
oh,
base.
wow.
It's an even game coming out from
Oh,
both
Chicken,
sides.
pokes him. 1
It's
HP, 1
definitely
HP.
crucial
Nah, they got
Oh.
it back. They got
Oh,
it back.
Chicken's dead.
Can they help
But they
him?
do want one fight.
Nah.
Finally goes down. That's the first kill they could get on a Chicken.
Yeah, and the
Alright,
first
reset,
kill is going to
reset.
be one of many. 10-9 is the overall scoreboard. 12 minutes in a complete even match. But besides the Gaimin Gladiators, they do have a little bit more real estate to work with. Let's take a look at some of the gold across the board.
The chat
It
really
definitely
wanted to
feels
see
like side of
how
A77,
angry
they have a
best player
small
is
lead
right
in
now.
the jungle position, but the mage is belonging to Hoon here with about a 1k.
Ooh.
Implosion.
Yo, I don't even know what
Paired up
just
with the Violent
happened.
Requiem,
What the f-
Tarzan does go down. Hoon able to pick up the kill.
Shark
JQD
engage.
forces to conceal just to try to get away here.
Oh, wait, the
Rushing
flank.
to the
Oh my
backside, though.
God, the
Urashi
low
just comes
Yi.
forward. Shark
Low
looking for the
Yi,
next
yeah.
target. Another one.
They got
Urashi's
two
on
Hoon.
fire. He has taken
Hoon's
out.
got
Urashi's
it.
knows it's time to shine. Best player forced
Oh, he
to
flickered.
run away.
Oh, Urashi
Hoon now
He shut him
gets on
down.
the top side of the map.
Damn.
Urashi, another
What is
kill.
going
4, 3,
on?
and 4.
Yo.
Giving him the R lot. He was
Area
a star
77,
on it
the
back in
King
spring
Slayers?
season, and he's a star on it back in spring season again.
Oh, they're gonna try to
What?
end here.
It's going to be
They're-
the one
they-
that sieges
I don't know if
onto
they
the
will
first
be able to,
tower.
but they'll be able to
They
take
do
that tower.
End up taking that
Yeah.
tower
Chicken,
down.
chicken, hook.
Oh my
Engage, but
God.
Final
They,
shots on a fly
they might be
chicken.
able to
Mark
end
Cuban
now.
get the kills.
No,
Can
no,
they?
no, no. They're going to get out. 18 seconds till the next Lord.
Mark Cuban able to use a diversion to the boss side, clear the waves. Area 77, take back the lead.
Wow.
Guys, I am leaving. You guys want to take this boat or not?
Look at the little
But
plushies that Tarzan has.
left behind quite a bit, but it doesn't seem like any of them are caught off now.
He's got like a
Feels
little
they have
Yoda.
Some small momentum.
Adorable
right? They're able to
motherfucker.
kind of push onto this team fight
Adorable.
quite well, kind of orchestrating
Tarzan
how
the
they want to
adorable.
fight out these fights, and best player getting caught once again. But
Why is my
decides to jump
cutie-
away.
what
It's
the
a
fu-
good
what is that
disengagement
I don't know.
here.
What We're going to fix this cam after this.
Like half and
He's
half.
going to use it to zone.
Implosion?
They try to collapse
Oh,
on the shark.
shark.
The implosion connects
Oh.
only onto one member, though. The pushback.
Follow.
on several.
Oh my God.
The big guardian
The Vexana.
slams
Oh,
down.
not enough
Shark
damage.
taken out from ISO, though. Best
Cuties
player
one
might just
HP.
be
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, the
Yeah.
damage.
Oh, Lord,
Chicken
Yi.
trying
Yo,
to
they're all
fight it
so
out. It's a
low.
bloodbath. Samant's force drops and Hoon
Oh
drops
my
as
God.
well. It's 3 members.
Well,
for
they're not
Gaimin
gonna get Chicken?
Gladiators gone and all 5.
Oh, they're just gonna end.
Now they're trying to end. They're trying to end.
Yeah, and they're definitely gonna look to siege onto this mid side.
They're
now,
low,
I don't know
though.
if they have the firepower to be able to end this game.
I think they do. Yeah, I think they do have the firepower to end.
Man, siege onto this mid side. Louis is
Do they go for it? Chicken.
Nice hook. Nice hook.
White chicken.
goal.
Able to
Good
get
job.
Zia dead.
Good job,
Tarzan
good job,
Cutie goes
good job.
down. Maybe they should have just gone for the Lord, but decide not to. They
Oh.
want to force this right here, but Jay is bursted.
shit.
That's
Back
crazy.
They're good. They're
Area
good. They're good.
77
They're
are
good. They are good. Oh, they're
Gaimin
retro too.
Gladiators
Oh, GG's.
Don't come to our base just yet. They came unprepared. The diversion from our cutie
Yo,
brings them back to the base.
What?
and they're
Why?
okay,
Who made
but
that
still
decision?
They lose 3 members.
ISO was laughing.
Yeah, they lost 3 members. The Lord is going to be marching down. It seems like the Gaimin Gladiators, though, they're not choosing to opt to go for that objective. 10 seconds are on the death board. I do
threw
think the
chat,
Lord is
they
going to be a
threw.
much
That was their
better
chance.
call here.
Yo,
The
they gotta
top side,
defend
look
top
at that
lane.
wave.
Yeah,
It's going to
chicken
hit
recall.
onto that tower. I don't know if the chicken's going to be able to get back, but Gaimin
Damn,
Gladiators-
those minions are destroying that tower.
But the Louis ultimate is going to be available here.
Honestly, they didn't completely
that's
throw. It was a good
huge.
play by Chicken.
We got the
Look at this
replay
hook.
here. They thought they could end it. And
I
I
saw
think
couldn't
that
even
this was
move.
the big
Yeah.
ache they could
Yeah.
make this game. Instead of going for the Lord, they're not able to connect.
Almost
The
able to
health
take
bars were
out
just
Zia
too
there. If
low.
Zia would have fell,
And
then it
now,
wouldn't have been as punishing, but
in the game,
Yeah.
Area 77
They're
has to
lower
make
now.
some important decisions
Should have
here.
lower. They could have
Lord
ended it.
Whoa.
marching down
Hooked
towards
them
Area
really well.
77.
To the side.
GG has
this
taken
match has
a
me like
nice
on the
lead.
edge of my seat.
Yeah, and this is where
Yeah, this
GG
shit's actually intense.
shines quite a bit, right? When the Lord is marching down, they could sync the waves quite nicely and kind of orchestrate this battle
Quad
to
really
siege
the MVP.
against
Yeah,
the inner
Chicken's doing
towers
good.
of
Chicken's doing good.
A77. But A77
Or
is a team
4-2-3,
that is
yeah.
full of defense.
Best
They've
players
always
being
strived
shut
to
down.
do
So is kinda
extremely
Shark,
well when
though.
it comes down to these base
Yeah.
defenses, and this time around, I don't think it's going to be a problem for them.
let's
The
see, they're
Lord is
sinking
marching down
waves.
onto the top side, but A77
They're
do
always
have
so
the
good at
ability
sinking the
to turn
waves.
things
I think they'll be
around.
able to defend this
Quite
though. I
tough
mean,
for
unless they
Gaimin
make like
Gladiators to
a
Yeah, low
onto this
use
mid tower,
splash
but
damage.
it's
It's
still
still
Yeah.
a game at this point.
like team fights on them are gonna be rough.
Dark
One
Mid's a
big
good
final
set here.
slash flicker from Yureshi.
Yeah. If he gets like a
game changing.
Ooh, that would have been
crash onto the top
oof.
side. Tarzan trying to make work of it.
They're looking
Marquis
for
there
it.
as
They're
well.
hunting.
Yureshi
They got one
back down
in
to the
here.
bot trying to clear waves. They just need to defend.
I
Try
think
not
they're
to
go-
lose
I think
more
they're gonna
than
get
one.
two.
Lord,
Yureshi
flash connects
ulted,
onto
Yureshi
no
Oh,
one.
oh.
Yureshi unable to make it happen.
Chicken
ISO
low.
drops him on force. GG
Nah, don't force it,
unable
don't force
to
it.
complete
Yeah,
the breakthrough.
they didn't.
Yeah, and this is the first time that I feel like GG has
Whoa.
struggled a little bit in terms of kind of like the regular
ISO's
season, right?
I-
This is kind of the
ISO's
first showing
TP
that
and-
GG is on kind of
Or dude, they gotta defend one more wave of super minions.
coming through in the engagement.
I'm
They're definitely gonna get that top.
Make a huge difference. The Eternal Guardian drops as well. It's a lot of
A retry used on the minions.
Area 77 should be able to breathe now. They still got a lot of green dots on their side of the map. They're not rushing it though. They knew the mistake last time, over pushing, but this could be their chance to try to look for a play. ISO has Zamon's force back. I'm waiting to
This
see
could
it
be
drop.
the moment that they
Oh,
attack.
Chicken hooks
The
ISO.
unoffended.
ISO wanted
ISO
to.
drops Zamon's force to use it to get away.
This is- they-
Tarzan's
they-
still gonna get terrified, takes a little bit of damage.
still
GG
just-
not letting up though.
Nah, just wait for
Yeah,
Lord.
then
They got
that's
the
a
lead. Wait
great
for Lord.
purify.
Yeah,
that
30
gets knocked off the
seconds, so
board
you
for the
definitely
next
wanna wait for
fight.
Lord.
I was kind of going to talk about how A77, both of the teams have been holding on to their spells quite well, choosing to disengage and not really over initiating. But
Shark.
A77 does not
Kinda being
have
pressured
the
here.
control
Med here.
on ISO.
So
they're
That's
gonna-
quite tough as look at
Wow.
it. Gaimin Gladiators pushing it.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Oh, by
Best
your
player.
rush.
Oh
Lot of
my
damage from
God.
ISO and
Carlos
Marcuti.
back.
Oh
First
God.
down.
Nah,
Fried
back,
Chicken
bro,
gonna be the
back,
next target.
please,
The
back.
vengeance
Ooh,
comes
the
through.
damage,
Oh,
though.
nice.
The
Oh, by
almost
Chicken.
ended.
Yeah, that was a
Carlos
great
back up
shark
close to the
salt.
pushback, and
Oh my
ISO
God.
falls.
They're
Jake
turning
Jones
it around.
goes.
Huge,
Immortality pops. The final slash
GG's.
is gonna run to Zia, but he's got
Oh,
a
the
light will.
teleport.
He's unloading onto Tarzan. Immortality pops as well. GG now closing the grass.
Watch out,
They wanna
watch
walk
out,
onto
Zia,
the base,
watch
but they
out.
need a few more
Don't get
minions.
desperate, yo. Let them minions
Get
go
the
and
zoom
just
in
fucking
view.
hit
Fried
tower.
Chicken
Nah, they
looking
can't.
for something.
I
Tarzan
don't
there.
know. Wait, they got a lot of minions. Oh,
Chicken!
And two
GG's,
members
GG's.
drop Tarzan.
GG's.
Gets 5.
Good
He's not
fucking
going to be
job.
enough.
Yo,
to
Chicken
get.
Jeez, look at that.
Why is ISO laughing so hard?
Dude, he was laughing so hard.
Why he laughing
GG
so
takes
hard?
game number 1, to 17 is the overall scoreboard. A 19-minute close match
Yo.
between the two powerhouses.
That was good. That was
19,
good.
17 and 45.
Yeah, that shit
is
was
the
intense.
Overall KDA of the Gaimin Gladiators, and the dominating performance coming out from pretty much all the members of Gaimin Gladiators. I felt like their draft itself was quite beautiful.
Best game so
they had
far?
so much knockup,
Probably,
so much CC, and when you talked about trading ultimates, it almost felt like when the ultimates were down, Gaimin
Probably.
Gladiators
That
still
was a good
had so
match.
much resources and skills available to lock down and stun the members of A77.
It could
Wow.
go either way.
I still can't get over
Yeah,
the
that
fact
I mean that was a
77
close.
push, man. You know, and I caught some of the player cams
That was
as well.
so close.
ISO knew after they failed. One of the player cams went to ISO and he's kind of laughing. He's like, man, like you could just see like we shouldn't have gone for it. Like just knew it was kind of a mess up there.
Damn.
Those are the small
Bodybuilder.
decisions, right? And that's where
ISO
GG
is
comes out on
bodybuilding.
top. You know, Zeke actually said it. Cool.
I mean,
collective,
Carlos also got
effective,
countered by a
and that's
lot
what
of them, in
GG
my
is right
opinion.
now, and they're able to get through the bad times and still come out on top.
Like,
with
I
the
don't know
win.
if he plays Akai
And they
or not,
capitalize
bro.
on the
I think
mistakes
Akai
that
would have been
A77
100 times
have,
better
but
than
this doesn't
than
prove
when-
too much that, you know, A77
Mohamed
did
El
make a
Tigre
mistake,
Jr.
but they were pretty
Yeah,
much
yeah.
right there. In
Yeah,
the
yeah, that's
series.
what I was
If they
about to get ready to
just
do.
Played that fight a little bit different, had a little bit more different shot calls. It could have gone both ways, honestly. But Gaimin Gladiators able to take the very first game of this series. 19-17 is the overall KDA, and quite convincingly, especially in the last few team fights. Popping ISO's Purify was a huge thing for the Ruby to be able to get the I'm Offended off, and then proceeding to go for another re-engagement when that Purify is unavailable for their highest damage carry.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think a lot of players played well on the side of GG, but I think Chicken did very good in the laning phase, able to just go deathless. But Zia as well, man. We saw a lot of the split pushing early on when Area 77 was really hitting the gas and pushing Gaimin Gladiators like against the wall. Because of Zia and because of Shark kind of moving around the map, they were able to really kind of alleviate the pressure and take back some towers here and there, kind of stop the minions from becoming too much, and kind of make it so Area 77 didn't close things out too soon.
Yeah, and this game really proves that both of these teams are really strong contenders. I love the word contenders, Trex, and I use it quite often, but contenders I feel like are going to be the top 4 in the bracket. And A77 and GG are both teams that do represent that group of players, right? They are contending for the championship, contending for the opportunity to go across the seas and win lots of money. And I do think Gaimin Gladiators here have a strong performance, but A77, man,
Why are you guys
caught
saying
us
who is
in
watching?
surprise. We knew that they had the power in them to have this upset coming through, and they were so extremely close here, Trex.
Yeah, now we're going to
I
be
don't
taking a
see his
quick look
comment,
at
bro.
the big moment, the replay where Area 77 was so close into the grass. This is the fight that they won. This was the big turnaround. This was the Lord they should have been able to take.
Yeah, and you can take a look at
Very
a lot of the
cool. Yeah,
ultimates
it
and
is fake.
setups being put onto GG's side. The stuns, the snares, all coming through.
There was
The
a fake bomb
force
here, yeah.
popping off. It felt like ISO and them had the strategy available, and this
home build
is the
time?
turn
I don't
of
think
fight
so.
that was unfortunate.
Most people
Zia is able
build
to
them
get
with
away,
stunners,
and
like,
members of
first
A77 are just pretty much trading blow for blows underneath the towers,
There was a fake
tanking
home
and
earlier,
soaking
guys. I
so
don't think there's
much
actually-
damage, and it end up being the downfall of A77 here as all the members been taken
Holy
off
crap.
the board.
All right. I had to
Yeah, I mean,
get the
what-
players to
what a
fix their
moment. And
cameras.
that's- You know, you see it all the time. It's like you get a big fight at a Lord, and you're able
Ugh.
to maybe close
Dude, that was
out. I just
so
felt like their health bars were a
crazy.
little bit too low. If they were all like 100%, yeah, go.
The
for
amount of
finish, go
potential
for the
Area
finish,
77
go for
has
the
is
two.
crazy.
They just
It
didn't
is.
have that then. And GG, on the other hand, they took things slow.
This is-
Yes,
this
at
is
the end here, they
insane.
did close out, but they knew that they had all 5 members. They knew that they had everybody stocked and ready to go.
Yeah, it's a tough series for A77. Honestly, it's a very, very tough matchup for them, and I think they did extremely well. But also, Gaimin Gladiators, they proved to themselves that, hey, like, we are still in this series. Doesn't matter if we lose an inhibitor. Doesn't matter if the strategies did not work and give them an advantage in the early game. The late game strategies, the mind games, just, you know, pushing out targets here and there and capitalizing on the mistakes that A77 have, just prevailed them to go on to getting that point that they're looking for and hopefully turning this series into a 2-0.
Sure. And I think, I mean,
Crazy.
You know, you mentioned 2-0.
What a game, man. 100% what a game.
Can they pull off what they just did again?
They're redrafting right now, so we should be getting into the draft here.
For them, right? And I think game 2 is where we're really going to have the deciding factor of how close are they to GG in power level, right? Because
getting interesting.
Come into this game again and put up as good of a fight and almost win like they did, and maybe even win. I think it's
what
huge.
you were
It's huge
talking about. I'm gonna be honest,
to
I
the
don't even
rest
know
of the season, because
I'm
Area
not even
77
like
is also only going to get better, only going to get smoother in their gameplay, and it means there's
NA is actually improving. It's good to see like another team. Like I like BTK, but like this is crazy. Like, I like this.
How they jump into this next game. I want to talk a little bit about the Lu Yi pick. The Lu Yi pick actually ended up not being horrible, right? I think it worked pretty well for them.
Crazy.
It did go crazy, especially against G, like a team like GG, right?
Raw element that A77 had in that last series. The
I
Louis
didn't
pick
doubt
was
it, 'cause
picked
I know
in the
he's
very
really
first
good at
phase
that
and
niche.
actually worked out quite well, right? There was plenty of opportunities where the Louis came with the ultimate, the divergent, paired up with the Grok. They were able to kind of out macro and come back into the fights quite easily. And we didn't get to see a lot of great disengage from the Louis, but definitely that ultimate has been proven to be very useful. Now, going into game 2, Trex, the Joy and the Arlot have both been taken off the board. Are we going to see a Barrage ban this time around? Because I do think that
The Dota definitely.
either on the first pick or the first ban.
Dota definitely did.
On the blue side, the drafts could
And they
definitely
can't
change
improve
a bit,
because they
right?
keep
We know that
disbanding.
GG banned out the,
The teams, like
Barats
a lot of
last
teams
time.
split here because everybody has a lot
So I
of
think
ego.
it's kind of up to
That's just
whether
how they
Air
are,
77 thinks they want to first pick it, right? And does
What game is GG tied up with?
Yeah,
No one's
the next
tied up with
ban
GG
for the
right
side
now.
of, A77 is going to be that Navaria, the long range mage. They just don't want Hoon to be playing on that.
Yeah.
But the Vexana is still available. I'm not sure if A77 think that the Vexana is actually a good hero at mid, because when they take the Purify on the Herod, they're able to kind of just jump onto the backside, deal tons of damage, and get away quite nicely here. Gaimin Gladiators said, no, we're not having that dinosaur in our match today. That is going to be shelved for the next series.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but still, big respect for that Arlot ban, right? On Yureshi. Yureshi was a menace on it. And that itself is going to open up some things. So, Joy open. Does Area 77 ban out the Nolan again like they did last game? Do they want to fight for it?
You said,
as you mentioned, the Vexana.
Joy isn't open.
Not really, bro.
It's kind of up to the side
There's
of
a whole
GG,
backstory
you know,
to why
what are
Chicken's
they going to leave open?
I don't think they have a problem with Milo.
Both these teams are
It's just
definitely.
about
It just feels
Dora
a lot
the
more
Explorer?
methodical looking at
What
these
is
two
going
teams
on
the
in
way
the
they're
chat?
drafting, because they value a lot of these quote-unquote meta picks compared to some of the drafts we've seen earlier today, where things were a lot more open and some things were never even picked, even though they were left open. You definitely see, I think these two teams find these things a lot more crucial.
Oh God.
And letting something slip through the cracks could be game-breaking.
Well, this time around, there's a lot of flex picks that are still available, right? The Ruby can be slotted in the Roam and the XP position. The Matilda has been also let go so far. I might bite my words.
I feel like best players are going to pick an
still has a
assassin.
last ban available, and yes, both of those heroes are going to be available. Maybe a first pick Matilda potentially coming out from A77.
After Joy
or
Nolan,
a Ruby to deny that pick away from Chicken.
Assassins are just not that good.
I think, the Ruby on the Ruby was gross. And not a lot of teams are picking an EXP right now, which I kind of like it in the EXP lane. Yes,
the Ruby was definitely
time, once it's involved in team
Chicken
fights,
was going ham right there.
That Ruby was game changing. I think it's the reason they won when he defended.
Yeah, it's 100%. 100%. I feel the same way.
Or you can go for something like the support roam.
The amount of times he got sets, like he was literally carrying GG.
Now finally we're gonna be getting the first.
I think that's your first pick here. I'd be
with the Ruby
surprised
open.
Oh, okay, not bad.
Area 77 never seems to surprise us. Like.
They don't
go for any of the value picks that we were.
Put the yappers lower.
Claude's a monster right now. This is true.
That's why they call it.
Well, here's the thing in terms of a Claude first pick strategy.
That's gonna be our names now.
When they're
all those casters are yappers.
They're looking to draft the best in slot position, or they're looking to counter. right?
home
Or
pick
they could look to
Lucian, I'm
flex.
going to
So for
propose
example,
my
they take the
crush.
Ruby, that's a flex first.
Oh, no, they're gonna go
Take
Fred.
The quad, it is definitely that blind, strong pick that is good against majority of the user. The Fredrin comes
Chicken
into
used
play,
to play
and that
with-
is pretty much
It's a
Yeah.
mental battle right
take
now.
the best jungler that's available
Yeah,
in this
yeah.
option. Paired up, I think a magic damage dealer is quite good, and Hoon takes my word. The Vexana gets put onto play. We've seen Hoon do so well with the knockups.
Yeah,
coming
it's
through.
just in
I
North
don't
America.
think this time around,
Like,
it's
we
gonna
just-
be any different.
no one knows how
especially
to
paired
Diggy, it
up with
seems.
CC coming out from the Fredrin.
No, he's
Definitely
good.
a problem. Maybe Area 77 wants to let them get a lot of.
Area
CC
77
and
did
try
use
to
him
pick
to
up something like the
BBTK.
This time, I think it's a little
gotta be the
early for
Ruby.
that, but yeah. Ruby pick's definitely viable. I definitely don't think you want to give the Vex and the Ruby again over to
Matilda?
GG. Plus, you just lost the Fredrin. Matilda is open. Definitely a possibility for the side of Area 77.
Wow.
Yeah, the Matilda
I didn't
is
even-
available.
I didn't even
do like
peep.
that pick, but I don't
didn't even
think
peep the
picking
Matilda was open.
and the Ruby is going to be the
I'm
best
surprised
option.
they
And no,
prioritize
do not
Fredrin
go
that
for the
much.
Ruby.
Give
They go
Matilda.
for it.
I thought he
Minnow.
was worse.
Dude, they picked the
They
Minnow
go for
so
a trade.
fast.
The Tigreal gets picked up here, and the Minotaur gets picked up by Shark, and it's quite interesting
Minnow
that the
Tig.
Matilda gets
Damn.
let go in this draft. And
Doesn't
also the
Tig
Ruby
just
has
cancel
not
out?
been up to play, but I can understand why Shark
Minnow?
has readied up this Minotaur.
Like he can just
right?
push
Nah,
him.
it's all
He can just
earlier
push him
on,
when he
the
ults,
Minotaur
and then
was
it
able to
cancels.
kind of
Nah,
defend
Minnows
and
in
use the
immune when he
knockup
ults.
to
Oh,
cancel
shit.
out
Like in
the
Kazan, I
duets
think it's
of
like
the quad,
Kaj
which is
and
gonna be
Frank.
Like
proven quite good.
suppressions?
We also saw the matchup between the
Or is it the other way around? Like Minnow's like a, I don't know.
in the
Yeah,
series
I
against
think Minnow can
BloodHounds and
cancel
Night
Tig.
Horde.
Yeah.
So I feel like
Before
that
he
What up,
is a
Shake?
solid pick coming out from Shark. Now, the second phase bans are on the table. The Bruno gets taken out, so Zia does not have one of his favorite heroes.
Yuzong
The
ban, no
Yuzong
ban.
gets taken off the board. Meaning
You said
I
in
think
Endo and
Shake
PH
is
they're
probably
making
looking to
Natan
deny some of the
jungle?
picks
That's
coming out
crazy.
of Yurishi and taking the Ruby himself.
I mean, yeah, and he gets first pick here. So
I got water.
Area 77 doesn't ban out the Ruby here. It's an easy slot in for the side of GG. Area 77 also still need a mage. Maybe they go for something like the Lu Yi again. It seems like they're not scared to completely think outside of the box here. We need a marksman for Zia, which I wouldn't be surprised seeing Zia on the Harith. It's definitely nothing that's outside of his realm. He's played mage before. I think he'll be comfortable on it if he wants to pick that. So yeah, the
Night
Kiri
Horde
and the
beat,
Bruno ban
BloodHounds.
are valid, but Zia's got a pretty deep hero pool overall. I can even see him picking up something crazy like the Beatrix.
They could
or
just go Lixia.
anything he wants, really. I feel pretty comfortable with it. Brody also still open.
Lixia
I
pairs
really,
really
really
well
like
with
the Brody
Minnow.
pick, and I kind of
Or
wish
even-
that, some of the teams are going to be picking up the Brody. I think the early
Yeah.
game that he
Yeah,
has
Cha, one
in
of
his
them is
kit
like
does a lot
100%
of
gonna go
damage, and
export.
even when he's down in gold, he could still chunk
You thinking
out
export?
a lot of towers. He has the
Export would
mobility,
be a
Yeah,
good
you know,
play.
paired up with
Yeah.
his auto attacks, and he's a smooth hero.
Brody,
Just
huh?
like we're talking about, we do get to see the Brody in
And
action. I think that's
last pick
great
and fried
going
chicken.
up against the
Is it because they
quad.
can
And I think
possibly
it's
swap
quite
the
good
Fred to
going up against
EXP?
Tigreal, where when he comes forward,
A lot
he
of
can
fanning.
stun up the Tigreal and bounce away in that team fight. Now the response coming out from A77, Faramis is still available. We talked about the
Yeah.
Ruby, the Purified Lilia has been quite popular. Can come out to a show, but they are still missing that XP and their mage.
Yeah, so what do we put Yureshi on here? I think they pick up the Ruby, right?
I
Lilia.
think so too. Oh,
They're like, no,
Wow.
we don't care about no Ruby. Fried Chicken gets a free Ruby now.
Actually, I
A
don't
little
know.
surprising. Maybe he
Or
goes for
Export's
something
good,
else,
but I
though.
don't know if he'll
Export's a
pick up.
possibility too.
He
yeah,
might go like
you know, the Lapu Lapu I think is just to push out Hoon, and I think
Wow.
Hoon's been quite
Terizla,
effective on the
Uranus,
Vexana,
maybe?
especially with no mobility. He's just moving around quite well.
Oh, you know
in
what he
these
could
team
go?
fights,
He
but
could
now
go
a Lapu
Edith.
Lapu is
I
going
haven't
to be
seen that
in
in a
his
while.
face. The Bravest
Oh,
fight is
yeah,
gonna
if
be
they
here.
want more
Up with the main
damage.
ability that he has
Yeah.
should be able to body
That'd be a
Hoon
lot of
out
CC.
majority of
Oh, I
this
don't
team
know.
fights, and
We'll see.
also Lapu Lapu does quite well against the early game that Brody has, right?
Also,
Brody's able to
CC is still
scale
available
quite well,
too.
level 8
Oh, they go
building
pack.
maybe one or two
Ooh,
items. and
okay.
that's
Oh, no,
where
CC
Paris
was
might come into
banned.
Play for Lapu Lapu, but the response
That's
by
not
CC
bad,
Chicken,
that's
no
not bad.
CC was
real
banned,
time
yeah.
around. The One Punch Man.
Going pack though.
I like the Paquito too because you see it a lot. Paquito's damage, like the combo is so quick.
I think Paquito interrupts Tig.
because a lot of time Lilia won't even have time to click.
Like,
the
you can
black
just-
shoes.
you can literally
If
just
take
punch his ult.
If you're quick enough or you catch him off
Nah,
the
he
wrong
can,
time,
he can. He's
you
got-
can
he
kill
gets
the Lilia
stoned.
before black shoes even pop. Same thing with
What, packed us?
ISO, you could make
Yeah, before he
Claude,
can
like,
even get
before you have
close, he
time to
gets
hit
in
your
Oh,
the
shit.
range, he gets
boom,
down,
you're already gone. So, and we know Fried
Chicken
Chicken
is
likes to be
broken.
aggressive. Like, yes, he's okay with the more sustainable EXP laners, but I think where Fried
Sir
Chicken
Rose.
really shines.
I think
is when
we're
he's able to
definitely
look for angles,
entertained.
be aggressive, and pick up kills.
Yeah, and he could also cancel the implosion coming out from Tig, so that's another problem that A77 has to deal with. Now, we have seen the pack today on the XP lane. Sir Bossy played it in the BloodHounds series. Unfortunately, they were not able to get the victory that they were looking for, but just like you're saying, the matchup between the pack and the Lilia is quite good here. But take us in, Trex.
All right,
Nah.
it's match point for Gaimin Gladiators up against Area
I had some pizza.
77. Will this be the last match of day 2?
I ran out of water though.
Will Area 77 take us to game 3?
Why no gourd
I
pick?
think the aliens this time around, they got to come
That
out
gourd
with a
last
better
time was
ship, right?
definitely
They gotta come
devastating.
into this game
It's
strong,
all about
get the
comps and
early game
synergies though,
advantage,
chat.
and I do think they have the ability to do so. Now, the Gladiators though have proven to have a really strong late game strategy. Right, it seems like almost every late game they're able to win, even if they are down in gold. But pick off right here, Jay, already chunked quite low against an early game Vexana. Seems like Gaimin Gladiators has the map in their favor already.
Most definitely. I think there's a lot of possibilities for both teams here. Area 77 with the Basha should have some nice movement, some nice rotations, able to stop any early aggression that Gaimin Gladiators wants to bring, possibly. Able to maybe help stop GG from getting some early game ganks. And with the way that Area 77 played last game, I have a feeling that it might, because Gaimin Gladiators, like the trio in mid, best player Shark and Hoon, they normally get in team's face, especially here in NA. So after taking a little bit of an almost loss,
I think
it may slow down
yeah, it's a
GG's
really
pace
good goal laner. Bro.
Yeah, but this time around, if you take a look at the gold lane, you can see the Claude kind of jumping behind.
Reshi kind of just
how
holding
the
it
matchup
there.
is going to go, right? The Claude is going to struggle 1 versus 1 against the Brody, but in our last series, we had the Harith able to solo kill onto the gold side, so that's one advantage that A77 does not have. They kind of just need the Claude to be able to stand against himself,
doing
while
this
the
on
other
that
members of A77
they send their
look for
jungler
engagement
to
on the opposite
XP
side of
to
the map.
harass that, like to poke them.
And
The
Area
enemy XP
77,
laner.
nobody going to get any
Before
kills this
turtle.
early in the game. It's a
They've been
slow
doing that for
pace to
a while.
start. Area 77 keeping up with the rotations. First turtle on the map, and everybody
Mercury ulted.
seems ready to
Let me see
fight
the-
it.
Oh,
Down
Hoon
in
is
the
low.
XP lane, still a little bit of
Yureshi. Oh no, Yureshi dies.
Yureshi should fall as well. It's an EXP
Oh,
lane
God.
for a mage.
Oh, chicken might be
Super
dead.
Shark, though, taking a little bit of damage. Tarzan looking for the final hit. Can he get it?
Nice.
Fried Chicken able to disengage, but he should be out of commission
Turtle
for this
reset.
turtle fight.
Yeah, no commission indeed. Tarzan unable to close off that last kill. Seems like both teams are looking to disengage, setting up for another day on this objective. And I do think when the buffs go down, both teams are going to be looking to fight this out. A little bit of a lead coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. I think the top side is going to be due to that.
Okay, let's see
but
this turtle
GGs
fight.
are going to be the one.
Oh,
that's
Oh,
gonna
Hoon?
start up the
Tigger, old, Hoon
Oh no, they
Purifier,
stopped him.
All
Shark,
right, a lot of damage.
Yureshi 1
No one's
HP.
Fury from Shark
Dead.
does land on.
Yeah.
Everybody
Good
just
job.
piles on. The dog pile on to Yureshi Cutie. Getting revenge for the kill earlier. Now Turtle still up. Jay looking for an angle. Tarzan
I
hanging out in the
wonder
bottom
if,
bush right now.
that was like
maybe
a
waiting for the
miscommunication.
engage.
Like
Shark
maybe Yureshi
smells
told him that
something
she
wrong.
purified,
Gonna
but
move
she
on.
didn't.
Try to delay him. Best player also taking his time.
Let's see
Hoon able to
Ratchet
get the
battle.
knock-up onto Tarzan
Oh,
Cutie.
good job,
Fried Chicken
Carlos.
coming
Nice
back,
player.
best player. Able to get
Oh,
the turtle.
snap.
Now they collapse onto Mar.
Ooh,
Mar
chicken
in
flicker
trouble.
in.
Bro, how many knockups were there?
And the kill locks in for Hoon.
Too many.
They take out Mark Cutie.
Victor is dead.
Jay Cutie may
Nice.
just be next
Ooh.
They go
best
for the
player
aimbit
picking
right
it
away.
up.
Yeah, and I just want to say that
Oh.
GG's strategy of just
Oh.
stunning and knocking up
Ooh.
and chaining
Nice.
all those CCs have been proven to quite.
They lost
difficult
their
to
momentum,
counter.
man.
You can see they're able to
Look at
single
that
out
gold
specific
plating on
targets.
mid,
Doesn't matter
just
who it is, the Lapu Lapu
like
can go greatest
gone.
fighter, but if he doesn't activate the CC, I mean, he's not going to be able to get that. And now GG has the lead onto the mid. The kill is in their favor.
Ooh,
And even on the
oh,
top side, Zia is able
ooh.
to grab up a lot of gold.
Carlos is
snap!
dead. He was
Ooh, a
taking
little bit
tower.
of damage on the Shark there.
Oh, Shark
That's
flickered
a good
out.
one.
Oh,
Back
ISO.
fake. ISO going in.
Blazing Duet,
Damn.
finally.
Oh, triple.
Picking up a kill, trying to move on to Zia next. Tarzan under the tower, takes a couple shots. Mark Cutie's going to try to come in for the cutoff.
Yes,
Zia
that-
now
yeah.
cornered. Can they
Oh.
find the pick here? Zia able to dash through.
Wait,
And they do
maybe?
not find-
Two gr-
Ooh, and yes,
oh.
Mark
Oh,
Cutie
They made it pay though.
Down to the boss side
Oh,
as
there's a
well.
bot. Look at that. This is crazy. Yurashi. He had a flicker.
The flicker comes in, and Yurashi just gets away.
Yo, this double
Gaimin
camera is
Gladiators
good.
leading by
That was
1200,
crazy.
5-4.
That was a good call. That was a
It's
good call.
1-for-1 trade onto the top side, but ISO's able to kind of go victorious on that trade. He's been surviving, and the Blazing Duets also picked off some of the members.
They
So
have
right
new
now, A77 I feel like is
technology.
in quite a good position. They are down in gold, but I do think that ISO has had
More
a
double
rough
cam
thing
sleeve?
so
Total
far
up in 20.
early
Total
on.
up in 20, let's see.
I mean,
And
We had a
it's
double
GG.
cam.
lead for
Yeah,
GG.
I've never
We saw
seen
the
that.
same thing from Area
Yo,
77
Shark's
last
sitting
time.
up now.
And to be honest,
What is that flash?
Oh, that's his phone. It's the metal on his phone. Oh, they're gonna collapse in on him. Ooh.
A lot of
J-Cutie
damage on
flickers out.
J-Cutie. Zia able to stack up,
Nice.
but as I was saying, is Area 77
Yeah, that's his
That
phone like
maybe
shining.
slightly below GG right now. Like GG has the advantage, but I don't think we've seen GG tested this hard in a while in North America.
Oh, conceal play. Going in? Oh, they got it.
For the play, best player able to secure the turtle. A lot of damage does come on to Shark. J-Cutie
Is
working
that his
on
reading,
the
reading
spot
chat?
of
I
Shark.
don't know.
Shark falls as well.
Oh, Yurashi.
Damage coming in from Fried Chicken. He does get the knockout strike on
Yurashi.
Yurashi. A little bit of trouble.
It
J-Cutie
should be
trying to
done.
come
They
in.
want it. Hoon hunting Jay though.
Area 77 now
Let's
on
see.
the run.
Carlos
Tarzan's
Ooh,
able to
they
get
dra-
the
he
kill.
punched him out.
Comes down to
They
terrify
pushed him,
the
yeah.
knock-up.
They
still got the kill, though.
To make a kill for Fried Chicken.
I feel like the Gaimin Gladiators is all about the wombo combination right now. The knockup is just a little bit too much to handle. Last game, they had the Guinevere, the Vexana for the two-man knockup, and this time around, they got the Minotaur, the Fredrin to have that CC
Ooh,
knockup.
ooh,
Paired up with
ooh.
Fried Chicken here on
Ah,
the bot side.
I think he's safe.
Trying to go
Oh.
a little bit aggressive, but don't
Missed.
miss. Yurishi's able
What
to
the
take
heck?
care of that business.
Chicken is not
Confidence
scared,
in Fried
bro.
Chicken right now, man.
Yeah.
High health, and he's like, yeah, I'm hanging. I'm gonna clear this wave real fast.
That dude said
Collapse
GG's.
onto
Oh,
the
split
boss side.
cam
Fried
again.
Chicken might finally go down. Doesn't
Let's
get away.
go.
Another flicker. Yurashi able to pick it up. Up in the top side, a little bit of action
That's
as
a
well, but nothing
shutdown.
too major. But they finally get a kill on a Fried Chicken, which is crucial because he was sitting at 4-0
Yeah, Chicken's doing good,
2.
Chuck.
Yeah, that's a
Both
400
games.
gold shutdown for the side of
Ah.
A77, able to get
Jay, I
that
don't know.
kill
They
back
might?
into their
I
favor.
don't know
It's
if they'll be able to
1K
do this.
so both teams still have the.
They lock
It's
it.
still anyone's game at this.
Oh, they
point, and
save it.
I really want to take a look at ISO's
Ooh.
item, right? Zia, of course,
ISO
on the
baiting
early
it.
has the ability to go into that early and mid.
Testing
game,
out new
but once it gets to the late
technologies.
game, if both marksmen have the same exact gold. The side of A77 is going to have a slight advantage.
Yeah,
Its squad just
expedite?
has that
Not really.
mobility, has that late game shred. But if Zia is going to be the one that's up in gold, it's going to be hard for ISO to look for any engagement
not
because
just
he's going
that,
to
bro.
get two-shot by Zia here.
And look at the Yurashi. Yurashi cuts double into the bottom lane. And now he's going to be a little bit ahead in this fight engagement. A little bit in front of Fried Chicken. Are they going to maybe set a bait for him
Smoking
here? Fried Chicken
chemistry,
knows he
yeah.
smells something in the water. He decides not to advance. He waits until the rest of his team has vision on Area 77. This feels like a lord right here. Like everyone's grouping up just for a 7-minute turtle right now. This is a game that we're watching. Best player still
Oh!
working.
J-Cutie with the engage.
Shark
ult though.
Hoon getting locked down by Yurashi.
Oh, Yurashi's
Ah, he's
safe.
dead.
Caught up
Yurashi's
in between
dead.
4
He's
members,
dead.
takes
Double
enough damage. The
kill for
best player
Carlos.
finds the kill. Area
They
77
might go
take
for
the
that mid
turtle,
tower
but
here.
at what
Oh, Mark
cost?
Cutie has.
Yeah, it seems like
still. Yeah, they
A77
defend
is
it.
unable to get a lot of these fights going
They're
into
gonna
their
get bombed,
favor,
though.
especially
They're
when
gonna go split
both
push
teams are
top.
grouped up as members of 5, right? A77, I feel like they have the
Fried
opportunity.
Chicken,
ISO.
Fried Chicken, Fried Chicken, Fried Chicken. On to ISO, ISO.
Ah.
Still taken out mid.
Oh, solo kill.
Yeah, that's a huge shutdown for the
Chicken
side of
is
Gaimin
still
Gladiators, able
5,
to
1, and
take
2. Like
care of
he's
ISO, giving him his
best
first
player's carrying
death
it a little
on
bit better
the
this time
board.
as well,
And
but
just, again, once it
holy
seems like
shit,
A77
Chicken is just-
Yurashi might be
cannot
dead. Yurashi
fight
might be
these
dead.
group
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're going for it.
Shark
Oh.
is just getting too many knockups, and
Oh,
the
no.
side of
It didn't come
Gaimin
in.
Gladiators just have so much
They got the
CC
tower,
available
though.
to
That's
see.
Oh, another split cam.
Oh, Chicken's dead.
Okay, Fried Chicken goes down. Zia
Good
takes the
gang by
tower
77.
though. Did Yurashi fall as well in the boss side? No. So Area
Nope. They
77
get the
finds
second
something, but
tier.
still, GG is this methodical, man. They got the
That boy
scalpel
Shark
out.
looking
They're
cute.
cutting away piece from Area 77 right now. Tower by
Chicken
tower until
is
they're down to
him.
nothing but bones.
Yeah, and you can see a small lead still for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. The people of Area 77 are grouped
Crazy.
up onto the top side, but the reinforcements are coming through. Jay trying to cut off the angle, and I feel like A77, they're definitely going to try to get this tower here.
Oh, why so forced to purify
it will be
out?
my way. The tower does fall though, so that's a plus for Area 77.
Yeah, that's definitely a plus there. They do need all the advantages that they could get. Once again, it seems like the engagement's coming through. Both teams disengaging. Now, let's talk about some of the strategies that A77 could use to kind of get back onto this game. I think
now we need
is gonna
more
be a very
replays.
big
Yeah,
player for them to try and shut down and maybe try.
I
To
think
keep
they're still
Chicken
working
at
on
bay, right? Putting
a lot
little bit
of
pressure
stuff.
onto his lane, 'cause he's
I think
going
this
quite
week
aggressive in
the
pretty much majority of
NACT will be able to put way more effort into the
boss side.
production.
The 2v1, Fried Chicken unable to compete there, but they're going to start rushing this Lord because they know Tarzan Cutie is far away. Area 77 may not be able to make it in time. No, they will not. Hoon
Yeah, free
able to
Lord,
secure
they
that
couldn't
one for
really
the
walk
team.
up.
Area 77 just got to hang out and wait now.
Yeah, it's going to be a
Dude,
free objective for
the
the side
goal lead
of
ain't that
GG's.
crazy
The
yet,
Lord
so
is
they
going to
can
be
still go
marching
either
down
way.
onto the bottom side, the far lane here, right? The side of GG. I do think the strategy for them is to group up on.
Is there a way
try to
you
go
can
for
be
a
part of
siege while this
production?
Lord is popping down on the bot side, but Guap's here.
Degree
getting
got.
chunked a little bit. I do think they're not going to have enough damage here. And A77 looking for a defense going up against the first Lord of the game.
All right, Lord coming soon down the bottom lane. I don't think GG's going to be able to finish things just yet. Area 77 does have the shred with ISO. It's not like ISO's fallen too far behind in gold or anything. He's 1-1-1. Hasn't taken too many deaths. Possibilities are still there. And GG still has to be careful about the way they engage. One big set from JQT could be game-changing.
GG's looking for the engagement.
some pressure
Yeah,
onto-
still
Is marching
cannot get
down
mid,
on the
that's
bot
crazy.
side. I do know that the
They'll get him with the
purifiers
super
are available
minions.
for the side of A77, but I just don't know
gotta
if
cut
the
that wave
purifier is
right
going to
there.
be
Oh,
Yeah.
enough to deal with this
Chicken will
constant
push it
CC
up.
coming out from the side
Yeah.
of
Dude,
GG.
oh,
Best
Carlos
player
Tomenton.
looking to go
Eyes
in
are
for a
really
little bit.
low.
A lot of damage just by himself, chunking out to the members of
Nah, they can't get no
A77.
one hit. They're getting
With
mid
the,
though.
with the Lilia,
So
though,
mid towers maybe.
great siege
Yeah.
defense, man.
Yeah, I think
Lay
they'll
down
clean
the
it
cone,
up.
was able to burst
They
down
gotta
the
watch
road,
out for
got
that
paired up with
JQ
ISO.
engage.
No, I'm
Should
getting
be
paid.
Okay, GG though, once again, the scalpel's out. We just cut away tower by tower.
Yeah, and a 3K gold lead, 11 minutes in. GG is still trying to push the lead. It does feel like A77 has lost a little bit of gas, but I think they might have it figured out. The two-man units of ISO and Jay is on the backside. So if GG does get collapsed here, it might smell trouble, but it seems like ISO, they're opting to go
Oh,
for
what
split push
happened?
strategy, and I think this is great. The side of Gaimin Gladiators,
What'd he
they're
do?
really trying to force this Ube strategy of just syncing all the ultimates up together. ISO takes another.
He's just being
tower
a
onto
simp,
the bot,
man.
but
Oh
It
shit.
seems like ISO. they're
How'd that
opting
just
to
do
go
that?
for a split push strategy, and I think this is great. The side of Gaimin Gladiators, they're really
Oh,
trying to
ISO,
force
ISO.
this
No,
Ube
ISO.
strategy of just syncing all the ultimates up together. ISO takes another tower onto the bot side, but the trade from GG is just a
87K
little bit
seconds.
too good.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be careful though. If White Chicken is on to him, he needs to get back quickly. Should be okay. Chicken just has to defend, take out the minions. So well played. And if ISO can keep doing that, kind of dancing around, it's very similar to what we saw from Zia last game, alleviating the pressure. You know, kind of bleeding out the wound a little bit, letting the swelling go down, and that's what Area 77 needs.
Oh,
to do.
JQ
They
to
gotta try
flicker
to
off
hang
the
out.
shark,
They're in
but
it
it
for the
got
long
cancelled.
haul at this point.
Oh, don't.
Still,
The
gold
ISOs
lead,
are really
not
low.
too far ahead,
Oh
man.
my
4K
God,
is
that
very
damage.
comebackable for any team,
Two of them
especially
dead.
teams at this caliber.
Tarzan's also
Stella-
dead.
Stella-
It might be
Stella
over
gets
there.
it- gets
This
it
kind of
done.
late game,
Ooh.
right? But it seems
Oh.
like they're going in.
Oh.
ISO with the blazing duet in the backside.
Oh.
Zia taking
Chicken
a whole
flickering
lot of
in.
damage.
Oh, ISO just got deleted.
That's game changing. They're 100% right now. If Carlo
Tarzan,
Oh,
next to
yeah.
the
Nice
chopping
job,
block,
too.
terrified,
GG's.
taken out. Now it's nothing but Mark Cutie and J Cutie.
Oh, he's done.
Cutie
Chicken?
gang not looking too good right
Oh,
now.
yeah,
Flight Chicken
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
close
Oh,
distance.
oh.
Flight Chicken
Oh,
possibly
they split
Mark
it,
Cutie
they
back
split
in
it.
all
Oh, they
members.
recalling. They emo.
Welcome to home.
Hell no.
Gaimin
Oh, God.
Gladiators is here.
GG's.
Knock FBI. They're
Knock,
kicking
knock,
down the door
FBI.
right now.
What the
A
fuck?
terrified
They're
J.
yapping,
Cutie
Why is
back.
he
Mark Cutie
why is
gonna
he
be next.
taking out
Flight
his
Chicken,
GG's.
Fly
Where
Keto,
am I
Puck
looking?
Keto, take them to their graves. GG takes game number 2.
GG's.
And just like that, GG
Yeah, they're
is
still
able
on
to
business.
take this game in a
What the
in
fuck
more
is he
close
doing?
fashion, right? It's a 14-minute
saw that, bro?
dominating performance again from Gaimin Gladiators. I was
Yeah,
about to
tweaking.
say, the longer this
Tweaking.
game goes, seems like A77 does
you got getting
have a lot
freaky.
more hope with the clock. The early game damage from the Brody is just a little bit too much to handle.
What the
And again,
fuck?
Gaimin Gladiators, they have the
Wow.
IQ decision to go and merge onto that top side, catching out
G,
multiple members of
mofo, and
A77
G,
and
chat.
completely dominating in
Literally.
that team fight. KDA 15, 7, and 31 is going to be the overall scoreboard. Lots of assists coming
Paquito?
out from Gaimin
Fried
Gladiators,
chicken?
and I would just say the rotation.
An absolute spanker, dude. He was just.
When it came down to that,
Yeah, I would give him a
very
MVP. Yeah, 100%, 100%. That
for
Ruby,
the side of game, for the
nice tongue
A70s,
work.
the
Chicken is
A70s.
back. Yeah, chicken
And
is
the
back.
aliens are shot down from the sky today. Gaimin Gladiators coming to play. I mean, it's game one was close. GG,
Back-to-back
though,
MVPs?
definitely
Yeah,
controlled
100%.
and
I'd
shows
give it to him.
Who's boss and why they're here.
Like he.
Average
That
damage
Ruby?
is completely unloading compared to Area 77, and even the gold per minute just completely
I swear to God, bro,
collecting
when I watched
throughout the
Chicken
lane
rank on the
phase. And we
stream, I
saw
was like,
the
how
difference
this
between
dude in
Area
GG
77 and
squad?
GG. When
Now
Area
he
77
proved
was
it, he
winning
can
in
use
game number
everything.
one, GG.
I mean, in
was
stream, bro,
almost
like
keeping
in
the gold
rank,
tied for the
a
whole
lot of
game.
people troll.
Compared
Like,
to
you
GG
can't
when
really
they were
base it
escaping
off
with the
that,
win,
you know?
they immediately
Damn.
turned it into a 3-4K gold.
Like
lead.
even me sometimes.
Yeah,
like,
and
I'll
it's
just
an
be
extremely dominating
autopilot. You're
performance
not
coming out from
focused
GG
100% of
here,
the
able to
time,
take
like you are
the
on a tournament.
2-0 victory.
Five
of
five
the
stackings in a
77,
tournament
which
are like
has
totally
won their
different than
last
ranking.
series. So
Like, it's
now
a whole-
A77 is going to be pushed onto that
Like it's a
fourth
whole new
position,
beast.
while GG is going to be in the lead for the very first
Look at
one. The
UA's
brackets
mic, what the-
are already showing, and we got the handsome man Zeke back into play. Zeke, how you doing, man?
Uh-oh, he's muted. Oh,
you're muted,
no.
my friend.
You're muted, Zeke.
Who did that?
Sorry,
that?
my bad. It was a little prank for day one.
I'm just trying to be like you, my boy. What are those games, man? Absolutely
think they should
crazy.
integrate
That
the
first
players
game
after
had me
the
on my
matches.
seat.
Yeah.
I thought so.
I can
for sure
suggest
that Area
that.
77 was going to be able to make it happen, make that close. But man, what a beautiful comeback by GG.
Yeah, definitely an insane comeback in game number one, and then game number two, they just completely roll over Area 77. But still, we saw a lot from Area 77 there. We saw a lot of possibilities.
Aggressive. Who
And
did
knows,
that?
By playoffs, anything could change.
Yeah, and you know, it's
Big
quite
win.
interesting that
The
GG
double cam.
strategy,
The
again,
double
for
cam
me,
was pretty
it's
awesome.
It's quite visible here. They like to stack a lot of the CCs, and a lot of the times the knockups are
That was
unable
wild. That was a
to
good game.
be, negated by the tough boots. Right, the
This
knockups are
Dave-
still going to
Dave
happen,
runs
but
the
they
whole
chain those
NACT.
CCs with that Vexana, with the Frederick.
They should show
along
the
with
standings here.
knockups of Paquito or the stun coming out from Ruby. It's a strategy set in stone. Without ultimates,
Good night,
they're
good
still
night.
locking down members for Zia to free hit, for whom
It's morning
to deal
here.
the damage. And I would say Gaimin Gladiators played an
We're gonna look at the
absolutely
standings
massive
here.
test today.
And then I gotta go
Absolutely.
get into
GG.
our into the
They
week
showcased,
NACT
you know,
meeting.
just exactly who they are, but at the same time, Area 77, although they
So
did,
we'll see how
take,
this
you know,
this
the
plays
0-2
out.
loss in games, they definitely.
And then I'm
still
gonna eat
managed
some
to
more
say,
wings.
Hey, you know, we're here, we're alive, we're
And
pushing,
feed my
and
dog.
You know what? Don't count us out of anything.
Most definitely. And I'm
Heard
pretty sure
who
we're
say
gonna
against
jump
LEGACi
into the
that's playing, you heard?
MVP
Nope.
now with a few
didn't
replays.
tell me nothing about
with a few replays. For me personally, I mean.
Dude, I got beaten ranked last night, bro. I was on the Indo server though.
Exactly who it's gonna end up being though, UA.
It's a good guess, but it's going to be Shark.
We
right?
already
The most
got the
valuable player from the
wings.
last season, in my perspective.
The Buffalo.
Coming once again. He had a great game.
Oh, Shark
on
got
the
MVP.
Minotaur. He was
Damn.
able to
Shark?
counter out a lot of the matchups, and I think it's quite
Huh?
smart,
Yeah.
especially when the side of A77
I
decides to pick
don't
up
know
the
if I
clock
agree with
first.
that.
The knock-up coming out to
I
pretty much
mean, it's Shark, you
deflect
can't
the
complain.
blazing
It is
damage
true.
from
It is
the
true.
Claude
It is true.
is
He's right
proven
here.
to be very, very effective, and this time around Shark pulling
Chicken
up
got
the
robbed,
MVP, a roamer that gets the spotlight. I do like that myself, as I'm a roam player, and shout outs to Shark, man.
Honestly, if any Rome was ever going to get it, it was definitely going to be Shark. You're talking about debatably one of the best players in all of North America, not only based on
He's laying his head
ability,
on my-
but when you look at
my
people who
best.
effectively made it,
Come
you
here,
know,
up.
to further
Up.
stages, he's
Come
definitely
on,
him.
up.
So with that being
Ooh,
said,
good boy.
the star of the show, final game, MVP,
A big
Shark,
boy. A
I
big
wouldn't have it
boy.
any other way. Some of those sets, money.
Money.
Chef's
Speaking
kiss.
of money, let's take a quick look at the last two
Wow.
team fights of that last
Oh,
series.
oh. I didn't mean to
Yeah,
pop you in the
I mean,
nose.
Gaimin
All right, look at some of the
Gladiators always
highlights.
coming through with a show on the
Atlas,
boat.
hey,
The
hey,
implosion
stop
coming
that.
through on the backside. The
Stop
Gaimin
that.
Gladiators had something else that they could deal with, singling out and pretty much splitting the whole entire A77 back line dealers. Right, they pretty much punished the ability that Jay and Yurishi had to go onto the backside and just use that to their advantage. And this is the top side fight that we were talking about. Zia right
That's
here did
crazy.
not get singled out, and unfortunately, the rotations
Are
from
they gonna
Gaimin
show the
Gladiators was
points or
too
stuff?
much. For
Yeah.
A77
They're gonna
to
show us
handle
the
in these two
standings.
fights.
At least they should.
That gameplay was
So we can
absolutely
see, like,
beautiful.
where
Right
everybody's
at
ranked.
least me personally, I thought that Shark was going to drop. The entire team just showed up and sealed the deal. They just made it happen. Just such precision coming from the side of GG. It was gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely gorgeous. Overall, GG shows why they are the fan favorite right now. And this is the big difference that I talk about with a lot of teams is when you're losing, can you come back? You know, if you're behind in gold, can you still secure? And that's what they did in game 1. And then can you jump into game 2 with that same momentum and just smash through? And that's exactly
wanna see these standings.
what GG did. Area 77 still unable to kind of break that barrier. Now I think the matchup I'm really ready for is Area 77 versus DA down the line in the future. I think that's going to be a good one. I think they're kind of at a good
Nobody's
standstill.
out yet. It's a point system.
Who's going to end up
They're gonna
falling in
keep
the
playing.
number 2, number 3, number 1? Because this is definitely one of the most. It's a huge toss-up this season between everybody.
Zeke looks like he's the
And
definition
it's
of
almost
police
like
brutality.
Trex just
How do you even
forgot
come up
about
with
the
that? man?
kings of the kings. I'm not sure if he wants to have a conversation with that, but
does,
you know,
though.
the
Come on,
second and the
RQ,
third
King of
place
Kings?
are.
RQ?
Imagine getting pulled
No,
off.
I mean, I honestly feel like
You
the side of
could.
A77, they've shown a very strong showing, right? Maybe that might be the Gaimin Gladiators' last
Is
match.
it Yato
to
or
go to that
ISO?
point where all the inhibitors
What?
are down, but there's still plenty of tough teams out there. Devious.
It's ISO.
great match today.
Yeah.
Same thing with BTK, able to get the victories themselves. So there's still a lot on the table. This is only day 2. Zeke, and there's so much excitement left for us to show. So many great teams going up head to head in this royal battle.
That means
Absolutely
yep.
A77
well
and
said.
BTK are
With that
probably
being
equal
said,
now, no?
Yue, why don't you take us through the day's recap?
Yeah, so on our very first game, Devious
Yeah.
Activities able to take the series 2-1 against Fiends. Quite a surprising thing because Fiends actually was able to get the upset and a reverse sweep in that
Oh,
series.
snap.
BTK 2-0 against
Saw
LEGACi.
that, I'm just
They
watching.
Did fall short a little bit, and Trex take us to the last few games.
I mean, BloodHounds get the win. I mean, no, BloodHounds get the loss. Sorry. Night Horde able to secure it 2-0. And then even though it was a very exciting game 1, GG cleans things
Crazy.
up very
Damn.
well with the 2-0
Fiends
sweep
is
against
out
Area
there, bro. What
77.
the fuck?
Well said, well said. Now, by Zeke's law, you happen to be the guy who's got the most
Wait,
guesses
that's
right.
wrong,
So,
no?
why don't
How's
you
the
take us
Night
to the
Horde
standings?
Yeah.
I mean, Gaimin Gladiators secure their
Let's see.
number 1 spot with 6 points. After that, Devious
Night
Activity
Horde?
was
And
5. And
BloodHounds are
here's the
supposed to
big
swap, no?
kicker, right? Fiends
Uh,
holding the third place spot because of that one.
No,
point
Night
difference,
Horde's,
and that's what me and you were talking about all day today.
I think they've
trying to
lost
figure
all their
this out.
games.
After that
Or am I
close
wrong?
Area
No,
77
PH lost all
BloodHounds
their
and BTK
games. Night
all
Horde
tied
beat
up,
PH
and
today,
LEGACi
2-0.
and Night Horde sitting.
Oh, it is
at
true,
the
it's not
bottom of the
updated.
standings.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, right? This is still
It
only
is, but
day
it's
2 of
wrong.
the NACT.
Yeah, it was like
Anything can happen.
yesterday.
These standings are what is happening right now, but not every
Yeah, it
team
should
has
be-
played against every team. We still have to see how
Yeah,
Fiends
it would be
go up
what you
against
said.
the Aliens,
BloodHounds
how
and them
they
would
do
be swapped, yeah.
against BloodThirstyKings and
LEGACi
also
lost
Gaimin
all
Gladiators. So it's a
of
tough
their games
bracket
today.
for them to kind of push through. But Fiends
BTK
has
is in the
definitely
4th
shown a
place
strong,
spot.
showing, marking them up onto that 3rd place.
Oh,
and
yeah, we still need
completely
GG's
well-deserved,
game,
in my
though.
opinion, Zeke.
Well said again. And at this point, it's safe to say that whether you're GG,
Yeah, it was
Gaimin
definitely
Gladiators,
wrong.
or the BloodHounds, there's still a whole lot of tournament left for us. So, whole lot of room for teams to move up and down within the rankings, and every single time, we'll find ourselves one day closer to the grand finals. So, with that being said, I think we're about ready to close. Any
What if you would
ending
just get
thoughts?
cooked for no
Well,
reason by
whether
Trex?
you're Trex with a head full of hair or UA, it's okay.
It's
We'll have
Trex
to
with a
do it
full.
next week.
Are you
Yeah,
like
hopefully we get a lot
Jesus?
of these games
see
coming
this?
through. It's been quite
Dude.
exciting for the day 2 series. I cannot wait for next week's action. But guys, honestly, it's been such a wonderful day. Once again, Zeke, shout outs to you for coming onto the cast. It's been such a pleasure for us
All right.
to sit here and
Next
hang
week
out with
matchup.
you.
Let me
All right,
see.
chat.
All right. Well, with that
I
being
think this
said,
is the
Oh,
end.
BTK
everybody for
versus
coming
GG
out.
next
We
week.
hope you guys.
Yeah, BTK versus GG next week.
Good night,
Yeah,
Seattle.
yeah,
That's what everybody was trying to see.
yeah. All right, I gotta jump up and go to a meeting here, chat. So I'll throw that in there. And I will see you guys later. Des, thank you for stopping by, man. It was a good day.
Same.
We'll,
Yes, sir.
we'll do it next weekend and get it going.
You have a good night, bro.
All right, you as well. See you later.
See you.
All right, chat. See you later as well. I'm gonna head out of here. I gotta go do this meeting. Much love. Flex out. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the NACT. See ya.